Hello my sleepy friendos. We made it to the end of the day as usual, so why don't we get snuggled up and let me tell you a story here tonight about a time when the world changed. Not with thunder and trumpets, but with silence. A quiet so profound that it reshaped everything humanity thought it knew. This is the story of the Black Death, told not as a horror tale, but as a meditation on resilience, transformation, and the strange ways that catastrophe can remake the world into something unexpectedly new. If you're new here, joining the community is super quick and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, find your peak spot for sleeping and let's begin. Imagine, if you will, the world in the year 1346. Not the world as you might picture it from history books, all mud and misery, but the actual living, breathing medieval world that people loved and complained about and took completely for granted, just as you do with your own time. European cities in the mid-14th century smelled like a combination of baking bread, horse manure, wood smoke, and the particular mustiness of too many people living in too small a space without proper plumbing. The smell wasn't necessarily unpleasant to people who'd never known anything different. It was simply the smell of life, as familiar and unremarkable as the scent of your own home is to you now. Picture a typical morning in Florence, which was then one of the wealthiest cities in Christendom. The day would begin before dawn with church bells, dozens of them, each with its own voice, creating a bronze symphony that told people when to wake, when to pray, when to work, and when to rest. If you'd asked a Florentine to imagine a world without those bells, they would have looked at you as strangely as you'd look at someone who asked you to imagine a world without electricity. The streets filled early with craftspeople opening their shops. Imagine the textile workers in their wool-scented workshops, fingers moving with the kind of automatic precision that comes from doing the same task since childhood. The bakers were pulling loaves from stone ovens that had been heating since before sunrise. The merchants were unrolling their ledgers, calculating profits in Roman numerals because Arabic numerals were still suspiciously foreign and mathematical. Medieval cities had a particular kind of energy, dense, intimate and communal, in ways that modern urban life has largely forgotten. You couldn't walk down a street without knowing most of the people you passed. The baker knew your family's bread preferences. The cloth merchant knew which colours you favoured. Privacy, as we understand it, barely existed. Life happened in public, in workshops open to the street, in communal wells where people gathered for water and gossip, and in churches where the entire community assembled multiple times daily. This closeness created a society that felt both supportive and suffocating, depending on your temperament. If you fell ill, your neighbours would know immediately and bring soup. If you made a social misstep, your neighbours would know immediately and remember forever. It was the kind of community that modern people claim to miss, while simultaneously doing everything possible to avoid actually living in one. The medieval economy functioned through networks of personal relationships that spanned continents. Italian merchants maintained trading posts in Constantinople and Alexandria. German bankers had branches in London and Paris. Chinese silk arrived in Venice through a chain of traders that stretched across the entire width of Asia, each link in the chain knowing only the traders immediately before and after them, yet the whole system functioning with remarkable efficiency. In the countryside, life followed rhythms that hadn't changed significantly in 1,000 years. Peasants worked, land their ancestors had worked, using tools their grandfathers had used, planting crops according to wisdom passed down through so many generations that no one remembered who first figured out that beans and wheat shouldn't be planted in the same field 2 years running. The agricultural year was a cycle of planting and harvest, feast and famine, work and festival, as predictable and reassuring as the seasons themselves. Spring meant ploughing, summer meant weeding and praying for rain, but not too much rain. Autumn meant harvest and the collective anxiety about whether you'd stored enough food to survive winter. Winter meant huddling near fires, mending tools and telling stories. People's lives were short by modern standards. Reaching 40 was an achievement worth celebrating, but they weren't uniformly miserable. Medieval people fell in love, told jokes, threw parties, got annoyed by their relatives, took pride in their work, and generally experienced the full range of human emotion. They didn't sit around moping about not having smartphones or antibiotics, because those things hadn't been invented yet, just as you presumably don't mope about not having whatever miraculous technology people in the year 2525 will consider essential. Religious faith permeated everything in ways that modern secular societies struggle to comprehend. God wasn't an abstract theological concept, but a daily presence, as real and relevant as the weather. Saints interceded in everyday problems. Demons caused misfortune. Angels watched over travellers. Heaven and hell weren't distant metaphysical destinations, but places your deceased relatives currently inhabited, as real as London or Paris. This didn't mean everyone was constantly pious. Medieval people were perfectly capable of swearing, sinning, and generally ignoring religious teachings when convenient. But it meant that the universe made sense within a coherent framework. Everything happened for a reason, even if that reason was God's mysterious plan or demonic temptation. Random chance, as we understand it, didn't really exist. The medieval world system connected 3 continents through trade routes that had existed for millennia. The Silk Road wasn't a single road, but a network of paths threading through deserts and mountains, connecting China to the Mediterranean. Maritime routes linked the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, and the Persian Gulf. European ships plied the Mediterranean and the Atlantic coasts. Goods moved slowly but steadily, each caravan and ship carrying not just merchandise but also ideas, technologies, and, though no one yet realised it, diseases. In Central Asia, the Mongol Empire was slowly fragmenting after centuries of relative stability. Mongol rule had been brutal in its establishment, but generally peaceful in its maintenance, which facilitated trade across previously impassable boundaries. You could travel from Beijing to the Mediterranean without crossing a major border, provided you had the right papers and paid the right bribes. This interconnected world created prosperity on a scale medieval Europe hadn't experienced since the Roman Empire. Cities grew, universities flourished, Gothic cathedrals reached toward heaven with engineering that still impresses modern architects. Banking and insurance developed to facilitate long-distance trade. People could borrow money in Florence and repay it in London through letters of credit, which was essentially medieval finance capitalism without computers. But this interconnectedness came with a price that no one anticipated. The same trade routes that carried silk and spices and silver would soon carry something else, something that travelled invisibly, lodged in the fur of rats and the bodies of fleas, patient and deadly and completely indifferent to human prosperity. In the spring of 1347, most Europeans had never heard of a place called Kaffa, a Genoese trading post on the Black Sea in what's now Crimea. They would soon learn about it, though not in any way they would have chosen. The siege of Kaffa in 1346 must have seemed, to the Genoese merchants trapped inside, like just another episode in the endless cycle of warfare that characterised medieval international relations. The Mongol army outside their walls was merely the latest military inconvenience, in a region where military inconveniences were as common as Mediterranean thunderstorms. Then something strange happened. The Mongol soldiers started dying. Not from siege-related causes, not from infected wounds or contaminated water, or the normal attrition that accompanies military campaigns. They were dying from something that came on suddenly, that turned their lymph nodes into swollen blackish masses, and that brought fever and delirium and death within days. The Mongol commanders, watching their army dissolve not through enemy action, but through invisible attack, made a decision that would echo through history. They used catapults to hurl the corpses of plague victims over Kaffa's walls. Whether this medieval biological warfare actually transmitted the disease, historians debate this, is almost beside the point. The plague was already inside Kaffa, brought by the same trade caravans that brought prosperity. The Genoese merchants and sailors found themselves trapped between a dying army outside and a dying city inside. So they did what medieval merchants did when things went badly. They got in their ships and sailed home. Picture these ships leaving Caffa in the autumn of 1347. Genoese galleys were beautiful vessels in their way, sleek, fast, powered by both sail and oar, and designed for the peculiar conditions of Mediterranean trade, where speed mattered more than cargo capacity. They were built from Italian timber, caulked with pitch from who knows where, sailed by crews from a dozen different ports, and carrying goods from 3 continents. The sailors on these ships didn't feel sick when they departed. That's the insidious thing about bubonic plague. It has an incubation period. You can carry it for days, feeling perfectly fine, going about your business, and only later do the symptoms appear. These sailors left Caffa thinking they'd escaped catastrophe, unaware that they were bringing it with them. The journey from the Black Sea to Italy normally took several weeks, depending on weather and wind. Imagine being on one of these ships as the first sailor fell ill. Perhaps he complained of feeling tired and feverish. Nothing unusual. Sailors got sick all the time from bad food, contaminated water, or any of the 100 minor ailments that plagued pre-modern travellers. His shipmates probably told him to rest, drink some water, and stop complaining. Then the fever spiked. Then the buboes appeared. Those characteristic swellings in the lymph nodes of the groin, armpits and neck, darkening to purple-black as blood vessels burst beneath the skin. Then delirium, then death, often within 3 days of the first symptoms. Now imagine being the ship's captain, watching your crew die one by one, knowing that something terrible has come aboard, but having no understanding of what it is or how to stop it. Medieval medicine understood illness through the theory of humours, imbalances of blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. This didn't fit any recognisable pattern. The speed, the symptoms, the mortality rate. Nothing in the medieval medical toolkit prepared anyone for this. Some ships probably tried to turn back, but where would they go? Caffa was dead or dying. Other Black Sea ports were no better, and so they continued west, leaving a trail of dead sailors floating in the Mediterranean, wrapped in canvas shrouds with whatever rocks could be found for ballast. The first of these plague ships reached Sicily in October 1347. Messina, a prosperous port city on the island's northeastern tip, welcomed them with the hospitality traditionally extended to Italian merchants. Within days, Messina was dying. The authorities responded with what would become a familiar pattern: panic, denial, scapegoating, and eventually desperate measures that proved useless against an enemy no one understood. The city expelled the Genoese ships, which sailed north to other ports, spreading the disease with each landing. It was like trying to stop a fire by throwing burning embers in every direction. By November, the plague had reached Marseille on the southern coast of France. By December, it was in Pisa and Genoa. By January 1348, it had arrived in Venice, perhaps the wealthiest and most sophisticated city in Europe, and proceeded to demonstrate that wealth and sophistication offered no protection whatsoever. The plague travelled faster than news of the plague. Medieval communication moved at the speed of horses and ships, which meant word of catastrophe arrived days or weeks after the catastrophe itself. Imagine being a merchant in Barcelona, hearing vague rumours about a disease in Italy, maybe worrying a little, and then one day noticing that your neighbour seems unwell, and then within a week half your neighbourhood is dead, and you're wondering where this came from, having no idea that the answer was a ship from Genoa that docked 3 weeks ago. The disease spread through multiple routes simultaneously. Overland trade routes carried it north through Italy into France and Germany. Ships carried it to every port in the Mediterranean, and then out into the Atlantic, reaching England by June 1348 and Scandinavia by 1349. It moved like water, finding every crack in a foundation, following the established channels of human commerce and settlement. Different regions experienced different timelines, but the pattern was consistent. Arrival, denial, panic, mass death, and finally a strange quiet as there weren't enough people left to maintain normal activity. Cities that had hummed with commercial energy fell silent except for the sounds of the dying and the bells tolling for the dead, assuming there were still people healthy enough to ring them. The plague travelled inland along rivers and roads, spread by refugees fleeing infected cities who carried the disease to previously untouched areas. Merchants, pilgrims, soldiers, beggars, anyone who travelled became a potential vector for transmission. The very mobility that had created medieval prosperity now ensured medieval catastrophe. In some ways, the disease's journey mirrored the structure of medieval society itself. It struck hardest in cities, where density made transmission easy. It followed trade routes, which meant commercial centres suffered first and worst. It ravaged the poor, who lived in cramped conditions with poor nutrition and no ability to flee, but it also killed the wealthy, demonstrating the disease's essential democracy. By the end of 1348, roughly a year after those first ships left Kaffa, the plague had spread across most of Europe. It would continue spreading for several more years, reaching into Russia, penetrating to the furthest inhabited regions of Europe, and establishing itself as a recurring nightmare that would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But in that first wave, in 1347 to 1353, it achieved something unprecedented in human history. It reduced the population of Europe by somewhere between 1/3 and 1/2. 30 to 50% of all Europeans alive in 1347 were dead by 1353. To put this in perspective, World War I, probably the most catastrophic event in modern European history, killed about 2 to 3% of Europe's population. The Black Death killed 20 times that proportion. It was as if every third person you knew, family members, friends, colleagues, neighbours, simply disappeared within a few years. And it happened quietly. Not with the drama of war or natural disaster, but with a kind of inevitable progression that made resistance seem futile. City by city, region by region, the world fell silent. There's a peculiar stillness that comes to places that have suddenly lost most of their people. Not the comfortable quiet of evening, or the peaceful silence of snowfall, but an empty, abandoned quality that makes even small sounds seem wrong, like coughing in a cathedral during prayer. This is the quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 and 1349, and if you could travel back to experience it, which mercifully you cannot, it would unsettle you in ways that no amount of preparation could prevent. Your modern mind, accustomed to the background hum of human activity, would register the wrongness immediately, even if you couldn't articulate exactly what felt off. Picture a village in rural England in the autumn of 1348. 6 months earlier, it might have held 300 people. Now perhaps 100 remain, and many of those are too weak or traumatised to work. The fields that should have been harvested stand unharvested, grain rotting on the stalk because there aren't enough hands to bring it in. The mill wheel turns slowly or not at all. The blacksmith's forge sits cold because the blacksmith died, and no one has claimed his tools. Church bells still ring, but less frequently now, partly because there are fewer people to ring them, and partly because people have stopped keeping track of time with quite the same diligence. When death can come in 3 days, the difference between morning and afternoon seems less pressing. Survivors move through their days with a kind of numb automaticity, doing what needs to be done without quite believing in the purpose of any of it. The silence extended beyond individual communities to entire regional networks. Trade routes that had hummed with activity fell quiet as merchants died or stopped travelling. Markets that had met weekly now couldn't gather enough participants. Roads went unrepaired because the officials responsible were dead, and no one had clear authority to organise maintenance. Bridges collapsed. Irrigation systems broke down. The infrastructure of daily life required constant human attention, and suddenly that attention was in drastically short supply. In cities, the quiet had a different quality. Urban life depends on population density, on having enough people to support specialisation. You need enough customers to keep a baker in business, enough sick people to keep a physician employed, and enough students to justify a school. When population drops suddenly by 40 or 50%, these systems collapse like a tower losing its foundation stones. Imagine walking through Florence in late 1348. Normally, the streets would be nearly impassable with traffic. People, carts, and animals all competing for limited space in medieval thoroughfares designed for a smaller population and no vehicles. Now you could walk down main streets without encountering anyone. Shops stood shuttered, their owners dead and no heirs to claim the premises. Grand houses sat empty. Their wealthy owners had fled to country estates or were simply dead. Weeds grew in courtyards that had been meticulously maintained just months earlier. The smell changed too. Without enough people to maintain municipal services, cities began to rot in ways both literal and metaphorical. Garbage piled up, drainage systems clogged. Bodies, in the worst months, sometimes lay where they'd fallen because there weren't enough healthy people to maintain burial routines. Medieval cities had never been particularly sanitary by modern standards, but they'd had working systems for managing waste and maintaining basic cleanliness. Those systems broke down in 1348. Agricultural rhythms, which had continued basically unchanged for centuries, suddenly became impossible to maintain. Spring planting happened late or not at all. Summer weeding went undone. The autumn harvest was makeshift at best. In some regions, fields that had been cultivated since the Roman occupation reverted to forest within a generation, because there simply weren't enough people to keep working them. Animals presented their own strange problems. Farm animals that depended on human care began to die or turn feral. Horses wandered roads without riders. Cattle broke through unmended fences to graze wherever they pleased. Pigs rooted through villages, eating garden vegetables and getting into stored grain. In some areas, wildlife populations exploded as human pressure decreased, and domestic animals provided easy prey for wolves and bears. The sounds that did remain took on new significance. In the daytime, you might hear wind moving through empty buildings, shutters banging loose, and roof tiles crashing down from unmaintained roofs. At night, the sounds of animals, both domestic and wild, filled spaces usually dominated by human activity. Owls nested in abandoned attics. Rats, thriving on unguarded stores, scratched and squeaked through walls. But perhaps the most profound change was psychological. Medieval people had understood their world as fundamentally orderly, despite its hardships. God had created a hierarchy: nobles above peasants, humans above animals, and the living above the dead. Everything had its place. The plague demonstrated that this order was an illusion, that death could come to anyone regardless of rank or righteousness, and that prayers and priests offered no reliable protection. This realization produced what we might now call a collective trauma. Survivors struggled with what modern psychology would recognize as PTSD, difficulty sleeping, sudden fears, and inability to plan for the future. Why save money when you might be dead next week? Why apprentice to learn a trade that requires years of training? Why get married and have children who will probably die? The plague also created a strange inversion of normal economic relationships. Suddenly, labour was scarce and land was abundant, the exact opposite of the usual medieval situation. Peasants who survived found themselves in demand, able to negotiate better terms with landlords who needed workers. This would have political consequences that took decades to fully emerge, but even in 1348 to 1349, astute observers could see that the fundamental balance between labour and capital had shifted. Artistic and intellectual life contracted dramatically. Painters and poets died alongside everyone else, and the survivors had more pressing concerns than beauty or wisdom. Universities closed, sometimes temporarily, sometimes permanently. Manuscripts that would have been copied and preserved were lost when scriptoria fell silent. Knowledge accumulated over generations disappeared simply because the people who held it died before passing it on. religious institutions faced particular challenges. Priests and monks, because they provided care to the dying and administered last rites, died at higher rates than the general population. This created a clergy shortage that lasted for generations and arguably weakened the church's intellectual and moral authority just when people needed it most. The plague years saw an influx of poorly educated, hastily trained priests filling positions left vacant by death, which had long-term implications for religious life. The silence that settled over Europe in these years wasn't peaceful. It was the quiet of abandonment, of systems shutting down, of normalcy suspended indefinitely. It was the sound a house makes when everyone has left and isn't coming back. That particular quality of stillness that feels temporary but might be permanent. And in that quiet, something unexpected began to happen. Not immediately. The survivors were too shocked, too traumatized, and too focused on simple survival. But gradually, as people adjusted to a world that had fundamentally changed, they began to imagine different ways of organizing society, different relationships between workers and employers, and different questions about the nature of God and human existence. The Great Quiet that followed the Black Death was not an ending but an intermission, a pause before the world rearranged itself into new patterns that would eventually produce what historians call the Renaissance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to understand how people responded to catastrophe when it was actually happening. Medieval people weren't stupid, whatever stereotypes might suggest. They were intelligent, observant, and capable of sophisticated reasoning within the frameworks available to them. When the plague arrived, they tried everything they could think of to understand and combat it. That most of these efforts proved useless doesn't diminish the genuine intelligence and courage they represented. The first response, naturally, was medical. Physicians in the 14th century were learned men, and they were almost exclusively men, who had studied at universities, read classical texts, and understood illness through theories inherited from ancient Greece and Rome. These theories emphasized the importance of balance among bodily humours, the influence of planetary alignments, and the role of miasmas, corrupt air, in spreading disease. This framework wasn't entirely wrong. The emphasis on bad air actually captured something true. The plague did spread through environmental conditions, just not in the way medieval physicians thought. Their recommendations to avoid bad smells, improve sanitation, and escape crowded cities probably did help reduce transmission, even though their understanding of why was completely incorrect. Physicians recommended bloodletting to balance humours, which definitely didn't help and probably killed people already weakened by disease. They prescribed theriac, a complex mixture of dozens of ingredients including opium and viper flesh, which was essentially medieval snake oil, expensive, elaborate, and therapeutically useless. They advised patients to avoid bathing, which prevented the body from absorbing bad air through open pores, which was exactly wrong but made sense within their theoretical framework. Some physicians fled, abandoning their patients in cities and taking refuge in country estates where they hoped the disease wouldn't follow. This was understandable. They had no effective treatments, and staying meant certain death. But it further weakened social structures at exactly the moment when leadership was most needed. Others stayed and died, providing futile care, motivated by professional duty or religious faith, or simple human compassion. These physicians deserve recognition not for their medical efficacy, but for their courage in facing an enemy they didn't understand and couldn't defeat. Surgeons, who occupied a lower social position than physicians but had more hands-on experience with bodies, sometimes attempted to lance buboes, which occasionally prevented death by releasing pressure and infection. This probably saved a few lives purely by accident, though the surgeons had no way of knowing which patients would benefit, and which would die anyway. Public health measures were improvised with varying degrees of success. Some cities appointed health boards with authority to enforce quarantines, dispose of bodies, and implement sanitation measures. Venice pioneered the quarantine system, requiring ships to wait 40 days before unloading, which is where we get the word quarantine, from the Italian 40 giorni, 40 giorni. These measures probably helped slow transmission without stopping it entirely. The problem was that no one understood how the disease actually spread. Medieval people noticed that it seemed contagious, but couldn't agree on the mechanism. Some thought it passed through air. Others believed it came from sight, that looking at a plague victim could infect you. Still others thought it spread through objects touched by the sick. All of these theories had some truth, but none were completely accurate, which made it impossible to develop truly effective countermeasures. It was like trying to solve an equation when you don't know what numbers are. Religious responses varied widely. The Church's official position emphasized prayer, penance, and accepting God's will. Plague was understood as divine punishment for sin, which meant the solution was spiritual reform. This made sense within medieval Christian theology, and probably provided genuine comfort to believers who needed to understand their suffering within a moral framework. Mass processions wound through cities, featuring penitents praying for divine mercy. In some regions, flagellants appeared, groups of lay people who whipped themselves publicly to atone for humanity's sins, believing that if they suffered enough, God would end the plague. Church authorities generally disapproved of flagellants, seeing them as theologically suspect and socially disruptive, but couldn't stop the movement during the crisis years. Scapegoating emerged as a darker response. When people needed someone to blame for incomprehensible catastrophe, they often turned on minority communities, particularly Jews. The logic was medieval, but the psychology was timeless. Something terrible has happened. Someone must be responsible. And let's blame people who are already marginalised and different. Pogroms swept through Europe, especially in Germany, where entire Jewish communities were murdered by Christians convinced that Jews had poisoned wells or deliberately spread disease. Some authorities tried to protect Jewish populations, recognising the accusations as false. But mob violence is difficult to stop once started. It was humanity at its worst, fear and anger directed at innocent victims. Economic responses revealed how suddenly the basic rules of society had changed. Landlords accustomed to an abundance of cheap labour now competed for scarce workers. Peasants who had previously accepted poverty as divinely ordained suddenly demanded higher wages and better conditions. Prices for agricultural goods rose while prices for luxury goods fell. You can't eat silk or wear wheat. Governments tried to enforce pre-plague economic relationships through law. England's Statute of Labourers in 1351 attempted to freeze wages at pre-plague levels, forbidding workers from demanding more money despite the changed circumstances. It was economic policy based on wishful thinking, attempting to legislate away supply and demand, and it worked about as well as you'd expect, which is to say not at all. Some people responded to catastrophe with what we might call existential hedonism. If death could come at any moment, why not enjoy life while you can? Contemporary sources describe increased gambling, drinking, sexual license, and general disregard for traditional morality. This scandalized religious authorities, but was probably a psychologically understandable response to trauma and uncertainty. Others became more religious, not less, interpreting the plague as a call to deeper faith rather than evidence of God's absence. New religious movements emerged, emphasizing personal piety, mystical experience, and direct relationship with the divine without institutional mediation. These movements would later contribute to religious reforms that reshaped Christianity. Artistic responses captured something of the period's psychological state. The Dance of Death motif became popular, showing skeleton figures leading people from all social classes to the grave. It was memento mori art taken to extremes, a visual reminder that death comes to everyone regardless of wealth or status. These images have a macabre charm now, but they represented genuine attempts to process collective trauma through aesthetic expression. Literature began to grapple with plague themes, not immediately, but in the years following the worst outbreaks. Boccaccio's Decameron, written in the early 1350s, frames its stories as entertainment for a group of young Florentines who have fled the city to escape the plague. The stories themselves mostly avoid plague themes, but the frame narrative captures the period's atmosphere of fear and the need for distraction from horror. What's striking about all these responses, medical, religious, economic and cultural, is their fundamental ineffectiveness against the disease itself. Nothing worked. Prayers didn't stop it. Medicine couldn't cure it. Running away only spread it further. Killing Jews certainly didn't help, and added moral catastrophe to physical catastrophe. The plague burned through Europe essentially unchecked until it ran out of susceptible hosts, achieved some kind of biological equilibrium, or disappeared for reasons no one understood then, and historians still debate now. Humans were spectators to their own catastrophe, trying everything they could think of and discovering that nothing made any difference. This helplessness had profound psychological and philosophical implications. If human wisdom couldn't prevent disaster, if God didn't protect the faithful, if social hierarchies offered no safety, what did anything mean? These questions wouldn't be fully articulated for decades, but they began fermenting in the minds of survivors who had watched their world collapse despite everyone's best efforts. The most effective human response was probably the simplest. Communities that cared for each other, shared resources, maintained basic functions, and helped the sick die with dignity. These efforts didn't stop the plague, but they preserved some measure of humanity during inhumane circumstances. They were small acts of decency in the face of overwhelming catastrophe, and they mattered. The Black Death wasn't a European phenomenon. It was a Eurasian catastrophe that killed millions across 3 continents, though we know far less about its impact outside Europe, because European sources are more abundant. Understanding the plague's global reach helps us see it not just as a medical event, but as a fundamental disruption of the medieval world system. In China, the plague had likely been endemic for centuries in remote provinces, maintained in rodent populations without causing major human outbreaks. But something changed in the early 14th century, possibly environmental shifts, possibly human disturbance of ecosystems, possibly just bad luck, and the disease spread into human populations with devastating effect. The Yuan dynasty, established by the Mongol conquests, was already showing signs of strain by the 1330s. Plague added to existing problems of corruption, natural disasters, and ethnic tensions between Mongol rulers and Chinese subjects. Population estimates are uncertain and contentious, but China's population probably declined by millions between 1330 and 1370, with plague as one of several contributing factors. The collapse of the Yuan dynasty in 1368 and the establishment of the Ming dynasty happened against this backdrop of demographic catastrophe. The new rulers faced the challenge of governing a depopulated empire, reorganising agricultural production and rebuilding infrastructure. Their success in these efforts helped establish the Ming as one of China's most successful dynasties, though the population wouldn't fully recover to pre-plague levels for at least a century. The Middle East experienced the plague with particular severity. Egypt, which depended on a sophisticated irrigation system for agriculture, saw that system begin to break down as plague killed the workers who maintained it. Contemporary chronicles describe scenes similar to those in Europe: mass death, social disruption, and economic collapse. The Mamluk Sultanate, which controlled Egypt and Syria, never fully recovered from the plague's demographic impact. Its military power, based on importing slave soldiers from Central Asia, weakened as plague disrupted those supply routes. Its economic prosperity, based on controlling east-west trade, diminished as that trade contracted in the plague's aftermath. In Persia and Mesopotamia, cities that had been major trade centres suffered population collapses that permanently altered regional power balances. Baghdad, which had already been devastated by Mongol conquest in 1258, experienced further decline during the plague years. The intricate irrigation systems that had sustained Mesopotamian agriculture for millennia continued deteriorating, never to fully recover. India's experience with the plague is poorly documented but appears to have been somewhat less severe than in Europe or the Middle East. This might reflect better healthcare infrastructure, different climatic conditions, or simply different patterns of human settlement that made transmission more difficult. Or it might reflect gaps in historical records rather than actual differences in mortality. North Africa, integrated into Mediterranean trade networks, experienced mortality comparable to southern Europe. This had long-term consequences for trans-Saharan trade, for relationships between nomadic and settled populations, and for Islamic civilization more broadly. The great medieval Islamic synthesis of Greek philosophy, Persian wisdom, and Arabic scholarship had already passed its peak before the plague. Afterward, intellectual life contracted further. Sub-Saharan Africa's experience remains largely unknown due to limited written records. The plague probably didn't penetrate far beyond North African coastal regions, but trade disruptions rippled through commercial networks that connected the Mediterranean to gold-producing regions farther south. The medieval African empires that had prospered from trans-Saharan trade faced challenges that may have been partly plague-related, though other factors were certainly involved. In Central Asia, where the plague likely originated before spreading to Europe and East Asia, nomadic populations experienced mortality that's difficult to estimate, but was probably substantial. The Mongol successor states that had emerged from Genghis Khan's empire were already competing for resources and territory. Plague weakened all of them further and accelerated political fragmentation. The Golden Horde, which controlled the western steppes, suffered particularly severe impacts. Its economy, based on controlling trade between Europe and Asia, collapsed as that trade contracted. Its military power, dependent on mobilizing large numbers of nomadic warriors, diminished as population declined. By the late 14th century, it had fragmented into competing khanates, setting the stage for Muscovy's eventual expansion. Russia's experience illustrated how plague affected societies with different structures from Western Europe. Russian principalities, more rural and dispersed than Western European cities, may have experienced somewhat lower mortality rates. But trade cities like Novgorod and Moscow suffered severely, and the political consolidation that eventually produced the Russian Empire happened partly in response to plague-era disruptions. Scandinavia, at Europe's northern periphery, experienced the plague later than Mediterranean regions, but with comparable severity. Norse expansion, which had been ongoing for centuries, essentially stopped. Iceland, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands experienced population collapses that permanently altered their societies. The Norse colony in Greenland, already struggling with climate change, disappeared entirely, probably finished off by plague combined with isolation. What's striking about the plague's global impact is how it affected societies very differently, depending on their existing structures. Highly urbanized, commercially connected regions suffered most, because those characteristics facilitated transmission. More dispersed, rural societies experienced lower mortality, but still face severe disruptions to trade and administration. The plague also demonstrated the degree to which the medieval world was interconnected. A disease that originated somewhere in Central Asia spread to Western Europe, North Africa, and East Asia within a few years. This wasn't an accident, but a consequence of the trade networks, imperial systems, and population movements that characterized the medieval world system. This interconnectedness would only increase in subsequent centuries, making it possible for diseases, ideas, technologies, and people to move around the world with increasing speed. The Black Death was perhaps the first truly global catastrophe, affecting multiple continents simultaneously. It wouldn't be the last. The immediate aftermath saw a contraction of these global networks. Trade decreased. Travel became more dangerous and less frequent. The cosmopolitan world of the early 14th century gave way to a more isolated, localized 14th century world. This trend would eventually reverse, but it took generations. Different societies interpreted and remembered the plague differently. Europeans understood it primarily in religious terms, as divine punishment requiring a spiritual response. Middle Eastern sources also emphasized religious interpretation, but with more practical focus on public health measures derived from Islamic legal traditions. Chinese sources treated it as one of several concurrent disasters, famine, flood, political chaos, that collectively explained dynastic transition. These different interpretations reflected different cultural frameworks, but they all shared a common thread: the recognition that the world had fundamentally changed. The plague was not just an epidemic, but a watershed moment that divided history into before and after. People who lived through it understood instinctively that they were experiencing something that would reshape human civilization. The plague didn't end suddenly. It faded gradually, like a storm that passes over the horizon rather than stopping all at once. By 1353, the worst was over in most of Europe, though local outbreaks continued for decades, and the disease would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But survivors began the slow, difficult process of rebuilding a world that had been shattered. Imagine being a survivor in 1355, perhaps 7 or 8 years after the plague first arrived in your region. Enough time has passed that the initial shock has worn off, but not enough that you've forgotten what was lost. You're perhaps in your 30s, which makes you middle-aged by medieval standards, but young enough to rebuild. The question is, what kind of world do you want to build? The first challenge was purely practical. Fields needed planting, buildings needed repair, trade routes needed re-establishing. Life's basic functions had to resume before anyone could think about larger questions. Survivors threw themselves into this work with a kind of manic energy, partly from necessity, partly from the psychological need to do something, anything after years of helpless watching. Agricultural recovery happened faster in some regions than others. Areas with good land and surviving populations rebounded relatively quickly. Marginal land that had been cultivated during the population boom of the 12th and 13th centuries was simply abandoned, reverting to forest or pasture. This wasn't necessarily bad. It meant the remaining population could focus on the best land, actually improving agricultural productivity per capita even as total production declined. The labour shortage that had begun during the plague years became a permanent feature of the post-plague economy. Workers, understanding their newfound bargaining power, demanded and often received better wages, shorter hours, and improved conditions. Landowners who couldn't attract workers had to offer tenancy agreements that were far more favourable to peasants than the exploitative arrangements common before the plague. This shift occurred despite vigorous opposition from traditional authorities. Legislation attempted to freeze wages and restrict worker mobility, but economic reality proved stronger than law. You can pass all the wage controls you want, but if there aren't enough workers to harvest the crops, you either pay what the market demands or watch your grain rot in the fields. The social implications rippled outward. Peasants who had always accepted their subordinate position began questioning why God's supposed hierarchy placed them at the bottom. If nobles couldn't protect them from plague, what justified noble privileges? If the church's prayers hadn't stopped the disease, why should priests receive tithes and deference? These questions wouldn't immediately produce revolution, but they planted seeds of doubt that would flower in subsequent generations. The peasants' revolt in England in 1381, though it failed, demonstrated that traditional hierarchies were no longer simply accepted as natural and inevitable. The social contract had been renegotiated through catastrophe. Urban revival took different forms than rural recovery. Some cities rebounded quickly, their commercial advantages proving more important than population loss. Others never recovered their pre-plague prosperity. Their former vitality transferred to rival cities better positioned for post-plague economic realities. What's fascinating is how quickly human ingenuity adapted to new circumstances. Faced with labour shortages, people developed labour-saving technologies. Watermills and windmills, which had existed before the plague, proliferated afterward. Mechanical devices for textile production became more common. It was as if losing so many people forced the survivors to think more carefully about efficiency and productivity. Trade networks, which had contracted during the plague years, gradually re-established themselves, but with altered patterns. Some trade routes that had been primary before the plague became secondary. New commercial centres emerged while old ones declined. Venice and Genoa remained important, but cities like Amsterdam began their rise to prominence, positioning themselves to dominate commerce in ways that would fully emerge in subsequent centuries. Banking and finance evolved to meet changed circumstances. The great banking families, the Medicis, the Fuggers, and others, built fortunes by adapting financial techniques to post-plague economic realities. Credit became more sophisticated. Insurance developed to manage the risks of long-distance trade in a still dangerous world. The tools of capitalism, which had been emerging before the plague, accelerated their development afterward. Cultural and intellectual life recovered with surprising vigour. The generation that came of age after the worst outbreak seemed determined to celebrate life, beauty, and human achievement. The Italian Renaissance, which had been stirring before the plague, accelerated afterward. Artists began painting with new realism and emotional depth. Architects designed buildings that emphasized human proportion and classical ideals. Writers explored secular themes with an enthusiasm that would have seemed somewhat suspect in more pious times. This cultural flowering wasn't a rejection of religion. Medieval people remained deeply religious, but it represented a rebalancing, a determination to celebrate earthly life alongside preparing for the afterlife. It was as if, having seen how quickly life could end, people wanted to make the most of it while they had it. Education rebounded as survivors recognized that knowledge lost during the plague needed to be preserved and transmitted. Universities that had closed reopened. New universities were founded. The printing press, invented in the mid-15th century, made books affordable and accelerated the spread of learning in ways that would have been impossible in a purely manuscript culture. The psychological recovery took longer than the economic or cultural recovery. Survivors carried trauma that expressed itself in subtle ways. Popular culture became somewhat darker, more preoccupied with death and judgment. The cheerful optimism of the 13th century gave way to a more sober, sometimes cynical 14th and 15th century sensibility. But humans are remarkably resilient. Within a generation, children were being born who had no memory of the plague years. To them, the post-plague world was simply the world, not a recovery from catastrophe. They took for granted conditions that their grandparents would have found revolutionary: higher wages, more mobility, and greater social fluidity. Religious life underwent complex transformations. The institutional church emerged weakened from the plague years, its moral authority questioned, its practical effectiveness doubted. This didn't mean people became less religious, but it did mean they became more willing to question church teachings and seek alternative forms of religious expression. Mysticism flourished as people sought direct experience of the divine without institutional mediation. New religious orders emphasized poverty, simplicity, and service to the poor, partly in reaction to the wealth and corruption that had made the church seem ineffective during the plague. These movements would eventually contribute to the Protestant Reformation, though that was still more than a century away. Women's lives changed in complex ways. The labour shortage created opportunities for women to work in occupations previously closed to them. Widows, who were numerous after the plague, sometimes inherited property and businesses, giving them economic independence rare in medieval society. This didn't produce anything like gender equality by modern standards, but it did crack open possibilities that hadn't existed before. Family structures evolved as well. With so many deaths, the extended family networks that had characterized medieval life became fragmented. Nuclear families, parents and children, became more central to social organization. This shift, like so many plague-era changes, wouldn't reach full expression for centuries, but it began in the decades following the catastrophe. The return of life wasn't a return to what had been before. It was the emergence of something new, built on plague-era ruins but oriented toward different futures. Survivors and their children were creating the late medieval world that would eventually transition into the early modern world, and they were doing so in ways shaped fundamentally by their experience of catastrophe. By 1400, about 50 years after the worst of the plague, Europe had stabilised at a new lower population level. Life was materially better for many survivors. They ate more meat, lived in less crowded conditions, and had more negotiating power with employers and landlords. But the psychological scars remained, visible in art, literature, and popular culture that couldn't quite forget what had been lost. As you sit here now, centuries removed from the Black Death, sipping your tea and enjoying the security of modern medicine, you might wonder what possible relevance a medieval pandemic could have to your life. The answer, it turns out, is more than you might think. The world you inhabit was shaped in fundamental ways by the plague and its aftermath. Not directly, you're not living with bubonic plague, but indirectly, through chains of causation that stretch across centuries. Let me trace some of these connections, and you'll see how that 14th century catastrophe still echoes in the 21st century. Start with something basic: your economic expectations. The idea that workers deserve fair wages, that labour has value that must be respected, and that you can negotiate with employers from a position of relative strength. These concepts have deep roots in the post-plague labour shortage. Before the Black Death, labour was abundant and cheap. Afterward, it was scarce and valuable, which fundamentally altered the relationship between workers and employers. This shift didn't happen overnight or without resistance, but it began a process that eventually produced modern labour rights, minimum wage laws, and the expectation that work should provide a decent standard of living. The direct line from the 14th century to your paycheck isn't obvious, but it exists. The medical legacy is more visible. The plague forced medieval societies to develop public health institutions, hospitals, quarantine systems, and health boards, with authority to enforce measures during epidemics. These institutions evolved over centuries into the public health infrastructure you now take for granted. When you get vaccinated, when restaurants undergo health inspections, and when disease outbreaks are tracked and contained, you're benefiting from systems whose roots trace back to plague-era innovations. Modern epidemiology, the science of how diseases spread through populations, emerged directly from attempts to understand the plague. Early epidemiologists in the 16th and 17th centuries studied plague patterns, trying to discern rules governing transmission. Their work laid the groundwork for the scientific study of infectious disease that eventually produced vaccines, antibiotics, and the medical revolution that makes your life expectancy roughly twice what a medieval person could expect. The cultural legacy is subtler, but equally profound. The Renaissance, which transformed European art, literature, philosophy, and science, happened partly because the plague disrupted traditional authority structures and created space for new thinking. When you visit an art museum and admire Renaissance paintings, you're looking at work created in a post-plague world by artists who thought differently about humanity, beauty, and knowledge because the catastrophe had shaken traditional certainties. The printing press, invented about a century after the plague's first wave, succeeded partly because post-plague Europe was ready for new technologies that could preserve and spread knowledge more efficiently than manuscript culture. The knowledge economy that eventually produced the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, and the modern world you inhabit required technologies for sharing information. The plague created conditions that made people receptive to such technologies. Political transformations in the wake of the plague contributed to the development of nation-states, centralised governments, and eventually democratic institutions. The feudal system, already showing strain before the plague, collapsed afterward as labour shortages and social mobility undermined traditional hierarchies. The absolute monarchies that replaced feudalism eventually gave way to constitutional governments and democracies, but the process began with plague-era disruptions. Religious transformations matter too. The Protestant Reformation, which split Christianity and redefined the relationship between individuals and religious institutions, happened partly because the plague had weakened the Catholic Church's authority and encouraged people to seek direct religious experience. The religious pluralism you now enjoy, the separation of church and state, and the idea that individuals should follow their own conscience. These concepts have roots in post-plague religious ferment. Even something as abstract as the concept of progress reflects plague influence. Medieval people generally thought the world was in decline, falling away from a golden age. The catastrophe of the plague seemed to confirm this pessimism. But the subsequent recovery, the material improvements in survivors' lives, and the cultural flowering of the Renaissance, all of this suggested that maybe things could get better, that human effort could improve circumstances. This idea that the future might be better than the past, that human ingenuity can solve problems, that progress is possible, became a foundational assumption of modern Western culture. It's so deeply embedded in your worldview that you probably don't even notice it, but it would have been alien to people before the plague demonstrated that societies could survive catastrophe and emerge transformed. The Black Death also provides perspective on more recent events. The COVID-19 pandemic, which you lived through, killed millions worldwide and disrupted life in ways that seemed unprecedented. But compared to the Black Death, which killed perhaps half the population and disrupted every aspect of society for generations, COVID was almost mild. This isn't to minimise COVID's impact, every death matters, every disruption causes suffering, but to recognise that humanity has survived worse and rebuilt. The resilience that carried medieval people through the plague years is the same resilience that helps you navigate contemporary challenges. The plague also offers lessons about how societies respond to crisis. The scapegoating of Jews during the Black Death parallels modern tendencies to blame minority groups for problems they didn't cause. The spread of misinformation about the plague's origins and cures resembles contemporary struggles with medical misinformation. The tension between individual liberty and public health, measures that you saw during COVID, echoed similar tensions during historical plague outbreaks. Medieval people faced these dilemmas without benefit of scientific knowledge or democratic institutions, which makes their struggles simultaneously more tragic and more instructive. They did the best they could with what they knew, which is all anyone can do. Recognizing this connects you to those long-dead ancestors, making their experiences feel less remote. The environmental legacy deserves mention too. The post-plague population decline meant forests regrew, wildlife populations recovered, and human pressure on ecosystems decreased. This wasn't planned conservation, it was an accidental consequence of demographic catastrophe, but it demonstrated that human impact on the environment could be reversed. The forests you enjoy today in Europe partly descend from trees that grew back after plague-era agricultural contraction. Demographically, the plague's impact lasted for centuries. Europe's population didn't fully recover to pre-plague levels until the 16th century, and in some regions it took even longer. This prolonged depression of population numbers meant that when European expansion accelerated in the age of exploration, it happened with populations still recovering from medieval catastrophe. The wealth concentration that occurred during the plague years, with survivors inheriting from multiple deceased relatives, helped finance the expensive voyages of exploration that eventually connected all human populations and created the globalized world you inhabit. Columbus's voyage was financed partly by wealth accumulated in the aftermath of demographic catastrophe. Thinking about the plague also offers philosophical perspective. Those medieval people who died thought their concerns were monumentally important. Political disputes, business dealings, and personal grievances all seemed vitally significant. Then plague arrived and demonstrated that from a cosmic perspective, human concerns are fragile and temporary. This isn't depressing so much as liberating. If medieval people's seemingly all-important problems now seem quaint and irrelevant, probably your current anxieties will seem equally trivial in a few centuries. This doesn't mean nothing matters, but it does suggest that maintaining perspective about what truly matters, relationships, experiences, human connection, is valuable. The plague reminds us that catastrophe is possible, that the world can change in ways we can't predict or control, and that security is always provisional. But it also reminds us that humans are remarkably resilient, that societies can rebuild after even the worst disasters, and that life persists and often finds new forms more adapted to changed circumstances. Medieval people didn't know they were living through the transition from the medieval to the early modern world. They just knew their world had changed, and they had to adapt. You're living through your own historical transition, toward what no one knows yet, and you're adapting too, using the same basic human capacities that carried people through the plague years. As you prepare to drift into sleep, let your mind rest on this final thought. The Black Death, for all its horror, was not an ending but a transformation. It destroyed a world, yes, but in doing so, it created space for new ways of thinking, living and organising society. The medieval world that existed before the plague was already showing strains. Population had been growing for centuries, pressing against the limits of agricultural technology. Social hierarchies had calcified into forms that seemed increasingly arbitrary and unjust. The church had accumulated wealth and power that sat uneasily with its spiritual mission. Trade networks had grown complex but fragile. The plague shattered these structures not through intention, but through indifference. Disease doesn't care about social hierarchies or economic systems. It simply spreads, kills, and moves on. This very indifference made it an equal opportunity catastrophe that affected everyone regardless of status. What emerged from the ruins was a world that, while still unjust and difficult by modern standards, was materially better for many survivors. They worked less, ate better, and had more choices about their lives. The plague had inadvertently redistributed wealth, shifted power balances, and created opportunities that hadn't existed before. This doesn't justify the catastrophe. Millions of deaths can't be justified by any subsequent improvements. But it does illustrate how historical change often emerges from the unexpected places, how catastrophe can inadvertently produce transformation that deliberate reform couldn't achieve. The survivors who rebuilt medieval Europe weren't heroes or villains, just people trying to make the best of terrible circumstances. They grieved their losses, adapted to new realities, and gradually constructed a world that worked differently than the one they'd lost. Their pragmatism and resilience deserve recognition. The quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 to 1349 was the sound of a world ending. But endings contain beginnings. In the emptied villages and silent cities, in the abandoned fields and shuttered workshops, new possibilities were germinating. It would take generations for those possibilities to fully emerge, but they were there, waiting. As you close your eyes tonight, safe in your bed with modern medicine protecting you from the diseases that terrified medieval people, remember that your security is built on foundations laid by those who survived the unsurvivable. Their struggles created the world you inherited. Their resilience echoes in your ability to face contemporary challenges. The Black Death teaches that catastrophe is survivable, that humans adapt, and that life finds a way forward even through the darkest circumstances. Medieval people couldn't have imagined your world any more than you can imagine the world your descendants will inhabit in 2525. But the human capacities that carried them through their catastrophe, resilience, creativity, hope, and determination, are the same capacities you possess. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of a human story that has survived plagues, wars, famines, and countless other catastrophes. This same spirit that rebuilt Europe after the Black Death lives in you, ready to face whatever challenges your own time presents. The great quiet that followed the plague eventually gave way to new voices, new ideas, and new ways of being human. Your quiet tonight is not a catastrophe but rest, the peaceful silence that precedes tomorrow's possibilities. And in that silence, across the centuries, you might almost hear the echoes of those medieval survivors going about their lives, rebuilding their world, choosing hope over despair, and proving that even the worst disasters cannot permanently defeat human resilience. Sweet dreams. Consider organising a 2,000-mile, 6-month camping trip where you would need to pack everything you would need to start over at the end. Now picture doing this in 1843, when the only content available on the internet was what your neighbour might have heard from someone whose cousin travelled west the previous year. Families preparing to hike the Oregon Trail had to deal with this reality, and their planning process involved a combination of science, speculation, and blind faith. The average pioneer family spent months preparing for their westward journey, which included the logistical challenges of cross-country relocation, along with the stress of wedding planning. Fathers would write lists and do calculations by candlelight on winter evenings, with the same intense focus as someone planning the longest camping trip in history. Knowing that they might not find what they had forgotten until they arrived in Oregon, mothers would make a list of everything they owned, including extra buttons, cooking pots, and fabric. Choosing a wagon was the first big decision that would affect how comfortable you were for the next 6 months of your life. The majority of families chose what was known as a prairie schooner, basically a big wooden box that was 4 feet wide and 10 feet long, on wheels, and covered in canvas. Imagine it like a mobile closet where you would also sleep, cook, and call home for 6 months. Tightly stretched over wooden hoops, the canvas top formed a comfortable tunnel that would resemble your childhood bedroom. It was like solving the most significant 3-dimensional puzzle in the world when loading the wagon. Families created packing techniques that would impress contemporary efficiency experts, because every square inch counted. Bags of flour, barrels of salt pork, and spare wagon parts were placed on the bottom because they were heavier. Spaces between and along the sides were occupied by bedding, clothing, and priceless family belongings. Creating a rolling household that could continue to run even if you were unable to unpack every night was the aim. The quartermaster's mathematical prowess and the foresight of someone who knew that buffalo meat wasn't always going to be available at the neighbourhood grocery store were needed for food planning. Along with bacon, beans, coffee, sugar, and salt, families usually packed 200 pounds of flour per person. These were not gourmet ingredients, but they were foods that could be cooked over an open fire with little cooking equipment and would not go bad during months of travel. Women had a particularly difficult time choosing what to wear because they had to strike a balance between 1840s social norms and practicality. People in Oregon would judge you before you had even found a place to live, so you couldn't exactly show up there in ripped and filthy clothes. Women therefore planned to wear their most expensive clothing on the actual journey while packing their best dresses at the bottom of trunks. Many developed the ability to wear skirts over functional bloomers to create respectable-looking ensembles that accommodated the physical demands of trail life. Parents had to think of themselves as both providers and entertainers for a 6-month journey, without playgrounds, rest stops, or toy stores, and their children's needs needed special attention. Books were heavy but necessary for both evening entertainment and education, making them valuable cargo. On tough days, simple toys like cloth dolls or carved wooden figures offered solace. During months of travel and outdoor living, parents frequently packed extra fabric, not only for repairs but also because they knew that by the end of the journey, their children would need new clothes because they had outgrown their starting sizes. Another important factor was medical supplies, and families put together what amounted to a travelling pharmacy, using whatever medical knowledge they could find and folk wisdom. Knowing that everyone would be impacted by the change in water and diet, they packed herbs for digestive issues. On a path hundreds of miles from the closest physician, bandages, laudanum for pain relief, and various tonics occupied valuable trunk space, signifying the difference between minor setbacks and possible disasters. The most difficult aspect of preparation was probably the emotional preparation. Families were leaving behind whole networks of connections, support systems, and accustomed lifestyles in addition to specific locations. They would bring family Bibles that functioned as both spiritual consolation and family history books, letters from loved ones, and small mementos from home churches. Although these objects were heavy and took up valuable space, they gave people who were going into an unknown future psychological stability. Families would get together for church services, farewell visits, and last communal meals as departure time drew near. These gatherings had the bittersweet feel of occasions that everyone knew might be final farewells. In addition to offering last-minute tips and forgotten supplies, neighbours would also pledge to write letters that they all hoped would somehow make it to Oregon territory. As families left, friends and family wondered if they would ever cross paths again, causing entire communities' social fabric to be rewoven. Most families had what we might now identify as a mix of pre-exam anxiety and Christmas Eve excitement the night before departure. For the final time, children would lie in their comfortable beds while their parents made last-minute preparations downstairs. While attempting to commit details of homes they might never see again to memory, adults would stroll through empty rooms, making sure nothing important had been overlooked. Any sleeping arrangements they could make in and around their wagon would take the place of their actual beds tomorrow. Their accustomed kitchens would be converted into Dutch ovens and campfires. Any group of families that happened to be on their wagon train would become their neighbourhood. Everything that was familiar and comfortable was about to change into an adventure that would put all of their preparations to the test. Imagine being gently roused by the sounds of someone rekindling a campfire and the soft rustle of canvas as your neighbours start their day, rather than an alarm clock. On an Oregon Trail morning, your kitchen was any level area you could clear around a fire pit, your bathroom was wherever you could find privacy, and your bedroom was a wagon. At 4:30 a.m, when the air was cool and the oxen were resting from their night of grazing nearby, the usual trail day started before sunrise. Families had discovered the importance of starting early, not only to get as much distance as possible before the midday heat, but also because people and animals had the most energy in the morning for the challenges of the day. The first thing you would notice when you woke up would be the strange rigidity that results from sleeping on the ground, which never felt like a proper mattress no matter how hard you tried. Families soon discovered how to distinguish the subtle differences between different types of prairie ground, such as which places offered the best balance of support and softness, which areas drained well after rain, and which areas provided wind protection without retaining morning moisture. The rhythm of the morning ritual would grow as ingrained as breathing. The other parent would check on the animals, making sure the horses, mules, or oxen had not wandered far during their night of grazing, while the other parent rekindled the cooking fire from carefully preserved coals. When they were old enough to assist, children would be given jobs like collecting buffalo chips for fuel, which may seem like a bad job until you realise that these dried droppings burned cleanly and were frequently the only fuel available on plains without trees. The meal was typically straightforward but comforting, and breakfast preparation started while the stars were still visible. In addition to its caffeine content, coffee was necessary because the morning ritual offered psychological solace and a sense of normalcy in an otherwise utterly bizarre way of life. In battered tin pots, the coffee was brewed over fires that seemed to have their own personalities and moods, and was frequently strong enough to dissolve horseshoes. Since they could be made quickly with basic ingredients and cooked on flat stones or iron griddles heated over the fire, pancakes were a popular breakfast option. The batter could consist of whatever was on hand, sometimes just flour and water, sometimes enhanced with eggs if the family's chickens were still laying, and sometimes sweetened with molasses or precious sugar for special occasions or when spirits needed to be raised. Families would start the difficult process of breaking camp while breakfast was being prepared, and this daily ritual evolved into a meticulously planned dance of efficiency. To keep the bedding dry and usable for the following night, it had to be folded, aired, and packed. Since soap was too valuable to be wasted on daily dishwashing, cooking utensils needed to be cleaned frequently with sand and hot water. More thorough bathing was a luxury save for Sunday rest days or river crossings due to privacy and water availability, so personal washing occurred quickly, and usually involved only washing hands and faces. At the latest, the wagon train would start to move by 7 a.m, and the speed of the journey established its own daily cadence. People frequently chose to walk beside their wagons rather than ride inside them, because oxen could travel up to 2 miles per hour on good days. In reality, walking was better for a number of reasons. It spared the animals from the startling, bone-shaking experience of riding in a wagon without suspension. It allowed them to get food and fuel, or it was just a chance to stretch legs that had been crammed into makeshift sleeping quarters during the night. By developing games that could be played while keeping the steady pace required to cover 15 to 20 miles each day, children discovered ways to make the daily walk into entertainment. They could compete to find wildlife, gather unique rocks, or practice skills their mothers taught them, like identifying edible plants. As they travelled the miles required to get to Oregon before winter, parents used the daily walk as an unofficial school period to teach their kids geography, natural history, and practical skills. Known as nooning, the midday halt gave both humans and animals the much-needed respite they needed during the hottest part of the day. In order to give animals the opportunity to graze and rest in any available shade, families would unhitch their teams. This 2 to 3 hour break developed into a crucial social moment during which families could exchange supplies, discuss news, or just have pleasant chats with people outside of their immediate family. Women frequently used nooning to complete tasks that were challenging to complete while travelling, such as mending clothing, journaling, or cooking, which required more focus than walking could provide. While the wagon train was in motion, kids might play games that weren't useful or take naps in whatever shade was available. Usually men used this time to inspect machinery, fix problems, or talk with the wagon train captain about the next course. The afternoon commute was frequently more difficult than the morning one. Everybody was starting to feel the cumulative weariness of weeks on the trail. The heat made walking more challenging, and the dust kicked up by dozens of wagons created its own weather system. Because decision-making was more difficult when everyone was exhausted, hot, and possibly irritable, this was the time when families truly valued the structure and routines they had established. The complicated process of setting up camp came in the evening, and families devised systems that struck a balance between comfort and efficiency. The best campsites provided natural windbreaks, drainage to avoid issues in the event of nighttime rain, and access to water, fire fuel, and animal grazing. With months of practice, seasoned travellers could quickly assess water quality, weather security, and neighbour proximity while evaluating possible campsites with the help of professional scouts. The atmosphere of the wagon train would change as the sun sank, from the concentrated efficiency of travel to the more laid-back rhythms of camp life in the evening. Fires would start to appear all over the camp, cooking smoke would produce its own fragrant atmosphere, and the sounds of plodding oxen and creaking wagon wheels would give way to conversations, children playing, and the evening chores that got families ready for another night under the stars. This daily routine, which was repeated for months, strengthened family ties and produced skills that turned common people into masters of animal husbandry, outdoor living, and building homes wherever their wagons halted for the night. Imagine attempting to manage a restaurant with a fire pit in the kitchen, whatever fits in a wooden box for the pantry, and wherever you can find level ground that isn't too muddy or dusty for the dining area. Feeding families on the Oregon Trail was a daily reality, where mothers developed into skilled outdoor cooks, and everyone discovered that using limited ingredients creatively made the difference between meals that lifted people's spirits and meals that served a functional purpose. Modern backpacking enthusiasts would be impressed by the camp kitchen, which was a masterwork of portability and efficiency. Everything had to be multifunctional and compact. A cast-iron Dutch oven was used as a general cooking pot, roasting pan, and bread baker. Tin plates served as serving platters and cutting boards. In addition to making coffee and tea, coffee pots were occasionally used to cook vegetables while other pots were in use. When cooking called for additional containers, even the wooden water buckets were converted into mixing bowls. Families spent weeks honing their craft of setting up the evening cooking area. No one wanted their sleeping space to smell like a barbecue pit all night, so the fire had to be oriented to benefit from the prevailing winds, for both heat distribution and smoke direction. Flat stones were used as serving areas and countertops, and rocks were arranged to form pot supports and windscreens. As a result, an outdoor kitchen was created that could use the most basic ingredients to create surprisingly complex meals. Modern bakers would find the skills needed to make bread on the trail both familiar and difficult. Like priceless heirlooms, sourdough starters were maintained with care and passed down through the generations, because a healthy starter meant fresh bread all the way, while a dead starter meant months of hardship and disappointment. The starter lived in jars or crocks that travelled in wagons, with the same attention to detail typically reserved for fragile china. Timing, temperature, and technique had to be precisely synchronized when baking bread in a Dutch oven, which was similar to conducting a small orchestra. The heavy iron pot was covered with coals, which created an oven effect that could result in surprisingly light, crusty loaves. In order to develop an intuitive sense of temperature that would be useful in kitchens they would construct in Oregon, seasoned trail bakers would hold their hands close to the coals and count slowly. Along the trail, there were special opportunities and challenges related to meat preparation and preservation. Families had to swiftly transform vast quantities of fresh meat into forms that would keep without refrigeration after hunting was successful. When they were available, buffalo provided roasts, steaks, and jerky raw materials that could be used for weeks to augment stored supplies. The wagon train spontaneously celebrated the sharing of fresh meat, because butchering large animals was a communal activity. The daily ritual of preparing beans demanded patience and forethought. which contemporary cooks may find hard to understand. Pots that travelled with the wagons were used to soak the dried beans overnight and then cook them slowly throughout the day. The beans would be flavourful and soft by the afternoon, ready to be mixed with wild onions, salt pork, or whatever vegetables could be picked from the trail. A successful pot of beans could provide a family with food for days and give them the comfort and protein they needed to get through challenging parts of the journey. Collecting wild food turned into a daily routine that complemented provisions that were kept in storage and added much-needed diversity to diets that could get boring after weeks of the same staples. Youngsters were able to recognise wild onions, which gave flavour to bland food and contained vital nutrients that helped ward off scurvy. When wild berries were discovered, they were treated like priceless jewels and either preserved for special occasions or consumed fresh as treats. Even plants that are now regarded as weeds like dandelion greens were welcomed additions to meals that mostly consisted of bread, bacon and beans, in part because good coffee was vital to morale, and in part because the ritual of making coffee offered a reassuring routine. In otherwise unpredictable days, coffee preparation was elevated to an art form on the trail. Families came to favour various brewing, grinding and roasting methods. While some learned to stretch limited resources by combining coffee with chicory or other flavouring additives that added flavour without using up their supplies, others preferred coffee that was strong enough to float horseshoes. The social hub of camp life was the evening meal, when families could unwind after a long day of travel and concentrate on savouring food and conversing. Tables could be made out of anything flat, such as blankets spread out on the ground, boards balanced on rocks, or wagon tailgates. Families upheld meal customs and table manners despite the primitive surroundings, which helped to maintain a sense of normalcy and civilization in an otherwise chaotic setting. The trail's food experiences for kids were instructive and constricting. They developed tastes for wild foods that most modern children never experience, learned to appreciate simple foods prepared well, and realised how much effort goes into each meal. Not because trail food was especially tasty, but rather because it was connected to adventure, family time around campfires, and the satisfaction of meals that were genuinely earned through the day's work. Many kids later recalled it with surprisingly positive feelings. Wagon food storage required ongoing care to avoid pest damage, deterioration, and contamination from moisture and dust. Barrels of flour were sealed and periodically inspected for moisture damage or weevil activity. The brine used to store salt pork needed to be periodically refilled. Containers used for the storage of dried goods were designed to keep their contents dry and usable for everyday use, while withstanding the frequent jarring of wagon travel. After dinner, there was a community clean-up that bonded families and got everyone ready for the challenges of the following day. When soap was too valuable to spare, sand was used as an abrasive in hot water heated over the campfire to wash dishes. Cooking tools were washed, dried and packed to prevent damage during the night and to ensure they were available for meal preparation in the morning. The cosy sounds and scents of dozens of small communities celebrating the tranquil conclusion of another day on the trail would permeate the camp as families gathered around their fires following evening meals. Despite the challenges and uncertainty of the journey, the atmosphere created by the smell of coffee, wood smoke, and cooking food offered moments of true contentment and family closeness that many people later recalled as some of the happiest times of their lives. Imagine yourself lying on your back and gazing up at more stars than you have ever seen in your life. There are no streetlights or city lights, just a huge dome of sparkling points of light that makes you feel both incredibly small and incredibly connected to something vast and eternal. On the Oregon Trail, families learned to find rest and comfort during this time of night, in circumstances that would be difficult for even seasoned campers today. One of the biggest changes that families had to make was the gradual shift from house sleeping to wagon sleeping, which occurred as they established routines and systems that made their mobile homes into passably comfortable places to sleep. The interior of a covered wagon was about the size of a contemporary walk-in closet, but it had to provide a family with a bedroom, storage, and shelter during months of travel and in all types of weather. Most people didn't realise they had the engineering skills necessary to create sleeping arrangements. If there were mattresses at all, they were typically made of feather ticks or straw, which could be replaced with new materials as needed. More often, families made sleeping surfaces out of blankets, quilts, and whatever padding they could arrange out of soft items like clothing. The objective was to use materials that could be readily packed and rearranged every day to provide enough cushioning to make sleeping on hard wagon floors bearable. Children's sleeping arrangements frequently required the most ingenuity, because their developing bodies required more rest than adults. But small spaces could not accommodate everyone lying flat at once. Families established arrangements in which, in favourable weather, children slept in hammocks hung from the wagon bows, or in which younger children slept crosswise at the wagon's foot while parents slept lengthwise. To make the most of the vertical space within the wagon cover, some families constructed sleeping shelves. Families' nightly sleeping arrangements were greatly influenced by the weather. Many people preferred to sleep outside under the stars when the weather was nice, taking advantage of the space and fresh air that came with sleeping outside while also using the wagon for storage and weather protection. Around the dying campfire, families would set up their bedrolls so that they were close enough to enjoy the last of the warmth, but far enough away to keep smoke and sparks out. Along the trail, the bedtime ritual developed into a treasured family custom that offered security and solace in a setting that was otherwise undergoing constant change. They would gather the children from their evening play, wash their hands and faces with precious water, and say prayers, which frequently included asking for protection for the night ahead and expressing gratitude for the day's safe travel. While adjusting to the particulars of trail life, these routines helped families stay connected to their home traditions. Families used innovative combinations of canvas screens, well-placed wagons, and unwritten agreements about respecting one another's needs for personal space to deal with the ongoing problem of privacy. Bathing, changing clothes, and other personal tasks required preparation and collaboration, which strained everyone's patience and flexibility, while strengthening family ties. There was a certain atmosphere created by the sounds of a wagon train going to sleep. The night would be filled with the sounds of settling animals, distant coyote calls, and the soft creaking of wagon covers in evening breezes as fires subsided and conversations cooled. These sounds, which at first frightened those used to sleeping indoors, eventually grew reassuring and recognizable, a nighttime symphony that symbolized security, camaraderie, and the prospect of another day's advancement toward Oregon. In order to regulate the temperature in the sleeping quarters of wagons, layering techniques that would appeal to contemporary outdoor enthusiasts were necessary. Families discovered how to modify their sleeping plans according to the weather, putting on or taking off layers of clothing and blankets to stay warm during nights that could start out warm, and end in frost or start out warm, and turn into storms that put the waterproofing of wagon covers to the test. For wagon sleepers, rain posed unique difficulties because, although the canvas covers were reasonably waterproof when they were first installed, weeks of exposure to the sun, wind and weather caused leaks and weak spots to form. Families discovered how to determine which parts of their wagon covers were most prone to leak, arranging sleeping quarters to prevent drips while maintaining the dryness of necessary items. In order to divert water away from sleeping areas during storms, some families created complex systems of internal tarps and channels. Trail sleeping's psychological components were just as crucial as its logistical components. Those who had always slept in permanent buildings had to get used to the constant movement, the strange noises, and the realization that they were only a thin canvas away from the wild. While adults occasionally found it difficult to cope with the vulnerability and exposure that came with sleeping outside, children frequently found this to be exciting rather than frightening. Around 4:30 a.m., the camp began to come alive, and the trail gradually began to wake up. Usually the first sounds were the soft movements of early risers checking on livestock and someone rekindling cooking fires. Because the day's journey would soon begin and everyone needed to be prepared to break camp and depart with the wagon train, families learned to wake up quietly and effectively. Every morning, regardless of the weather or time constraints, bedding had to be aired, dried, and repacked. This daily practice became as important as feeding the animals or making breakfast because damp bedding could result in mold, sickness, and sleepless nights. Families devised effective bedding handling procedures that saved time and guaranteed that everything would be cozy and dry for the following night's sleep. Water availability and privacy concerns limited personal hygiene before bed, but families stuck to whatever routines they could. Washing one's face and hands was commonplace when water was available, and families frequently saved a little heated water from cooking in the evening for washing before bed, which was both hygienic and psychologically soothing. Nighttime security measures mirrored the realities of traversing areas where there could be threats from both people and animals. When necessary, wagon trains set up defensive circles, with guards stationed to keep an eye out for issues and livestock kept inside. Families were able to share the comforts and difficulties of trail life in small, intimate camping communities, while still having physical security thanks to these arrangements. Families were engaging in one of humanity's oldest practices, creating shelter and finding rest in makeshift locations during lengthy travels, as they formed their sleeping arrangements each night. The knowledge and memories they acquired during these late hours were incorporated into family tales that would be passed down through the generations, introducing children and grandchildren to the spirit of adventure and tenacity that drove their forefathers across the continent in pursuit of new opportunities and homes. This part of our story will make you appreciate modern conveniences like hospitals, weather forecasts, and the ability to call for help when things go wrong, so settle down a little more in your cozy bed. Families were put to the test in ways they could never have predicted back in their cozy homes along the Oregon Trail, which was more than just a picturesque route through breathtaking countryside. The most dramatic and perilous obstacles that families had to deal with were probably river crossings, which turned tranquil streams into barriers that could quickly endanger lives or destroy everything a family owned. Unlike the meandering rivers you might paddle on a weekend camping trip, the rivers that crossed the Oregon Trail were frequently swift, deep, and erratic, capable of rising overnight as a result of distant storms or seasonal snowmelt. The entire community would stop when a wagon train arrived at a significant river crossing, allowing seasoned travellers to evaluate the situation and determine the best course of action. Wagons could be used to cross some of the crossings, so careful reconnaissance was needed to identify the safest, shallowest paths across rocky or sandy bottoms. Even successful crossings frequently resulted in wagons becoming stuck, tipping, or absorbing water that could destroy months' worth of supplies, so families would take everything valuable out of their wagons and carry it across separately. Other rivers required ferrying, a process that combined the cost of paying ferry operators with the stress of entrusting your whole household to a boat or raft run by strangers whose main qualification was that they owned watercraft, rather than necessarily knowing how to use it safely. In the hopes that everyone would be safely reunited on the other side, families would watch as their valuable wagons, animals, and belongings vanished across perilous water. Even seasoned travellers were taken aback by how quickly the weather on the plains could change from pleasant to dangerous. In the open prairie, thunderstorms were not like those most families had encountered in their settled or wooded home areas. Prairie storms, which could scatter livestock, flood campsites, and turn wagon covers into ineffective umbrellas that offered little protection from horizontal rain, appeared like freight trains of rain, hail, and lightning because there were no trees or structures to break the wind, because they could quickly destroy months' worth of carefully stored food supplies and pose a risk of injury to humans and animals with ice chunks the size of chicken eggs. Hailstorms were especially destructive. Even seasoned travellers could be caught off guard by storms that formed more quickly than they could be evacuated, even though families learned to identify the warning signs of severe weather and created emergency protocols to protect themselves and their belongings. As water supplies dried up and temperatures rose above what most families had ever experienced, heat waves and droughts presented distinct but equally severe difficulties, making travel into a battle for survival. Extreme heat caused terrible suffering for oxen and other draft animals, and their suffering put families' ability to travel at risk. When it was feasible, people learned to travel at night when it was cooler, but this led to new navigational challenges and a higher chance of accidents in the dark. Since medical assistance was frequently hundreds of miles away, and folk remedies had to be used in place of professional medical care, illness on the trail was every family's worst nightmare. The most dreaded disease was cholera, which killed healthy adults within days of the onset of symptoms and spread quickly through wagon trains. In communities with doctors and adequate medical supplies, families would witness friends and neighbours pass away from illnesses that could have been prevented, from injuries from falls, animal kicks, or mishaps with cooking fires and tools to digestive issues brought on by changes in diet and water. Children were especially susceptible to the health hazards of trail life. As a result of necessity, parents learned how to treat wounds, set broken bones, and distinguish between symptoms that needed to be treated right away and those that could be handled with rest and simple cures. When replacement parts weren't available, and the closest blacksmith was weeks away, equipment failures could turn a small annoyance into a serious emergency. Common issues included broken wagon wheels, deteriorated axles, and harness failures, all of which needed inventive fixes made with whatever resources were on hand. Families learned how to fix nearly anything using rope, wire, wood scraps, and desperate ingenuity, becoming adept at makeshift repairs. Because animals were both a major financial investment and a means of transportation that many families couldn't afford to replace, the loss of livestock was especially devastating. Overwork, illness, poisonous plants, or wounds that could have been healed with the right veterinary care were the causes of oxen's deaths. Families were forced to make the difficult decisions of trying to buy replacement animals from other travellers at exorbitant prices, or leaving behind belongings to continue with smaller teams when draft animals were lost. As hunting grew less successful and stored supplies ran low, food shortages progressively emerged, forcing families to make more challenging choices regarding resource allocation and rationing. In order for adults to have the strength to handle the wagons and animals, children may go without food. Families would exchange valuables for food from other travellers or try desperately to collect wild foods that could offer vital nourishment. On a path where landmark recognition was the main means of navigation and weather, could block out familiar features for days at a time. Getting lost was a constant worry. Wagon trains that made incorrect turns could end up in places without water, enough grass for animals, or practical paths for wagons carrying a lot of cargo. Within wagon train communities, family ties and leadership structures were put to the test by the psychological strain of getting lost and the practical difficulties of figuring out the right path. Wagon train disputes led to emotional and social suffering that was frequently more difficult to handle than physical difficulties. Under the pressure of daily travel and group decision-making, personalities that appeared to get along well during the journey's planning stages may drastically diverge. Wagon trains may be divided into rival groups that offered less security and support to one another due to disagreements over leadership, resource sharing, travel speed, and route choice. Most families managed to adjust, get past, and keep going in the direction of Oregon in spite of all these obstacles. When they finally arrived at their destination and faced the difficulty of starting over in uncharted territory, the survival skills and family ties they developed during their shared struggles were invaluable. Families' ability to bounce back from adversity on the trail became a part of their pioneer heritage and family identity, resulting in tales of tenacity and resourcefulness that would be passed down through generations of descendants who might never fully comprehend how their ancestors overcame such incredible obstacles with such limited resources. Think about the neighbourhoods you might encounter on your daily commute, from amiable store owners to travelling entertainers to people whose entire lifestyle was entirely different from your own. This was the social reality of the Oregon Trail, where families came across a remarkable array of individuals, cultures and circumstances that expanded their worldview beyond what could have been discovered through reading or conversation at home, because the reality was much more complicated and generally more tranquil than the dramatic tales that later gained popularity in books and films. Native American encounters were among the most important and misinterpreted aspects of trail life. Wagon trains and Native Americans interacted primarily on a commercial basis, with both parties benefiting from trading goods that each group had in excess for necessities. Informally acting as guides, Native Americans frequently provided information about water sources, safe river crossings, and the terrain ahead, which could help wagon trains avoid hazardous areas or save days of arduous travel. Usually, native peoples would trade this information for food, manufactured goods, or other commodities that they valued. Families learned about advanced cultures that had been successfully occupying and governing the Western territories for many generations as a result of these encounters. The resulting trading partnerships were frequently cordial and advantageous to both parties. In return for coffee, sugar, or manufactured goods like fabric or metal tools, Native Americans may offer fresh meat, vegetables, or other foods. During these interactions, children from both cultures would occasionally play together, sharing games and showing interest in one another's cultures, despite communication difficulties caused by language barriers. Wagon trains were given the chance to rest, resupply, and learn about the conditions that lay ahead during fought encounters, which also offered them a fleeting return to a more civilized society. The trail was interspersed with military forts and trading posts, which made them invaluable oases where families could buy supplies they had run out of, write to family in the United States, and receive news from both sides. Families might come across Mexican traders, French fur trappers, military personnel from different ethnic backgrounds, and other travellers travelling in both directions across the continent at these forts, which were cultural and national melting pots. Families found education about the wider world at these stops to be both fascinating and occasionally overwhelming, as the diversity of people there was frequently greater than anything they had encountered back home. Families who came across mountain men and fur trappers along the trail were captivated and occasionally taken aback by the entirely different way of life they represented. These men appeared to belong more to nature than to civilized society, because they had adapted to wilderness life so thoroughly. Although they were encyclopedic in their knowledge of wilderness resources, navigation, and survival tactics, years of isolation had frequently eroded their social skills. In exchange for supplies or cash, some mountain men worked as wagon train guides, offering their invaluable knowledge of river crossings, route selection, and hazard avoidance. Their tales of explorations, discoveries, and near misses entertained campfires in the evenings, and their real-world expertise assisted families in avoiding hazards and locating resources they might have otherwise overlooked. The daily routine of travelling with their own wagon train companions was broken up by the opportunities for social interaction, supply trading, and news exchange created by other emigrant families travelling in different directions. Families travelling back east, either because they had made the decision to stop or because they had finished their journey and were going back to see family, offered important information about the travel conditions and what to anticipate when they arrived in Oregon. These interactions with returning tourists were especially crucial for families who were starting to second-guess their choice to leave the country. During challenging parts of the trip, hearing first-hand reports of Oregon's opportunities, land availability, and successful settlement helped keep spirits high. On the other hand, learning about mistakes, setbacks, or unforeseen difficulties helped families psychologically get ready for potential realities. As diverse and unforgettable as the human experiences were, the animal encounters on the Oregon Trail range from dangerous circumstances that put families' capacity to defend themselves and their livestock to the test to breathtaking wildlife viewing opportunities. Buffalo herds were one of the most amazing sights that families would ever see. Hundreds of animals stretching to the horizon, producing their own sound effects with the rumble of thousands of hooves and their own weather systems with the dust they raised. Although hunting buffalo produced enough meat to sustain a wagon train for several days, it also required skills that most emigrants had to pick up from more seasoned hunters while they were on the trail. In addition to uniting wagon train members, the communal task of butchering such massive animals taught important lessons about cooperation, resource sharing, and food preservation that would benefit families once they arrived at their destinations. Although they were less frequent than the media made them seem, predator encounters did happen, and forced families to come up with ways to keep both themselves and their livestock safe. The scent of food and the presence of domesticated animals drew wolves, mountain lions, and bears to wagon trains. Families learned to keep weapons on hand in case of emergencies, maintain sufficient fires for protection and deterrence, and set up their camps defensively. Although they occasionally made wagons and livestock dangerous, prairie dogs, ground squirrels, and other small animals entertained children. Mile-long prairie dog towns could result in places where wagon wheels or animal hooves could enter burrows and cause harm or damage to equipment. Families learned to read terrain more carefully and to foresee dangers that weren't immediately apparent as a result of these experiences. Families from the eastern regions, where hunting and habitat loss had already reduced wildlife populations, were often astounded by the species and abundance of birds along the trail. The daily entertainment and sporadic hunting opportunities offered by migratory waterfowl, birds of prey, and songbirds complemented food supplies and connected families to the continents and the season's natural rhythms. Every night, as wagons circled for safety and company, domestic animals from other wagon trains developed their own social dynamics, as dogs, cats, chickens, and other pets interacted across the makeshift communities. Dogs would form their own social groups and hierarchies, which occasionally reflected the bonds that were growing within their human families. Once they made it through the trip, cats were useful in keeping rodents out of the way of food supplies that were being stored. People who had chosen unusual life paths and were on the trail for reasons that didn't fit the usual emigration patterns were frequently the subjects of the most unexpected encounters. The trail community was enriched with diversity and stimulating discussions from missionaries who were going to start churches among Native American communities, scientists who were gathering specimens for institutions in the East, artists who were recording the Western landscape, and adventurers who were looking for experiences rather than settlement. These oddball explorers frequently had abilities, insights, or knowledge that helped entire wagon trains. A missionary's proficiency in a language could help them communicate with Native Americans. In times of medical emergency, a scientist's medical knowledge could be extremely helpful. It's possible that an artist's ability to observe things helped them recognize landmarks or predict weather patterns more precisely than the average emigrant. Through dramatic encounters with mail carriers and express riders, trail families were able to re-establish a connection with the wider world that they had temporarily abandoned. Between distant communities and government outposts, these professional travellers transported letters, newspapers, and official communications at a far faster pace than wagon trains. When they reached wagon train campsites, there was a lot of excitement and a chance to communicate with anxious family members back in the United States. As families grew closer to one another under the harsh circumstances of shared travel and mutual reliance, the social dynamics within individual wagon trains changed continuously. It is possible for people who appeared to get along during the planning stages to have personality conflicts that only surfaced under pressure. On the other hand, families that had previously appeared to have little in common may become friends for many generations. Wagon train leadership structures were continuously evaluated and improved because various circumstances required various kinds of knowledge and judgment. The elected captain may have great route planning skills but struggle with interpersonal conflict resolution. During certain difficulties such as crossing rivers, experiencing medical crises, or coming across potentially hostile groups, other travellers may show themselves to be natural leaders. Children learned things from the diverse range of people they met on the trail that they could not have learned in a homeschool. They developed social skills that would be useful in the diverse communities they would assist in creating in Oregon Territory, learned how to communicate across language barriers, and appreciated various cultural approaches to common problems. Generations of descendants were introduced to the adventure and variety of the trail experience through the cherished family stories that grew out of these encounters. Grandchildren would hear about the Native American chief who helped their grandfather's wagon train find water during a drought, the French trapper who taught their grandmother to identify edible plants, or the returning emigrant who alerted them to a hazardous river crossing in time to save lives and property. Imagine the moment you see the end of your journey coming. Not just another river to cross or another range of hills to traverse, but the real destination that has kept your hopes alive through every hardship and challenge of the trail. After months of waking up to the sound of creaking wagon wheels and the routine of setting camp before dawn. Families who had spent months concentrating on the day-to-day difficulties of travel without fully understanding how different their new home would be from everything they'd known before, found the approach to Oregon Territory to be both exhilarating and daunting. Gradually, the terrain started to shift from the arid splendour of the high plains and desert to the woods and mountains that would eventually become their new home. The initial view of the Columbia River was a poignant moment for many families, signalling the actual start of the end of their trail experience. The highway that would take them to the Willamette Valley and the farmland they had fantasized about during the challenging months of travel was this enormous waterway, which also served as the last significant challenge to be overcome. After the dry conditions of a large portion of the trail, it was nearly overwhelming to see that much water. There were particular opportunities and challenges associated with the last river trip down the Columbia. Families had to choose between attempting the challenging Barlow Road over the Cascade Mountains or taking a chance on the perilous river passage through the Columbia Gorge. Neither choice was simple, and both needed energy and resources that families may have believed they had already used up on the overland trip. Those who took the river route were forced to hire boatmen or load their wagons onto improvised rafts in order to move their belongings through rapids that had destroyed a great deal of property and taken many lives. For families who had preserved their possessions over 2,000 miles of overland travel, the irony of possibly losing everything within sight of their destination was not lost. Families that opted for the mountain route encountered distinct difficulties as they learned that the Cascade Mountains offered a landscape that was different from what they had experienced during the prairie sections of their trip. Steep grades, dense forests, and undeveloped roads presented new challenges for their animals and equipment, while also offering breathtaking views that served as a reminder of the original reason for their journey. After months of waiting and adversity, the actual arrival in the Willamette Valley was frequently unimpressive. Many families found themselves in an area that, although beautiful and fertile, needed the same pioneering skills they'd developed on the trail to build the homes and communities they'd imagined, without a welcoming committee or established community infrastructure. For families who were suddenly faced with decisions that would impact generations of their descendants, the land selection process was both thrilling and daunting. Large tracts of land remained available for families prepared to put in the effort to clear forests, start farms, and construct the infrastructure required for long-term settlement, even though the best land was frequently already claimed by previous emigrants. Together, families who had experienced the trail together and newcomers who had arrived at different times or by different routes came together to build the first shelter. Families used the skills they had learned from months of camping and improvised living to build temporary shelter that would keep them safe during their first Oregon winter while they worked on more permanent buildings. Many families found the shift from trail life to settled life to be more challenging than they had expected. The routine of clearing land, planting crops, and building permanent homes could feel restrictive and monotonous after months of continuous movement and daily change. Some family members suffered from a sort of homesickness for the nomadic lifestyle they had left behind, especially the kids who had enjoyed the trail adventure. Families from diverse backgrounds with varying opinions about the best way to organize communities and varying methods of problem-solving from their trail experiences had to work together and compromise in order to establish communities in Oregon Territory. For the establishment of the government agencies, churches, and schools that would transform Oregon Territory into a livable community, the social skills acquired during months of wagon train travel proved crucial. Families that had saved money for trail supplies and equipment found it difficult to adjust to the economic realities of starting over in a new territory. They now had to create revenue streams while pursuing their land claims. Many families were forced to combine farming with other jobs, using new skills they learned on the trail or skills they had honed back home. Because the demands of frontier life demanded adaptability and resourcefulness that went beyond conventional gender boundaries, women's roles in Oregon Territory frequently expanded beyond what had been feasible in their prior homes. These skills were crucial for frontier homemaking for women who had gained experience in managing outdoor cooking, handling livestock, and repairing equipment during the trail experience. Children's education became a community priority, requiring families to work together to build schools and hire teachers in places without such facilities. Children who were educated by walking beside wagons and learning useful skills around campfires frequently demonstrated greater adaptability to the learning conditions of the frontier than adults had anticipated. Within a few years of the large emigrations, the success stories from Oregon Territory started to reach friends and family back in the United States, inspiring more families to follow suit and generating a feedback loop that kept the westward movement going for decades. More waves of emigration were spurred by letters that described the country's rich soil, temperate climate, and prospects for growth. But not all Oregon tales were triumphs. Families also described the hardships of frontier life, the distance from loved ones and familiar surroundings, and the arduous physical work needed to start successful farms in densely forested areas. Later emigrants were better equipped to handle the difficulties they would encounter after finishing the trail journey thanks to these more realistic accounts. Families that had walked the trail together continued to have close ties and support networks that helped everyone adjust to their new surroundings, forming community networks that were frequently based on the shared experience of the trail in Oregon Territory. The ties forged during these months of mutual reliance and adversity turned out to be enduring underpinnings for the communities that would come to characterize Oregon's early growth, through letters that shared updates from both sides and occasionally urged more family members to travel west. Trail families also kept in touch with friends and family who had stayed in the United States. These correspondence networks offered emotional support to people adjusting to drastically different lives and assisted in maintaining family ties over great distances. More than 150 years after the last major wagon trains finished their journeys to Oregon Territory, think about how the adventures we've been following together still shape American culture and family tales as you sink deeper into your cozy bed and pull your blanket a little closer. Along with their belongings, the families who traveled the Oregon Trail carried with them stories, skills, and values that would impact the character of communities across the region and help shape the future of the American West. The trail itself turned into a life-changing event that altered people's perspectives on difficulties, teamwork, and the potential for establishing new types of communities in addition to where they lived. Children who grew up in established agricultural communities had a different relationship with nature than children who had spent their early years walking beside wagons, learning to identify edible plants and assisting with livestock management. With the perspectives and abilities that proved crucial for success in frontier conditions, these trail-educated kids frequently rose to prominence as leaders and innovators in their Oregon communities. Families' ability to solve problems, such as repairing equipment using whatever materials were available, coming up with inventive ways to deal with food and water shortages, and modifying daily routines to accommodate shifting weather and terrain conditions, was shaped by months of trail travel and lived on in Western communities for generations. In frontier societies where survival occasionally hinged on everyone's ability to carry out whatever tasks were required, regardless of traditional gender expectations, women who had managed outdoor cooking, handled livestock, and made crucial decisions during trail emergencies frequently discovered that these experiences had prepared them for expanded roles. An extensive oral history that linked generations of Western families to their emigrant ancestors was produced by the storytelling customs that grew out of trail experiences. Grandchildren who had never seen a covered wagon would be raised on elaborate tales of buffalo hunts, river crossings, and the hardships of spending months sleeping outside. Themes of tenacity, resourcefulness, and cooperation that became fundamental values in Western societies were frequently highlighted in these family tales. Through preparation, cooperation, and perseverance, the trail experience showed that regular people could overcome extraordinary obstacles, lessons that were applicable well beyond the initial emigration context. A distinctive American mythology that emphasized both individual success and teamwork was also produced by the trail. Families had to be independent and resourceful to successfully complete the Oregon Trail journey, but they also had to rely on their wagon train fellows for support and assistance in times of need. The experiential, practical learning that had defined trail education had an impact on educational establishments in Oregon Territory and later Oregon State. The recognition that frontier life required individuals who could combine intellectual capacity with practical problem-solving abilities was reflected in schools that placed an emphasis on practical skills in addition to traditional academic subjects. Early conservation attitudes in Western communities were shaped by the environmental consciousness that families gained from months of intimate observation of weather patterns, seasonal variations, and the availability of natural resources. Individuals who had personally witnessed the effects of resource depletion, water pollution, and overgrazing were frequently more in favour of sustainable land management techniques. The experience of the trail itself altered and adapted the religious and cultural traditions that made their way west in covered wagons. During months when worship sessions were conducted outdoors, around campfires, rather than in conventional buildings, churches in Oregon Territory frequently reflected a more pragmatic, informal approach to religious practice. Wagon trains had employed democratic decision-making procedures to settle conflicts, choose routes, and oversee local resources, which had an impact on the political institutions that arose in Oregon Territory. On the trail, town meetings and community collaboration had been crucial survival tactics, and these methods of governance permeated early Oregon communities' political systems. The folk medicine and practical first aid skills that families had acquired through trail travel had an impact on medical practices in frontier communities. Community healers frequently combined traditional remedies with techniques learned through trial experience, having learned how to treat illnesses and injuries with little money and no professional medical assistance. Lessons learned about soil conservation, crop diversification, and sustainable farming practices during the trail journey were reflected in the agricultural practices that emerged in Oregon Territory. During their westward migration, families frequently applied the lessons they had learned about the negative environmental effects of poor land management to their own farming operations. Relationships and trust built during shared trail experiences frequently served as the foundation for the business and economic networks that emerged in early Oregon communities. As they founded companies and economic alliances in their new communities, people who had shared resources, exchanged goods, and worked together in times of need maintained these connections. The practical, functional approach to problem solving that families had developed over months of building temporary shelters and setting up effective campsites under difficult circumstances was reflected in the architectural styles and community planning techniques that defined early Oregon settlements. In Oregon and other western states, contemporary family reunions and heritage celebrations frequently focus on honouring the bravery and tenacity of trail ancestors, giving descendant families a chance to reconnect with their pioneering heritage and come to understand the struggles their ancestors faced. A unique American optimism regarding the potential for self-reinvention, starting over, and generating better opportunities through perseverance and hard work was also influenced by the Oregon Trail experience. This fresh start mindset became a hallmark of American culture and still shapes people's perspectives on individual and collective growth. Interpretation programs help modern people comprehend the enormity of the challenge that 19th century families faced when they packed their belongings into covered wagons and set out west toward uncertain futures, while historical preservation efforts along the Oregon Trail route have given modern families the chance to experience something of what trail travel was like. The trail experience also had an impact on American literature, art, and popular culture in ways that still shape American society's perceptions of the westward migration, frontier life, and the interplay between individual success and group collaboration. As our time on the Oregon Trail draws to a close, picture yourself sleeping in your own bed for the night, not a bedroll by a smouldering campfire or a small room inside a canvas-covered wagon, but your own cozy bed with cozy pillows, dependable warmth, and the safety of sturdy walls surrounding you. As they change from travelers to settlers, from emigrants to Oregonians, and from people heading toward an uncertain future to those creating permanent communities that would endure for generations, the families whose stories we have been following tonight ultimately found their own forms of this comfort. Eventually, the children who had learned to sleep to the sounds of wagon covers, flapping in prairie winds and coyotes calling, grew up in homes with glass windows, wooden floors, and enough room for everyone to have a bed. However, a number of them subsequently stated that they never fully lost their love of sleeping outside, or their capacity to find solace in basic sleeping arrangements when necessary. Eventually, the parents who had been anxious every night about their family's safety in the wilderness found themselves in towns with churches, schools, and neighbours who they could rely on in times of need. Although they had found the security they had sought by moving west, the independence and resourcefulness they had gained along the way remained traits they carried with them for the rest of their lives. The farms, businesses, and communities they established in Oregon Territory were built on the skills they had acquired over months of cooking over campfires, repairing equipment, and managing resources. Their approach to community development and problem-solving remained characterized by the collaboration and support that had been crucial for trail survival. Their tales of their experiences on the trail became cherished family heirlooms that were handed down through the generations, bridging the gap between ancestors who had risked everything on the hope of establishing better lives in uncharted territory and children who had never seen a covered wagon. These tales frequently focused on the practical aspects of everyday life, the value of planning and teamwork, and the fulfillment that came from conquering obstacles with perseverance and support from one another, rather than the romantic adventure that would later be celebrated in popular culture. When modern families trace their roots to Oregon Trail emigrants, they frequently discover that the attitudes and viewpoints that kept their ancestors going during the westward migration still have an impact on family culture generations later. These include attitudes toward problem-solving, methods for getting involved in the community, and an appreciation of both independence and interdependence. The Oregon Trail story showed that regular people could achieve extraordinary feats by combining practical skills with a belief that their efforts would eventually result in better opportunities for their families, individual willpower with community collaboration, and meticulous preparation with adaptability. Tonight, as you get comfortable in your own bed, you may consider how the safety and convenience you take for granted are the result of people overcoming obstacles and creating communities by leaving behind comfortable surroundings in pursuit of better futures for their kids and grandkids. The soft sounds of your contemporary evening, possibly the distant hum of your heating systems, the distant sound of traffic or the familiar creaks of your house settling, are the same as the reassuring campfire sounds that eventually made it easier for trail families to go to sleep each night knowing that they were surrounded by people who shared their objectives and would support them through any difficulties that might arise the next day. The trail families eventually found what they were looking for, not just rich land or lucrative prospects, but the fulfillment that comes from showing themselves and their kids that willpower, teamwork, and ingenuity could overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges and open up new possibilities where none had previously existed. Their legacy endures not only in the neighborhoods they established and the families they reared, but also in the enduring American conviction that individuals can better their lot in life by working hard, supporting one another, and having the guts to go where others have gone in pursuit of better opportunities. As you fall asleep tonight, you're engaging in the same fundamental human activity that those trail families engaged in at the end of each day, finding solace and rest after the hardships of the day, regaining strength for the opportunities of tomorrow, and retaining the belief that perseverance and teamwork can overcome any challenges that may arise. Rest easy, knowing that you are part of a long line of people who, despite the most trying circumstances, managed to provide comfort, security, and a sense of community. They also left behind enduring values and useful skills that continue to shape how families handle opportunities and challenges. Even though the Oregon Trail was abandoned more than 150 years ago, the spirit of adventure, tenacity, and camaraderie that defined the trail experience still serves as motivation for those who embark on their own difficult and unknown journeys in search of better futures. Sweet visions of campfire dinners, covered wagons, and the fulfillment that comes from realizing that regular people can achieve genuinely remarkable feats when they band together and help one another. Zeus did not become the ruler of Olympus by chance. His story began in the womb of Rhea, a titaness straining under the brutal reign of her consort, Kronos. Driven by a grim prophecy that one of his offspring would dethrone him, Kronos swallowed each child at birth: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon fell victim to his paranoid appetite. His cunning seemed absolute, his hold on the cosmos unshakable. Yet Rhea, mourning the loss of her children, devised a hidden plan to save her newborn. She gave birth to Zeus on the Isle of Crete, far from Kronos' suspicious gaze. In a desperate ruse, she wrapped a stone in swaddling cloth and offered it to Kronos, who devoured it without question. Thus, Zeus spent his infancy in a secret cave on Crete, nurtured by nymphs and guarded by warriors who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. This upbringing was less about comfort and more about survival. The boy learned watchfulness, forging a sharp mind that weighed every possibility. Unlike many later tales, no glimmering cradle or immediate worship surrounded him. His environment was damp stone and echoing darkness. He heard the nymphs' whispered fears of Kronos discovering them, fueling a quiet resolve in the boy. Each day, he fed on the milk of the goat Amalthea, an extraordinary creature fated for the stars, and gained a robust constitution that belied his infant form. As he grew into adolescence, Rhea revealed his true lineage. Zeus discovered the horrifying truth. 5 siblings languished within Kronos' belly, each a captive soul in the gloom. It was then that he vowed to free them, a vow that shaped his destiny. Under the counsel of the earth herself, Gaia, Zeus secured an emetic potion to force Kronos to disgorge the swallowed gods. But accomplishing that required cunning steps. He first infiltrated Kronos' domain in disguise, playing the role of a new cupbearer. Kronos, ironically, found amusement in this young figure who served him nectar and listened to his boasts of invincibility. During a feast, Zeus slipped the potion into Kronos' cup. The effect was violent and immediate. In a torrent of convulsions, Kronos retched out the 5 imprisoned siblings. Fully grown and burning with resentment, they emerged into the light. That moment sparked the beginning of the Titanomachy, the epical war between the Titans and the newly freed Olympians. At Kronos' side stood the Elder Titans, ancient and formidable, controlling primal forces that predated mortal memory. Zeus rallied his siblings, Poseidon and Hades among them, along with allies such as the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires. These monstrous beings, once locked in Tartarus by Kronos' cruelty, joined the rebellion in gratitude for their release. For years, the cosmos rattled with thunderclaps and quaking earth. Seas raged under Poseidon's fury, and the underworld itself trembled whenever Hades unleashed his gloom upon enemy lines. Zeus, forging lightning bolts gifted by the Cyclopes, hurled searing arcs that blinded and scorched Titan armies. The war wore on, each world refusing to yield. Legends say that mountains were sundered, rivers reversed course, and the sky wept flame. Kronos led Titan legions with unwavering rage, but cracks formed in the Titan ranks. Some disliked Kronos' brutal rule or resented their father Uranos' old curses. In a final cataclysmic confrontation, the Olympians cornered Kronos and his staunchest supporters. With a thunderbolt's final strike, Kronos collapsed, dethroned by his son. Zeus, battered and bloodied, recognized that simply winning the war solved little unless he established a new cosmic order. He hurled the defeated Titans into Tartarus's depths, appointing the Hekaton chairs as eternal wardens. Victorious, Zeus and his siblings ascended to Mount Olympus, staking claim to governance of the world. Yet even amid applause from gods and lesser divinities, Zeus sensed complexities looming. Freed from Titan oppression, the cosmos demanded guidance. The mortals, fragile as they were, looked for stability. The gods themselves harboured aspirations for power. No single lightning bolt could ensure harmony. In this nascent age, the newly minted king of the gods recognised that to preserve what the Titanomachy had won, he must balance generosity with a steely grasp of authority. Thus began the era in which Zeus reigned from Olympus, forging the Pantheon's laws. He allocated domains to each sibling, Poseidon for seas, Hades for the underworld, and Hera for marriage and childbirth. The cosmos found structure in these new boundaries. Even so, the seeds of conflict with other forces, giants, monstrous creatures, and the ambitions of lesser gods were sown. Zeus, though crowned by thunder, knew that an eternal vigilance was the price of cosmic peace. The boy once raised in a hidden cave now stood at the pinnacle, gazing down from cloud-wreathed peaks, a king determined to shape the fate of gods and mortals alike. After toppling Kronos, Zeus faced the challenge of consolidating his authority among gods who still carried vestiges of Titan-born chaos. Though he had proven his might on the battlefield, the daily governance of a cosmos demanded more than raw power. He established a council on Mount Olympus, seating his siblings, children, and chosen allies around a grand marble table. Each voice carried weight, but Zeus's final word guided decisions. This sense of a divine senate introduced a measure of collaboration unseen in the old Titan regime. Where Kronos had ruled by fear, Zeus championed debates and occasionally yielded to majority sentiment, though only if it didn't undermine his vision of order. One early test came when the giants, monstrous children of Gaia, rose to avenge the Titans. Convinced the Olympians had gone too far in sealing Kronos' brood within Tartarus, Gaia incited these giants to assault Olympus. The giants boasted colossal strength and cunning, leaving only a mortal could kill them. Alarmed, Zeus recognized he needed mortal aid. He enlisted Heracles, a heroic demigod, forging a crucial alliance between human endeavour and godly might. In a ferocious battle remembered as the Gigantomachy, thunderbolts clashed with monstrous clubs, and Heracles' arrows found their marks. Together, gods and heroes repelled the giants, reaffirming Olympus' ascendancy. The moral lesson resounded. Zeus's rule thrived not merely from isolation, but from forging ties across mortal and immortal lines, yet there was no glorious unity. Hera, Zeus's sister wife, realized her consort's roving eye threatened stability. Indeed, Zeus's mortal and divine liaison sowed jealousy across the pantheon, whether disguised as a swan or showering gold to woo mortal queens. He fathered children of extraordinary might: Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Dionysus, Perseus, and more. Each child's birth complicated family politics. Hera's wrath, fueled by heartbreak, erupted in cunning retribution, punishing the mothers or offspring, though rarely able to harm Zeus directly. Her storms of anger introduced strife among gods, leading to cunning ploys and alliances in the shadows of Olympus. However, even while they quarrelled, Zeus and Hera recognized they formed the bedrock of the pantheon's stability, forging an uneasy equilibrium that shaped centuries of myth. An underexplored dimension of Zeus's rule lies in his transformation from a rebellious son to a paternal figure vigilant of cosmic laws. He introduced the concept of xenia, sacred hospitality, enforcing it through strict punishments for those who violated guests' rights. This emphasis on moral codes extended to mortals, weaving a sense that the divine realm supervised human ethics. Tales of Zeus's disguises typically underscore how he tested mortals' generosity or honesty. Those who welcomed strangers received blessings, those who scorned or harmed travellers risked incurring his lightning. Over time, these moral fables spread across city-states, prompting worshippers to build temples and shrines dedicated to Zeus, not just for his thunder, but for his role as guardian of justice and oath-keeping. Olympus itself grew more structured. Hestia tended the communal hearth, forging a sense of family among gods. Bridging the gap between divine blessings and mortal survival, Demeter kept watch over harvests. The younger gods displayed diverse powers: Apollo's oracles, Artemis's wild hunts, and Athena's wisdom forging cities. While each deity cherished autonomy, the final arbiter of quarrels remained Zeus. A single harsh glance from the cloud-gatherer could quell dissent. This did not mean oppression, it was more like a father controlling fractious children. He settled disputes between Poseidon and Athena, resolved matters of mortal punishment, and occasionally granted immortality to heroes. The pantheon's fluid interplay reveals how effectively Zeus balanced freedoms with constraints. During these stable centuries, mortals experienced an era of relative calm. While plagues or local wars still erupted, cosmic-scale cataclysms were rarer. Mortals praised Zeus in festivals, offering sacrifices of bulls or rams. Priests interpreted omens from flights of eagles or cracks of thunder. The oracles, especially at Dodona, delivered cryptic pronouncements said to come from the father of gods himself. Kings or city councils might consult these oracles before crucial battles or founding new colonies, trusting that the invisible hand of Zeus guided the larger fate. This synergy between mortal devotion and divine oversight reinforced Zeus's station. Faith in his paternal guardianship reigned across the Greek world, from the Ionian seas to the mountains of Thessaly. Yet calm never lasts forever. Among the gods, smaller feuds brewed. Ares lusted for conflict, teasing the boundaries of the peace Olympus claimed. Aphrodite's manipulations of desire caused scandal among gods and mortals alike. Even the wise Athena often found herself at odds with her father's impulsive judgments. In a realm of immortals, boredom sometimes drove them to meddle in mortal affairs, forging ephemeral alliances or starting petty vendettas. Although each incident seemed trivial compared to the Titan Wars, they risked eroding trust. Zeus recognized that to sustain cosmic equilibrium, he must remain vigilant. So while banquets on Olympus roared with laughter, the king's stormy eyes always scanned the horizon, prepared to quell any spark that might ignite fresh chaos. Zeus's relationships with mortals, while often described as casual or lustful, carried deeper political significance within the Greek cosmos. Ancient city-states boasted genealogies tracing their founders back to a union with Zeus, solidifying local claims of divine favour. In Arcadia, the mythic king Lycaon tested Zeus's authority by offering him a grisly feast of human flesh, hoping to prove the god's ignorance or gullibility. Outraged, Zeus unleashed a deluge that drowned much of the land, an echo of older flood myths. Lycaon himself was transformed into a wolf. This unsettling incident demonstrated the boundaries. One can amuse the father of gods, but straying into sacrilege invites retributive storms and floods. One frequently overlooked tale recounts Zeus's fleeting connection with the mortal Alcmene, mother to Heracles. Most people are familiar with the general details. Zeus assumed the identity of Alcmene's husband, fathered the future hero, and so on. But lesser known is how meticulously he orchestrated that union, employing illusions and a night stretched unnaturally long. The reason? He intended Heracles to be the champions who would eventually protect gods and men from re-emerging titan or giant threats. The goal wasn't mere lust, it was a pragmatic investment in a demigod, bridging mortal tenacity and divine lineage. Heracles' subsequent feats validated the cosmic insurance plan. That Heracles eventually joined Olympus as an immortal was proof that Zeus's paternal ties could transcend typical mortal boundaries. Zeus's interactions with powerful female figures formed another dimension of his storied existence. Metis, the Titaness of clever counsel, was at one point his confidant, but a prophecy said her child would surpass its father. Fearing a recurrence of Cronus' predicament, Zeus consumed Metis in its entirety. Yet from within him, her counsel remained, culminating in Athena's birth from his head. Some interpret the event as an allegory. Wisdom must dwell within leadership, inseparable but not overshadowing the paternal seat of power. Meanwhile, with Themis, the embodiment of divine law, he fathered the Horae and the Moirae, guardians of cosmic order and fate. Such couplings underscored that the paternal authority of Zeus encompassed fundamental principles: wisdom, justice, and order, enabling a balanced realm where not even gods might easily defy destiny. Though revered as the supreme god, Zeus was not immune to drama among lesser immortals. For instance, the cunning firebringer Prometheus defied him by gifting humanity with knowledge. Incensed by mortal empowerment, Zeus bound Prometheus to a crag, subjecting him to perpetual torment by an eagle devouring his regenerating liver. While severe, this punishment revealed Zeus's stance on disobedience. The father of gods championed progress under divine sanction, but unapproved leaps in mortal capacity threatened to upend the cosmic hierarchy. Over epochs, empathy for Prometheus grew, prompting some deities to question if the punishment overshadowed the offence. Yet Zeus remained resolute. Seeing it as a cautionary tale, the Olympian order could not endure if rebellious acts by demigods or lesser gods chipped away at the established order. In daily worship across the Greek world, temples to Zeus soared from hilltops. Olympia's temple, for instance, hosted the famed statue by Phidias. Pilgrims journeyed to these sanctuaries bearing sacrifices, hoping for rains to bless harvests or for oracles to confirm success in commerce or warfare. The intangible link between worshipper and deity manifested in fleeting signs: a thunderclap at dawn, an eagle overhead, a branch of oak leaves stirring with no wind. Interpreted as endorsement or warning, such omens guided civic decisions. This interplay reinforced the sense that Zeus's watchful eye overshadowed every domain of Greek life, from wedding vows to boundary treaties. Even criminals invoked him in oaths to prove innocence, ironically tempting a thunderbolt if they dared lie. Gods sometimes attempted minor insurrections during internal disputes. One legend claims Poseidon, Hera, and Athena conspired to bind Zeus in chains to curb his tyranny. The 100-handed Briareus rescued him at the last moment, freeing the enraged father, who then swiftly put the conspirators in their place without dethroning them. It underscored an enduring theme. Olympus might chafe under Zeus's authority, but no viable alternative emerged. The intangible fear of unleashed chaos, should Zeus fall, overshadowed any dissatisfaction. The pantheon learned to cope with or exploit the status quo, weaving smaller rivalries around the solid core of Zeus's monarchy. By fostering alliances with mortal heroes, forging beneficial unions with other deities, and demonstrating unwavering might when tested, Zeus's dominion seemed unassailable. On the surface, he was the smiling father of the heavens, bestowing blessings. Beneath, he was a vigilant sentinel, ready to subdue any threat with the storm's unrelenting power. This blend of paternal care and raw retribution shaped an abiding equilibrium in the cosmos. Yet as centuries turned, new philosophies, like the rise of rational inquiry in Athens, would question the literal portrayal of gods. Still, as long as thunder rumbled over Greek mountains, hearts recalled the might of Zeus, the regal orchestrator of storms and destinies. As classical Greek civilization expanded, local variations of Zeus worship evolved, each adding nuance to his nature. In Dodona, the oldest oracle in Greece, priests interpreted Zeus's will through the rustling of oak leaves, a mysterious whisper that believers swore held truth. Here, the deity appeared as a somber figure of wisdom and prophecy, bridging primal earth energies. Meanwhile, in Olympia, site of the Pan-Hellenic Games, Zeus reigned as the pinnacle of athletic virtue and unity among warring city-states. Athletes dedicated their triumphs to him, seeking divine favour for pure competition. The famous statue of Zeus at Olympia, towering in ivory and gold, drew pilgrims from distant lands, embodying the god's benevolent majesty. Even as these diverse cults thrived, pockets of intellectual challenge emerged. Philosophers like Xenophon, or the later Stoics, questioned the morality of a god who, in myths, engaged in trickery or seduction. Did the cosmic ruler truly lower himself to these mortal vices, or were such stories symbolic? The more rational a city-state became, the more old myths met with allegorical reinterpretations. Some insisted that Zeus was but a personification of natural law or the cosmic mind, and the scandalous episodes were poetical flares. Others clung to literal faith, offering an unwavering vow. If a thunderbolt could rend a giant ash tree, no mortal intellect should downplay the father of gods. When Alexander the Great's conquests spread Greek culture across Egypt, Persia and parts of India, new fusions arose. Egyptians equated Zeus with Ammon, forging the syncretic deity Zeus Ammon. Even Alexander visited the oracle of Siwa in the Libyan desert, seeking confirmation of his semi-divine paternity. Legends flourish that the oracle addressed him as son of Zeus Ammon, fueling his claim to destiny. This cross-pollination indicated that Zeus's persona could adapt beyond the Aegean, integrating foreign traits to sustain cosmic supremacy. People in far-flung Hellenistic realms recognized his lightning symbol, linking it to local storm gods, forging a mosaic of worship that stretched from the Nile to the Indus. Within Greek heartlands, political upheavals saw city-states overshadowed by Macedonian and later Roman dominion. Under Roman rule, Zeus found an equivalent in Jupiter. Mythic cycles intermingled, with Roman temples adopting Greek iconography. Even as the old city-state system faded, the name of Zeus endured. Philosophers in the Roman era, like the Stoics, advanced a universal interpretation of the god as the supreme cosmic reason. They taught that the Zeus principle guided all nature, from the swirl of galaxies to the growth of vines. This intellectually charged view smoothed contradictions in older myths, positing that comedic or tragic stories about Zeus's escapades were mere allegories for universal truths. Yet not all worshippers cared for philosophical nuances. Festivals continued, with communal sacrifices and vibrant processions. Dramas performed in amphitheatres retold epic sagas of Titan wars or comedic spoofs of Zeus's transformations. Even Romans travelling to Greek sanctuaries could sense the abiding aura of an ancient presence. Pilgrims bearing offerings to the shrines still believed wholeheartedly that a bolt from the sky signalled Zeus's judgment. Peasants at harvest time prayed for gentle rains rather than hail, trusting the Sky Father's goodwill. Indeed, the link between daily life, rainfall, storms, the fertility of fields, and the overarching force of Zeus underpinned stable devotion. However, as centuries progressed, the unstoppable wave of Christianity swept across the Mediterranean. The early Christian apologists targeted pagan pantheons, citing moral tales of Zeus's adulteries or wrath as evidence of polytheism's corruption. In an evolving empire that embraced monotheism, Olympian shrines lost official support, their clergy overshadowed by bishops. By the 4th century CE, Emperor Theodosius's edicts effectively banned public pagan rites. Once dedicated to Zeus, temples fell scent, repurposed as storerooms or churches, or left in ruin. The cultural tapestry that once placed Zeus at its apex unravelled, replaced by a new theological framework. Despite this institutional decline, the memory of Zeus never fully vanished. Philosophical manuscripts survived in monastic libraries. Rural folk in remote highlands still whispered of thunder as the old father's voice. Renaissance scholars rediscovered classical texts, resurrecting the image of Zeus in art and literature. Painters like Raphael or later neoclassical artists depicted him enthroned with an eagle by his side, celebrating the mythic grandeur of antiquity. Enlightenment thinkers, who pioneered modern science, referenced lightning rods that subdued Zeus's thunder, thereby paradoxically redefining his realm through rational explanations. Today, the narrative of Zeus stands as a symbolic testament to how societies conceive ultimate authority. He encapsulates the interplay of power and justice, paternal care and fearsome punishment, spiritual significance, and political utility. Tales of him remain vital in popular culture, from modern retellings of Greek myths in novels, films, and games to the echoes of thunder associated with unstoppable cosmic force. Scholarly inquiries reveal a figure who morphed from a local father of the sky to a global emblem of mythology, bridging Greek, Hellenistic, Roman, and even later cultural spheres. Observing how a figure so primal adapted to evolving civilizations underscores the elasticity of myth. If one listens carefully during a thunderstorm, one might recall that ancient awe for the Sky Father, flickering in the electric arcs overhead. Zeus's role as a father figure in Greek myth extends beyond genealogical ties. The ancient Greeks often portrayed him intervening in moral dilemmas, defending the social order and meting out justice to mortals and gods alike. One lesser-known tale underscores his capacity for empathy. When Salmoneus, a mortal king, boasted he could equal Zeus by mimicking thunder with bronze chariots. Zeus first let him indulge the farce before unleashing a thunderbolt to expose his arrogance. Yet, once the city's people cowered in fear, records hint that Zeus sent favourable rains the following season. as if to ensure that misguided worshippers didn't starve from their king's hubris. This story, overshadowed by more famous myths, reveals a paternal dimension, punishing blasphemy but sparing the innocent from famine. Likewise, the story of King Lycurgus, who spurned Dionysus and scorned the new wine rites, ended with Zeus confining Lycurgus to a cave in a labyrinthine punishment. Many retell only the punishment's horror. A nearly lost variant suggests that afterwards, Zeus made the farmland around that kingdom flourish unexpectedly, implying that the paternal god softened the blow for ordinary people who were not involved in their ruler's arrogance. Such glimpses, though overshadowed, highlight the tension between wrath and compassion in Zeus's cosmic guardianship. Another dimension of Zeus's paternal persona is his willingness to champion synergy among various gods. Indeed, after the Titanomachy, the pantheon was rife with strong-willed deities such as Poseidon, Artemis, and Aphrodite, each with distinct realms and temperaments. It was under Zeus's oversight that they collectively shaped mortal existence. Rains from Zeus, seas from Poseidon, hunts from Artemis, love from Aphrodite, harvests from Demeter, and so on. The father's role wasn't micromanagement but balancing these powers so none overshadowed the broader cosmic order. That said, friction remained inevitable. Witness Poseidon's quarrels with Athena over patronage of Athens, or Aphrodite's mischief stirring conflicts among mortals. Each time, Zeus either calmly arbitrated or thundered a final verdict if reason failed. Zeus's paternal role extended to dispensing fates. While the Moirai, fates, had the ultimate say on mortal lifespans, Zeus sometimes intervened. For beloved heroes, like Sarpedon in the Trojan War, he felt fatherly sorrow, yet recognized that interfering with fate upset the moral and cosmic fabric. The Iliad captures a poignant moment where Zeus contemplates saving Sarpedon, but relents, reflecting an internal conflict, paternal love clashing with the demands of cosmic law. This acceptance of the greater tapestry underlines how Zeus didn't interpret absolute rule as license to break fundamental rules. Contrarily, lesser gods at times twisted mortal destinies for personal vendettas, but for the father of gods, the big picture overshadowed personal yearnings. Meanwhile, mortal worship evolved, with each polis weaving unique local epithets for Zeus. In Athens, he became Zeus Eleutherios, champion of freedom, after battles with tyranny. In Argos, they hailed him as Zeus Larissaios, a protector of farmland. Shepherd communities in Arcadian highlands revered him as Zeus Lycaios, associated with the ancient wolfish rites. Thus, the universal father splintered into myriad local faces, each reflecting a slice of daily existence: grain harvest, communal festivals, protective watch over frontiers. Over centuries, these local cults interlinked, preserving an overarching unity within the Greek worldview. One god, many facets, bridging city-state diversity with a sense of shared Hellenic identity. Though paternal benevolence forms a large part of his mythic identity, the Greek tradition never let that overshadow his capacity for cunning. Even after enthronement, Zeus used guile if it served cosmic stability. One anecdote recalls how he tricked the giant Typhon by feigning defeat, luring the monstrous foe into a complacent moment before unleashing a surprise thunderbolt that pinned Typhon beneath Mount Etna. This sly approach reaffirmed that while direct brute force was an option, cunning often staved off prolonged conflict. In a cyclical cosmos prone to rebellion, the father needed more than just a thunderbolt's blast. Cunning ensured foes fell swiftly before they multiplied. Among the pantheon, Hermes admired such cunning. It's said Hermes often joked that he inherited his trickery from the father of gods. Indeed, Hermes' earliest feats, stealing Apollo's cattle, paralleled Zeus's own youthful escapades dethroning Kronos. The father recognized a reflection of his own early rebellious spirit in Hermes, forging a fond bond. This father-child dynamic added comedic undertones to Olympus's gatherings, with Hermes pulling pranks and Zeus looking on half amused, half stern, mindful that chaos had boundaries. Even in the comedic realm, paternal guidance shaped the lines gods dared not cross. Thus, the father of gods stands as a figure who never let go of cunning, preserving cosmic order through thunder, but also harnessing paternal wisdom to rectify potential storms before they escalated. This paternal persona was not static. It adapted across centuries and local customs, from punisher of hubris to sponsor of civic festivals, from cunning conspirator to moral anchor. If the Greek cosmos had a pillar, it was Zeus, father, judge, and caretaker, weaving an evolving patchwork of myths that recognized the complexity of divine authority. While the classical Greek world revered Zeus, the Hellenistic and Roman eras reframed his legacy for broader imperial audiences. Under the Hellenistic kingdoms, after Alexander's conquests, Zeus frequently merged with local gods, Zeus Ammon in Egypt, Baal Shamin in the Levant, allowing different cultures to claim an aspect of the mighty father. This fusion introduced exotic iconography, temple reliefs showing Zeus with ram horns or Greek inscriptions praising a composite deity bridging Greek and native traditions. It was a practical strategy, smoothing the governance of diverse realms by anchoring them under a universal cosmic father. In Rome, as mentioned, Zeus was equated to Jupiter. The Roman appropriation was not a mere rename. It recontextualized him within a martial, legalistic culture. Jupiter Optimus Maximus, Jupiter the best and greatest, presided over the capital's temple, overshadowing Roman civic life. Roman generals, before campaigns, sacrificed to Jupiter for victory, mirroring the old Greek pattern but with more structured state rituals. Roman aristocrats told stories of Jupiter's paternal oversight, mixing it with Roman virtues of gravitas and pietas. The synergy was so tight that by the time the empire spanned from Britain to Mesopotamia, the name Jupiter replaced Zeus in official contexts, though Greek enclaves still whispered the original name in devotions. The fatherly aura persisted, bridging an empire of colossal cultural variety. However, in the centuries after Christ's birth, as Christianity spread, worship of the old pantheon eroded. The Christian critique of pagan gods, labelling them either fantasies or demonic illusions, gained official favour once emperors like Constantine pivoted to the new faith. By Theodosius's reign in the late 4th century CE, overt worship of Zeus, or Jupiter, was banned in the Roman realm. Temples were repurposed or abandoned, and oracles were spiritualized. Only in rural pockets, where peasants clung to old ways, did faint echoes of thunder-based superstition linger. And as Christian theology matured, the paternal figure of the Christian god overshadowed Old Father Zeus in the public sphere. Ancient myths slid into legend, sustaining itself primarily in poetic retellings or among scholars preserving classical texts. Remarkably, the medieval Islamic world helped preserve Greek knowledge. Arabic translations of philosophers who referenced Zeus allowed some trace of the old theologies to survive academically, albeit overshadowed by monotheistic frameworks. Then the European Renaissance resurrected classical Greek and Roman sources. Artists like Michelangelo or Titian depicted Zeus, or Jupiter, with powerful imagery, lightning in hand, regal posture, applied more as an artistic motif than a subject of worship. The father of gods became an emblem of classical antiquity's grandeur, fueling the imagination of sculptors, poets, and dramatists. Tapestries displayed the Titanomachy as an allegory for good governance triumphing over tyranny, or reason besting chaos. The Enlightenment intellectuals, grappling with rationalist skepticism, saw in Zeus an anthropomorphic concept, one that earlier cultures used to explain natural phenomena, like lightning and storms. Philosophers like Voltaire or Diderot occasionally cited him in satirical jabs, highlighting the contradictions in pagan religion. Yet ironically, the notion of a father god punishing hubris or rewarding virtue found echoes in an Enlightenment moral thought, only now couched in secular concepts of justice or universal law. Meanwhile, hidden among esoteric circles, a mystical fascination with ancient pantheons persisted, forging secret societies that revered old deities as archetypes of cosmic forces. In that environment, Zeus was studied less for worship and more as a symbolic template for leadership or paternal authority. By the 19th and 20th centuries, archaeologists rediscovered the physical traces of Zeus's worship, the scattered columns of the Temple of Zeus at Olympia, the Doric remains at Nemea, and the ravaged altars on Crete where legend said he was born. Scholarly works meticulously catalogued myths, comparing them with parallels from other Indo-European traditions. They found that father-ski motifs recurred across cultures, suggesting a Proto-Indo-European root of sky fathers. Zeus thus became a testament to how deeply humanity has craved a paternal guardian to quell nature's fury and social discord. Modern pop culture frames Zeus in myriad ways. Hollywood depicts him as a bearded giant hurling thunder, wrestling with moral ambiguities, or comedic hijinks. Video games harness his iconography for immersive mythical worlds, letting players channel lightning as they battle monstrous foes. Children's books distill him to a wise or sometimes comedic father figure, ignoring the complexities of old Greek tradition. Even New Age spiritual movements interpret him as an archetype of masculine power, balancing energies of creation and destruction. This cultural elasticity underscores that, while formal worship ended centuries ago, the archetype of Zeus remains culturally potent. At its core, the Father of Gods stands as a reflection of primal forces, thunder, sky, paternal law, and the evolution of society's relationship to authority, tradition, and cosmic wonder. From Titan battles to philosophical allegories, from Roman imperial rites to 21st century entertainment, Zeus's saga endures as one of the grand narratives bridging the archaic to the modern. Once a living deity in the eyes of countless worshippers, the man with the thunderbolt now stands at the intersection of myth, history, and cultural memory, embodying the timeless dialogue between divine power and human aspiration. In reflecting on Zeus's story, spanning from secret infancy on Crete to the apex of the Olympian pantheon and eventually morphing through centuries of reinterpretation, we confront the essence of myth-making. If gods mirror human longings and anxieties, Zeus exemplifies this principle supremely. He is the father who both punishes and protects, the conqueror who fosters cunning alliances rather than mere brute subjugation, and the divine presence bridging primal storms with moral codes. By exploring the lesser-known threads, like how cunning sometimes outshone lightning blasts, how politics shaped mortal alliances, and how paternal warmth sometimes tempered cosmic judgments, we see a figure woven from complexities far beyond cliché. Part of Zeus's perennial grip on the human imagination arises from his contradictory facets. He is simultaneously a figure of absolute might, brandishing thunder in rebellious battles, and a moral guide championing hospitality or punishing oathbreakers. In a sense, he is the sky incarnate, luminous and generous in calm weather, ferocious and destructive in storms. The Greeks harnessed that duality in their everyday worship, never letting themselves wholly trust or doubt his paternal watch. Devotees recognized that under certain circumstances, the kindly father might unleash havoc if cosmic order was threatened. Nor is Zeus static. The earliest archaic poems, like Hesiod's Theogony, stressed his monstrous battles with the Titans, crowning him as champion of cosmic stability. Over time, dramatists wove comedic or tragic angles. Aristophanes might lampoon the father of gods in comedic riffs, while Sophocles or Aeschylus probed the tension between divine edicts and mortal free will. The expansion of Greek culture under Alexander the Great repositioned Zeus as a universal father bridging cultural divides. The Roman era conflated him with Jupiter, adding layers of bureaucratic or legal nuance. Then Christianity relegated him to the realm of pagan memory. Each chapter redefines him, yet the core remains: father, thunder, cosmic law. Such transformation testifies to the power of myth to adapt with civilizations. The Greek pantheon no longer draws the devout worship of old, but its narratives remain potent frameworks for how people see leadership, rebellion, loyalty, or the interplay between fate and free choice. In times of moral crisis, the references to Zeus's unyielding stance on oath-breaking or hospitality might surface in academic or literary discourse. In times of scientific marvel, the lightning once considered his direct manifestation becomes a symbol of electricity's harnessing, highlighting how even rational society can't fully discard the poetic resonance of thunder as the voice of a mightier presence. Modern authors, particularly fantasy novelists, resurrect Zeus in new guises. They blend Greek tradition with modern moral queries, sometimes recasting him as a flawed father figure grappling with immortality's weight. Others draw attention to lesser-known details, such as the placement of the mother goat Amalthea among the stars, which sheds light on an obscure constellation myth. The line between reverence and critique becomes blurred in those retellings. We see a father who might care deeply but is trapped by cosmic demands, forced to impose harsh sentences on rebellious deities. This fosters empathy for a deity who, ironically, once seemed the apex of unstoppable power. In today's world, that complexity resonates. Life's experiences, career arcs, family responsibilities, moral tangles mirror aspects of Zeus's paternal guardianship. We appreciate the nuance that leadership and paternal roles aren't about infallibility, they're about balancing multiple tensions with unwavering determination. The hidden corners of Zeus's myths remind us that even the mightiest face personal heartbreak, like losing children or confronting sibling betrayal, and that progress often arises from forging alliances or employing cunning, not raw might alone. Zeus's domain extends beyond his immediate mythic narrative. He influences art from classical sculptures that once towered in temple precincts to modern digital renditions in gaming worlds. He influences language with phrases like "under the aegis," referencing his protective shield, or Olympian, connoting majestic supremacy. Even in outer space, star names and cosmic structures evoke the Greek pantheon, a subtle nod that the Father of Gods endures in astronomers' catalogues. This intangible presence underscores that while formal worship ceased, cultural memory found new avenues to keep his thunder echoing across time. Thus, the final reflection on Zeus is one of metamorphosis. Born in secrecy to overthrow tyranny, he orchestrated a new pantheon that shaped Greek religion for centuries. Over thousands of years, he adapted to shifting societal mores, from a local goat-nurtured child to a universal father spanning empires. He weathered philosophical reinterpretations, Roman assimilation, Christian condemnation, and modern revival in culture and academia. In the swirl of these transformations, one thread remains consistent: the fundamental idea that the cosmos demands a paternal figure to unify the swirl of chaotic forces, binding them into something at least partially benevolent, at times frightening, and always vital to existence. That is the continuing legacy of Zeus, king of the gods, weaving thunder, fatherhood, cunning, and cosmic order into an everlasting tapestry of myth. Picture this: you're complaining about your house being 68 degrees instead of 72, maybe grumbling as you reach for that extra blanket. Now imagine it's 1942, you're somewhere in Eastern Europe, and the thermometer has given up trying to measure temperatures that would make a penguin reconsider its life choices. Welcome to the world where winter wasn't just uncomfortable, it was actively trying to kill you. You see, when World War II rolled around, nobody really thought much about the weather. Sure, Napoleon had a minor mishap with the Russian winter in 1812, but that was long ago, right? Modern armies had modern equipment. They had plans, they had confidence. They had no idea how creative you had to be when Jack Frost joined the other team. The thing about military planning is that it's a lot like packing for a vacation. You think you know what you'll need. You make your lists, you feel prepared, and then you arrive to discover you've brought sandals to a blizzard. Except in this case, the consequences of poor packing weren't just uncomfortable, they were potentially fatal. When the first brutal winter hit the European theatre, soldiers discovered something that would make even the most seasoned outdoorsman nervous. The cold wasn't just cold, it was the kind of cold that turns your breath into icicles mid-sentence, that makes metal so brittle it snaps like a pretzel, and that transforms simple tasks like loading a rifle into a finger-numbing exercise in futility. But here's where the story gets intriguing and where you start to see the remarkable ingenuity of people who refuse to let Mother Nature have the last word. When confronted with temperatures so low as to freeze antifreeze, individuals not only endure, but also innovate. You master improvisation, acquire a PhD in adaptability, and become a professor of whatever works. The first lesson these soldiers learned was that the enemy wasn't always wearing a uniform. Occasionally the enemy was invisible, creeping through tent flaps and uniform seams, turning their breath against them, and making every night a battle for survival. The cold became a third party in the conflict, impartial in its cruelty, affecting everyone equally, regardless of which side they were fighting for. Think about your worst camping experience. Maybe that time the air mattress deflated, or when you forgot to pack enough warm clothes. Imagine multiplying that discomfort by approximately 1,000, adding the constant threat of enemy action, and adding the responsibility of ensuring the functionality of your equipment and the survival of your fellow soldiers. And you'll begin to understand the situation. What's remarkable isn't just that these soldiers survived, it's how they turned survival into an art form. They became meteorologists without weather apps, engineers without blueprints, and inventors without patents. Every night became a laboratory for testing new theories about heat retention. Every morning brought lessons in what worked and what left you counting your toes to make sure they were all still there. The standard issue gear quickly proved about as useful as a screen door on a submarine, designed by people who probably tested it in climates as harsh as a suburban backyard in October. Wool uniforms that seemed adequate became insufficient. Boots designed for marching became ice buckets for feet. Tents meant to provide shelter became elaborate ways to concentrate cold air. So what do you do when your equipment fails, your supply lines are stretched thinner than your patience, and the thermometer looks like it's trying to dig to China? You get creative. You start looking at everything around you, not for what it is, but for what it could become. That mess kit isn't just for eating, it's a potential hand warmer. That extra sock isn't just spare clothing, it's insulation for your rifle. That piece of canvas isn't just material. It's the difference between sleeping and freezing. And this is where our story really begins. Not with the grand strategies or the famous battles, but with the quiet moments when ordinary people figured out extraordinary ways to stay alive in conditions that seemed designed to make that impossible. Now, you might think that socks are just socks, those things you lose in the dryer, argue about with your spouse, and occasionally use to dust furniture when nobody's looking. But in the frozen theatres of World War II, socks became currency, lifelines, and the foundation of an entire underground economy that would make Wall Street traders jealous. The first thing you need to understand about feet in sub-zero temperatures is that they're basically traitors. Your body, being the pragmatic organism it is, decides that keeping your core warm is more important than maintaining diplahebus, or in this case under the frostbite. Therefore, your feet, along with your fingers, suffer the consequences of frostbite. Trenchfoot became a condition so common that it practically needed its own postal code. Imagine your feet deciding to stage a revolt, swelling up, turning fascinating colours that would make a sunset jealous, and generally make every step feel like walking on broken glass. Now imagine trying to march, run, or fight in that condition. It's like trying to dance ballet in ski boots filled with marbles. This is where the Great Sock Conspiracy began. Soldiers quickly realised that the military's approach to foot care was about as sophisticated as using a hammer to fix a watch. The standard issue socks were fine for parade grounds, but about as useful as chocolate teapots when dealing with months of wet, cold conditions. So they improvised, and their solutions would make modern outdoor gear companies weep with admiration. They learned to layer socks like lasagna, thin silk or cotton against the skin, wool for insulation, and sometimes even paper or cloth strips for extra padding. They discovered that changing socks wasn't just hygiene, it was survival. Dry socks became more valuable than cigarettes, and cigarettes were practically currency. But here's where it gets really creative. When fresh socks were in short supply, which was most of the time, soldiers became textile engineers. They learned to dry wet socks using body heat, tucking them inside their uniforms close to their chest while they slept. Imagine spooning with your laundry, but hey, when it's life or death, dignity takes a back seat. They also figured out the ancient art of sock rotation. They would maintain a meticulous record of the socks they had worn, those that were drying and those that were clean, much like a sophisticated filing system. Some soldiers developed elaborate schedules that would make a corporate calendar look simple. Tuesday, wear the grey wool, dry the cotton blend, air out the emergency pair. The really clever ones discovered that newspapers, when available, made excellent sock insulation. They'd wrap their feet in newspaper before putting on socks, creating a makeshift vapour barrier that would make modern hiking gear designers nod with approval. Of course, this led to the amusing situation of soldiers literally having yesterday's news in their boots. But when you're avoiding frostbite, you don't complain about the reading material. Some soldiers took the sock science even further, learning to waterproof their footwear using whatever was available. Candle wax, animal fat, even soap. Anything that could create a barrier between their feet and the elements. They became chemists, testing different combinations and sharing successful formulas like state secrets. The sock trade became so sophisticated that units developed their own internal economies. A pair of dry wool socks could be worth a day's rations. Clean socks served as birthday presents, Christmas gifts, and tokens of friendship. Soldiers would literally give you the socks off their feet, though probably not the ones they were currently wearing. And then there were the ingenious innovations in socks. Some soldiers learned to knit, creating custom tow, socks from unravelled sweaters or salvaged yarn. Others figured out how to repair holes using thread pulled from other garments, essentially performing sock surgery by candlelight. But perhaps the most touching aspect of the Great Sock Conspiracy was how it brought people together. Soldiers would share their foot care knowledge like family recipes, passing down the wisdom of keeping extremities warm from veteran to rookie. They'd help each other check for signs of frostbite, assist with the delicate operation of sock changing in cramped quarters, and share the precious resource of dry footwear. The discussion wasn't just about comfort, though comfort was certainly part of it. The debate was about maintaining the ability to fight, march, and survive. Feet were mission-critical equipment, and socks were the maintenance manual. Every dry sock was a small victory against the cold. Every successful foot care routine was a triumph of human ingenuity over hostile conditions. You know how they say 2 heads are better than 1? Well, in temperatures that could freeze your thoughts mid-think, 2 bodies were definitely better than 1. In freezing conditions, the buddy system evolved from simple military protocol to a delicate survival dance that demanded more coordination than a Broadway musical and more trust than a marriage. Imagine trying to explain to your spouse why you need to share a sleeping bag with your co-worker. Now imagine that sharing a bed isn't just a suggestion, it's the difference between waking up tomorrow and becoming a human popsicle. Welcome to the realm of tactical cuddling, where maintaining personal space has become an expensive luxury. The science behind shared body heat is actually pretty straightforward, though the execution could be hilariously awkward. Your body generates heat, about as much as a 100-watt light bulb when you're just sitting around. In normal conditions, most of that heat just wanders off into the atmosphere like an ungrateful teenager. But when you're trying to survive in conditions that would make an Arctic fox shop for a warmer coat, every BTU becomes precious. Soldiers quickly learned that sharing body heat wasn't just about snuggling up. It was about creating a microclimate, a tiny pocket of livable temperature in the middle of nature's deep freeze. They developed techniques that would make efficiency experts proud. 2 soldiers would zip their sleeping bags together, creating what they called a thermal envelope. It sounds fancy, but it was basically an adult sleeping bag built for 2 chilly people. But here's where it gets tricky, and sometimes hilarious. Sharing body heat requires coordination that would challenge a synchronized swimming team. Who sleeps on which side? How do you arrange arms and legs so that nobody's circulation gets cut off? What happens when one person needs to get up in the middle of the night? These became crucial tactical decisions that could mean the difference between a decent night's sleep and waking up more tired than when you went to bed. The rotation system they developed was pure genius. Since the person on the outside of the arrangement naturally got colder, they'd switch positions every few hours. It was like a freezing, critical version of musical chairs. Some units developed elaborate schedules, with soldiers taking turns being the outside man and the inside man. Others just switched when whoever was getting colder couldn't stand it anymore. They also figured out the art of the heat exchange. Before settling in for the night, soldiers would do what they called warming exercises, essentially vigorous calisthenics designed to get their blood pumping and their core temperature up. Then they'd quickly get into their shared sleeping arrangements while their bodies still had heat to share. It was like preheating an oven, except the oven was your buddy, and the oven was trying to keep you both alive. The buddy system extended beyond sleeping arrangements. During the day, soldiers would work in pairs to check each other for signs of hypothermia or frostbite. They transformed into amateur medical diagnosticians, adept at identifying the subtle indications that a person was losing their fight against the cold. Slurred speech, confusion, uncontrollable shivering, these weren't just symptoms. They were emergency signals that required immediate intervention. They developed communication systems that worked even when talking became difficult. They developed hand signals, predetermined phrases, and systems for checking in with each other at regular intervals. How are your fingers became as important a question as, what's our position? The answers could determine whether someone was still fully functional or needed immediate help. Some of the buddy system innovations were surprisingly sophisticated. Soldiers learned to share not just body heat, but also the heat generated by their equipment. A small camp stove or heating device could warm 2 people if they positioned themselves correctly and shared the heat efficiently. They'd create windbreaks for each other, taking turns blocking the wind while the other person warmed up. But perhaps most importantly, the buddy system provided psychological warmth. Being cold and miserable alone is one thing. Being cold and miserable with someone else somehow makes it bearable. They'd tell jokes, share stories, and complain together about the conditions. Misery loves company. And in this case, companionship could literally save your life. The trust required was enormous. You had to trust your buddy to wake you up if you showed signs of hypothermia during the night. You had to trust them to share resources fairly, tell you if you were developing frostbite, and help you make the countless small decisions that could mean survival or disaster. In return, you had to be trustworthy yourself, putting your buddy's survival on the same level as your own. If you've ever watched MacGyver and thought nobody could really make a heater out of a paperclip and a stick of gum, then you've never met a World War II soldier facing down a winter that could freeze the enthusiasm right out of an optimist. These guys became the original masters of making something from nothing, turning the phrase "work with what you've got" into a survival philosophy that would make modern survivalists take notes. The first lesson in battlefield heating was that everything, and I mean everything, was a potential heat source. Did you ever have an empty tin can for your lunch? Congratulations, you just found yourself a hand warmer. Those candles you've been saving for special occasions? Every night trying not to become a human ice cube counts as special. The alcohol you've been hoarding for when the war ends? Well, it turns out alcohol burns, and burning things make heat. Who knew? Soldiers became amateur chemists, learning which materials burned cleanest and longest. They discovered that strips of cardboard, when rolled tightly and lit, could burn for surprisingly long periods. Paper soaked in melted candle wax became a slow-burning fuel source. They learned to make buddy burners, tin cans filled with rolled cardboard and wax that could provide heat for hours. But the real innovation came in heat distribution and conservation. While creating fire was the initial step, the real challenge was directing that heat to its most beneficial location. Soldiers learned to create heat reflectors using polished metal, mirrors, or even pieces of glass. They'd position these reflectors to bounce heat from small fires back toward themselves, essentially doubling the effectiveness of their heat sources. They also mastered the art of the heat bank. A fire could heat large stones, metal objects, or even their mess kits, which they then used as portable heaters. A hot stone wrapped in cloth could keep hands warm for hours. A heated mess kit could be tucked into a sleeping bag to pre-warm it before bedtime. The group was essentially creating medieval hot water bottles, but without using actual water bottles. Some of the most creative solutions involved repurposing military equipment in ways that would probably violate several military regulations. Empty ammunition boxes became miniature stoves. Discarded helmets became heat reflectors, or even cooking surfaces. They could create structures for holding heat sources, or build makeshift heaters using rifle cleaning rods. The really clever ones figured out group heating systems that would make modern heating engineers jealous. They'd dig small pits in the ground, line them with stones, build fires in them until the stones were thoroughly heated, then cover the coals and use the heated stones as radiant heaters. The thermal mass of the stones would continue to give off heat long after the fire had died down. Body heat amplification became another specialty. They learned to create heat traps using whatever materials were available. They could arrange extra clothing to create air pockets that trapped body heat. Blankets could be rigged to create tent-like structures that concentrated warmth from multiple heat sources. They figured out how to use their breath as a heating system, creating small enclosed spaces where exhaled air could warm incoming cold air. Some soldiers became experts in what they called heat scavenging, finding ways to capture and use heat that was already being generated. If someone was cooking, they'd position themselves to catch the heat from the cooking fire. If equipment was running and generating heat, they'd find ways to benefit from that warmth. No BTU was allowed to escape without being put to good use. The innovation extended to personal heating devices that bordered on genius. Soldiers learned to make hand warmers using metal containers, chemical reactions, or even simple friction devices. They'd create heated insoles for their boots using materials that retained heat. Some figured out how to modify their clothing to create better heat retention, adding layers, creating air pockets, or even rigging up primitive heating systems within their uniforms. But perhaps the most impressive innovations were the ones that solved multiple problems at once. One could use a heat-generating device for cooking, drying damp clothes, melting snow for drinking water, or even for signalling purposes. They weren't just making heaters, they were creating multi-purpose survival tools that addressed several needs simultaneously. The knowledge sharing that happened around these innovations was remarkable. Successful heat-making techniques rapidly disseminated throughout the units. Soldiers would demonstrate their inventions to others, teach their techniques, and continuously improve on each other's designs. It was like an open-source hardware project, except the hardware was keeping people alive. What's truly amazing is how these field innovations often worked better than the official equipment. Standard-issue heating devices, when they existed at all, were often too heavy, too fuel-intensive, or too fragile for field conditions. The soldier invented alternatives were lighter, more efficient, and built to withstand the kind of abuse that comes with being carried into combat zones. Now, if you think building a blanket fort in your living room makes you an architect, wait until you hear about the subterranean cities that soldiers created when the surface world became too hostile for human habitation. These weren't just holes in the ground, they were sophisticated underground living spaces that would make tiny modern house enthusiasts weep with envy. The inspiration for going underground was pretty straightforward. If the surface temperature was trying to kill you, maybe it was time to accept the Earth's invitation to come inside. Soldiers quickly learned that just a few feet below ground, temperatures were significantly warmer and much more stable. Discovering a natural thermostat that Mother Nature had been concealing was a profound revelation. But digging a hole and calling it home was just the beginning. These underground spaces evolved into complex engineering projects that required skills nobody taught in basic training. Soldiers became excavation experts, structural engineers, and interior designers all at once. They had to figure out ventilation systems that would provide fresh air without letting in deadly cold. They needed drainage systems to prevent their homes from becoming underground swimming pools, and they had to create heating systems that wouldn't asphyxiate them in their sleep. The basic foxhole quickly evolved into something that resembled a studio apartment designed by someone who really understood the importance of thermal efficiency. They'd start with a basic excavation, then line the walls with whatever materials were available. Logs, boards, corrugated metal, even a packed snow that would freeze into protective walls. The key was creating insulation between the living space and the surrounding earth. Ventilation was the tricky part. You needed fresh air to breathe, but every opening was a potential heat leak. Soldiers became experts in creating air circulation systems that brought in oxygen while maintaining temperature. They'd create baffled entrances that prevented cold air from flowing directly into the living space. Some developed sophisticated chimney systems that drew smoke out while pulling fresh air in through carefully designed vents. The heating systems they created for these underground spaces were marvels of efficiency. Small stoves made from tin cans or salvaged metal could heat an entire underground room. They learned to position heat sources for maximum efficiency and to create systems that distributed heat evenly throughout the space. Some even figured out radiant heating systems using heated stones or metal objects that would slowly release heat over time. But the real innovation was in space utilization. These weren't just survival shelters, they were livable spaces designed for multiple people to coexist in comfort. They created sleeping areas, common areas, storage spaces, and even workshops where they could maintain equipment or create new survival tools. Some underground spaces included multiple rooms connected by tunnels, essentially creating underground apartment complexes. The construction techniques they developed were surprisingly sophisticated. They learned to create structural supports that could handle the weight of Earth above while providing maximum living space below. They figured out how to waterproof their constructions using available materials. Some even created elevated floors to prevent ground moisture from making their living spaces damp and cold. Furniture in these underground hotels was a triumph of creative repurposing. Empty ammunition boxes became chairs, tables, and storage units. Logs or boards became benches and bed frames. Salvaged materials were transformed into shelving, lighting fixtures, and organizational systems. They were essentially furnished apartments created entirely from military surplus and found materials. The social dynamics of underground living required their own innovations. Multiple people living in small underground spaces needed systems for privacy, organization, and conflict resolution. They developed schedules for sharing common areas, systems for maintaining cleanliness, and protocols for managing the inevitable personality conflicts that arise when you're essentially living in a cave with your co-workers. Some units created underground spaces that were genuinely impressive engineering projects. They'd excavate large common areas that could accommodate entire squads, with separate sleeping alcoves, storage areas, and workshop spaces. These underground complexes included sophisticated drainage systems, multiple heating zones, and even recreational areas where soldiers could relax when they weren't on duty. The decoration of these spaces reveals something touching about the human need for comfort and beauty, even in the most challenging circumstances. Soldiers would bring whatever personal items they could into these underground homes. Soldiers brought photographs, letters, and small mementos that served as reminders of their home. Some created artwork on the walls, carved decorations into wooden supports, or arranged their few possessions in ways that made the space feel more like home and less like a survival bunker. Perhaps most remarkably, these underground spaces became centers of community life. They were where soldiers shared meals, told stories, played games, and maintained the social connections that were crucial for morale. They weren't just surviving in these spaces, they were living, creating small communities that provided warmth, not just for bodies, but for spirits. You might think that eating in sub-zero temperatures is just a matter of opening a can and hoping for the best. But soldiers in World War II's coldest theatres discovered that food wasn't just fuel, it was medicine, a hand warmer, a morale booster, and occasionally the difference between making it through the night and not making it at all. The science of eating to stay warm became as crucial as any military strategy. The first thing these soldiers learned was that their bodies became calorie-burning furnaces in cold weather. Your body exerts significant effort to sustain its core temperature, consuming fuel at a pace that rivals that of a high-performance sports car. A soldier in freezing conditions might burn 4,000 to 6,000 calories a day, about twice what you'd burn sitting at a desk job. But here's the catch. Military rations weren't designed for Arctic conditions, and supply lines in wartime were about as reliable as weather forecasts. So soldiers became nutritional strategists, learning to maximize the warming potential of every morsel of food. They discovered that different types of food generated different amounts of internal heat. Fats and proteins were like throwing logs on your internal fire. They burned slowly and steadily, providing long-lasting warmth. Carbohydrates were more like kindling, quick energy that could help when you needed an immediate heat boost. Hot food became medicine. A warm meal didn't just fill your stomach. It raised your core body temperature, improved circulation, and provided psychological comfort that was almost as important as the physical warmth. Soldiers would go to extraordinary lengths to heat their food, creating elaborate cooking systems that could function in the worst conditions. They became masters of what modern campers call one-pot meals, but their versions were far more sophisticated. They learned to create stews and soups that could be cooked efficiently, while providing maximum nutritional and thermal benefit. These weren't just random ingredients thrown together, they were carefully planned combinations designed to provide sustained energy and warmth. Some of the food heating innovations were pure genius. Soldiers learned to use heated stones to warm their food, essentially creating prehistoric slow cookers. They'd heat metal objects in fires and use them to warm pre-cooked food. Some figured out how to use the heat from their bodies to slowly warm food over time, essentially wearing their dinner until it was ready to eat. The timing of eating became crucial. A hot meal right before sleep could provide the calories needed to maintain body temperature through the night. Small snacks throughout the day could keep the internal fires burning steadily. They learned to eat strategically, timing their food intake to provide maximum warming benefit when they needed it most. But here's where it gets really interesting. Soldiers discovered that some foods were natural hand warmers. Soldiers could hold hard candies, chocolate, nuts, and other high-energy foods in their mouths or hands to provide both nutrition and localized warmth. A piece of chocolate wasn't just a treat, it was a portable heating element that happened to taste delicious. They also became experts in food preservation in extreme cold. While freezing temperatures created storage challenges, they also provided natural refrigeration that could keep food fresh longer than normal. Soldiers learned to use the cold as a tool, freezing water for later use, preserving food that might otherwise spoil, and even creating makeshift ice boxes for storing supplies. The social aspect of eating in extreme cold conditions was equally important. Sharing hot food became a bonding experience that strengthened unit cohesion. Soldiers would alternate in cooking, exchange recipes and techniques, and ensure equitable distribution of the available hot food. A warm meal shared with comrades provided psychological warmth that was almost as important as the physical calories. Some units developed sophisticated cooking schedules that ensured someone always had access to hot food. They'd stagger their mealtime so that cooking fires were kept going. Throughout the day, this process essentially created a continuous source of heat and warm food. This process wasn't just about nutrition, it was about maintaining a constant source of warmth and comfort. The creativity in food preparation was remarkable. Soldiers learned to make hot drinks from almost anything. Melted snow mixed with whatever flavourings they could find, hot water with dissolved hard candies, even warm broths made from reconstituted rations. These weren't gourmet beverages, but they provided internal warmth and psychological comfort. They also discovered the warming power of spicy foods. They valued anything that could provide them with internal warmth. They treasured anything that could generate an internal heat sensation, including hot peppers, spicy sauces, and even strong alcohol. Some soldiers would save their spiciest rations for the coldest nights, using them as both food and internal heating systems. The most touching aspect of food in these extreme conditions was how it connected soldiers to home. Letters from family often included recipes, suggestions for staying warm, or descriptions of warm meals being prepared back home. Food served as a conduit between the frigid battlefield and the cosy kitchens they recalled, offering a level of comfort that extended beyond mere sustenance. After months of treating every degree above freezing like a personal gift from the weather gods, you might think that the arrival of spring would have been pure celebration. But for soldiers who had spent months becoming master craftsmen of survival, spring brought its own unique challenges, and revealed just how profoundly the experience of extreme cold had changed them. The first warm day was like meeting an old friend you hadn't seen in years. Soldiers would actually stand outside, faces turned toward the sun, trying to remember what warmth felt like on their skin. Some described it as almost overwhelming. After months of associating heat with precious, carefully rationed resources, having unlimited warmth from the sky felt like winning the lottery. But spring also meant saying goodbye to the elaborate survival systems they'd created. Was it time to abandon the carefully engineered underground shelters that had served as homes for months? Time to abandon them. Other sophisticated heating systems, which were crafted from scraps and ingenuity, no longer necessary. They are no longer necessary. We can now pack away the carefully planned clothing systems that had kept the survivors alive through the darkest nights. It was time to pack them away. There was something almost melancholy about dismantling these survival innovations. These weren't just tools, they were the products of creativity, desperation and collaboration that had literally saved lives. Some soldiers kept their homemade heating devices or modified clothing as souvenirs, tangible reminders of what they'd accomplished when everything seemed impossible. The transition to spring weather required its adjustments. Bodies that had adapted to burning massive amounts of calories to stay warm suddenly didn't need that fuel. Circulation systems that had been working overtime to keep extremities functional needed time to readjust. Some soldiers actually felt cold in temperatures that would have seemed tropical during the worst of winter. More importantly, spring revealed the psychological impact of surviving extreme conditions. These soldiers had developed a different relationship with comfort, with warmth, with the simple pleasure of not being cold. Many described never again taking for granted things like warm buildings, hot meals, or simply being able to feel their fingers and toes. The knowledge they'd gained didn't disappear with the snow. Veterans of extreme cold conditions became valuable resources for training new soldiers, passing on the hard-won wisdom of survival in impossible conditions. They taught the sock rotation systems, the buddy heating techniques, the underground construction methods, and the crucial psychology of staying warm when your equipment fails. Some of the innovations that soldiers developed in desperation actually influenced post-war military equipment design. The military started focusing more on cold weather gear, leveraging the hands-on experience of soldiers who had discovered effective solutions when lives were at stake. The gap between what looked good on paper and what functioned in life or death situations had been dramatically revealed. But perhaps most importantly, these experiences created bonds between soldiers that lasted long after the war ended. Men who had shared body heat to survive, who had worked together to build underground shelters, who had created heating systems from scraps. These shared experiences created relationships that transcended normal military camaraderie. Years later, at unit reunions, veterans would still discuss the innovations they'd created, the close calls they'd survived, and the remarkable things they'd accomplished when circumstances forced them to become inventors, engineers, and survival experts. They'd demonstrate their old sock-changing techniques, laugh about the complex methods for sharing body heat, and marvel at their ingenuity. The story of how World War II soldiers survived the coldest nights isn't just about individual survival. It's about what humans can accomplish when they combine necessity with creativity, when they work together toward a common goal, and when they refuse to let impossible conditions defeat them. Every warm sock, every shared sleeping bag, every makeshift heater was a small victory against circumstances that seemed designed to be unbeatable. These soldiers proved that survival isn't just about enduring. It's about adapting, innovating, and maintaining humanity even in the most inhumane conditions. They showed that comfort isn't just about having the right equipment, but about the creativity to make something from nothing, and the wisdom to understand that sometimes the best heating system is another human being who is facing the same challenge as you are. So the next time you're adjusting your thermostat, pulling up an extra blanket, or complaining about being a little chilly, remember the soldiers who turned survival into an art form, who made warmth from scraps and ingenuity, and who proved that the human capacity for adaptation and innovation knows no limits, even when the thermometer suggests otherwise. Ultimately, they not only endured the coldest nights, but also conquered them through inventive solutions, and in doing so they left us a legacy not just of military history, but of human resilience, creativity, and the remarkable things that become possible when ordinary people refuse to accept that extraordinary circumstances must defeat them. In the year 896 CE, in the heart of Baghdad's intellectual quarter, Al Husayn bin Qasim brushed desert dust from the folds of his linen robe. Unaware of the storms that fate would soon unleash upon him, he studied the myriad scholarly gatherings outside the House of Wisdom. Voices blended into a layered chorus. Mathematicians debated geometric proofs, poets recited verses on ephemeral beauty, and astronomers charted celestial mysteries. The call of knowledge was unstoppable, and its echoes hinted at new horizons beyond the city's walls. Although he hailed from a modest family of date merchants, Al Husayn possessed an innate curiosity that surpassed every constraint of status. Weeks earlier, he had been approached by the renowned translator Yunus al-Kindi, who recognized promise in his approach to ancient texts. Yunus had whispered rumors of a manuscript stored in a distant library along the Red Sea coast, a codex said to hold fragments from vanished civilizations. For Al Husayn, the prospect of unearthing lost secrets eclipsed all thought of comfort or security. On that mild autumn morning, the city's horizon shimmered with trade caravans and the swirl of travellers from every corner of the known world. Greek philosophers, Persian scholars, and Indian mathematicians crowded the thoroughfares, exchanging theories and goods under the caliph's tolerant gaze. Their House of Wisdom had become a magnet for knowledge, a beacon that drew in talents as diverse as the spices sold in Baghdad's markets. Under this atmospheric mosaic, Al Husayn felt keenly that his destiny extended beyond these storied streets. Yunus al-Kindi had given him a letter of passage, sealed with the translator's distinctive monogram, allowing safe conduct through the desert routes. The cryptic list of questions about that ancient codex, queries no one else could decipher, loomed large. Al Husayn grasped the significance. If the manuscript existed, it might reveal the lost methodologies of a civilization rumoured to have harnessed knowledge of geometry, astronomy and medicine far beyond the current era. Discovery meant prestige, but also the possibility of rewriting entire chapters of known history. Pressing the letter against his chest, Al Husayn reflected on his father's tales. The desert, unpredictable and capricious, consumed unprepared wanderers without mercy. Tales of caravans lost in sandstorms or raided by marauders haunted the nightly gatherings in local tea houses. Still, the lure of revelation eclipsed any fear, and he resolved to depart at dawn the following day. Engaging a caravan of spice traders, he planned to share provisions and glean from their survival knowledge, forging alliances in an environment where trust was currency. Sunrise found him at the city gates, where camels groaned beneath woven saddlebags stuffed with exotic goods. Saffron from Persia, frankincense from Oman, and turquoise from far-off lands. The caravan leader, an experienced merchant named Maryam bint Sa'id, cast an eye over Al Husayn. She was known for her leadership and her capacity to navigate shifting alliances among tribal factions. Though suspicious of scholars who ventured out of libraries, she recognized the advantage of travelling under the banner of the prestigious House of Wisdom. As the gates of Baghdad shrank behind them, the caravan merged with the vast desert's hush. Dawn's golden light outlined distant dunes that seemed both majestic and forbidding. Al Husayn observed Maryam directing her charges to form a staggered line, minimizing exposure to roving bandits. Occasionally the wind carried the bray of donkeys or the low murmur of traders discussing profit margins. For Al Husayn, the emptiness was a blank canvas waiting for stories etched by the footprints of those audacious enough to cross it. At midday, the caravan paused for a respite. While others took shelter from the heat, Al Husayn found himself marvelling at ancient rock carvings etched into a nearby cliff. Figures of hunters and astronomers hinted at a lineage of knowledge older and more mysterious than any library's scrolls. He gently traced the outlines with a practiced fingertip, sensing a kinship with those lost voices that once tried to record their world. If even in these remote corners human curiosity thrived, what wonders awaited him further ahead? As dusk approached, The caravan set up camp in a shallow wadi where sparse vegetation offered an anchor against shifting sands. Smoke curled from small cooking fires as conversations turned reflective under the emerging constellations. Al Husayn unravelled a worn scrap of parchment, Yunus's instructions, and studied the cryptic glyphs he would eventually need to identify. An undercurrent of excitement within him, tempered by the realization that he was crossing into unknown domains. Tomorrow, he told himself, would be the first step into discovery's deeper realm. In the early dawn, the caravan pressed eastward toward a series of desert oases, whispered about in old merchant journals. Each oasis served as a precarious lifeline against the relentless, punishing heat, and Mariam's leadership ensured their small group navigated meticulously. She brokered safe passage with tribal patrols, offering tokens of trade in return for unimpeded travel. Meanwhile, Al Husayn keenly observed everything: the subtle changes in wind direction, the traces of ancient pathways etched into sandstone, and the silent resilience of his fellow travellers. The first oasis they reached was little more than a cluster of date palms around a seep of brackish water. A half-crumbled stone marker bore inscriptions so worn that Al Husayn could decipher only fragments. Something about an old boundary line, perhaps delineating the domain of a once powerful clan. While camels drank, he sketched these faint markings onto a scrap of parchment. He felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with the countless travellers who had paused here, bridging centuries with a simple act of thirst-quenching. Under midday's glare, mirages shimmered like spilled quicksilver on the horizon, testing the caravan's resolve. Mariam instructed everyone to conserve water. No idle talk, no unnecessary movement. The group fell silent except for the shuffle of feet and the jingle of harnesses. Al Husayn, though parched, studied the desert floor for any sign of hidden paths. He noticed shards of rock that might have been left by travellers or storms. Each shard, he thought, was an artifact, a clue to this vast land's deeper story. Late that afternoon, they encountered a wandering nomad who carried a battered lute. His desert-weathered face spoke of countless roads travelled. In exchange for water, he offered a ballad about a hidden city said to rise from the sands once every century. A place with alabaster walls, if legend could be trusted. Concealing a trove of scrolls, older than Babylon. Al Husayn listened, heart quickening. Though Mariam dismissed it as a fanciful tale, the scholar within him sparked at the thought of such a discovery. They arrived at the second oasis by dusk, greeted by the scent of wet earth. The moon's reflection quivered on the water, a promise in the darkness. Mariam arranged night guards while the rest settled near tufted grass and short palms. Al Husayn unrolled his notes, scribbling every rumour and observation he'd gathered that day. He felt a stir of anticipation, thinking of Yunus's letter and that elusive codex. If legends held any truth, perhaps the path he followed would branch into revelations. Before sleep, the caravan huddled for a supper of flatbread and dried figs. Conversation meandered to improbable tales, spirits that roamed the dunes, hidden jinn kingdoms beneath the sand. Mariam, ever pragmatic, rolled her eyes but allowed these stories to pass unchallenged, aware that tales could soothe weary minds. Al Husayn listened thoughtfully, dissecting each legend for kernels of historical fact. He sensed how desert myths blended with real events, forging a tapestry of belief. Each story, he realized, held a reflection of human longing. Sleep came fitfully. Between ragged gusts of wind that rattled the palms, Al Husayn dreamed of an endless corridor lined with doors of sandstone. Behind one door lay the hidden city the nomad described. Behind another, the Red Sea Library. He awoke to the howling of a jackal, unsure if the dream was an omen or mere fantasy. Still, his conviction remained firm. He would continue chasing knowledge across these shifting landscapes, trusting that destiny might reveal itself within the margins of the unknown. By morning, a layer of sand dusted every surface, and the caravan resumed its cautious advance. The air felt thick with unspoken tensions. They reached a rocky pass where looming sandstone pillars resembled silent sentinels. Mariam signalled a halt, sensing something amiss. Al Husayn peered into the ravines, half expecting bandits or lurking predators. Instead, he found stillness. However, the unease remained. Sometimes the desert concealed its perils in plain sight, biding time. The caravan pressed on, anxious to leave those brooding columns behind. That evening they camped on the pass's far side, sheltered from direct winds by a towering rock face. After supper, Al Husayn examined an astrolabe Mariam carried for navigation. The device's etchings mesmerized him, reminiscent of the geometric wonders housed in Baghdad. He wondered if the rumored codex might expand upon such celestial insights. As the fire died down, he sat, reflecting on how each horizon revealed new questions, not answers. Perhaps the desert's greatest secret was its power to kindle an unending quest. Beyond the pass, dawn unveiled a stark plateau where the wind carried the faint tang of salt. Mariam reckoned they were approaching the edges of a vast basin leading toward the Red Sea. Al Husayn noted the powdery residue that clung to his sandals, forming a pale crust whenever the wind surged. Fragments of shells occasionally glittered underfoot, relics of a primordial sea that had long since receded. In that silent expanse, the ancient interplay of water and desert seemed to whisper clues of hidden transitions. Moving carefully, the caravan traced a path across parched flats where cracks laced the ground in elaborate patterns. Each fissure suggested the land was thirsting for a rain that might never come. Al Husayn lingered over a particular cleft that formed a near-perfect star shape. He sketched it in his notebook, contemplating how geometry surfaced in nature's own design. The interplay of shapes and lines called to mind the rumoured codex, possibly containing knowledge that bridged the gap between the natural world and human understanding. By midday, the heat intensified, pressing against them like an unseen hand. Water became precious currency. Mariam, aware of how quickly desperation could unravel unity, kept a strict ration schedule. Observing her leadership, Al Husayn admired the way she balanced empathy with firm discipline. Under her direction, no quarrels erupted, even as thirst pricked tempers. The caravan trudged on, each step a negotiation between body and environment. In the shimmering distance, stunted shrubs and dwarf acacias offered, the only semblance of life in that stark domain. Later, they spotted a solitary figure approaching from the southeastern horizon. Cautious, Mariam arranged the travellers into a defensive semicircle. The figure proved to be a medicine seller, hauling dried herbs in neat bundles across the back of a spindly donkey. He announced himself as Basim, a wanderer of many lands. In exchange for a pouch of dates, he spoke of rumours swirling beyond the Red Sea coast, of ports teeming with treasures, of inscriptions carved on coral walls, and of foreign ships docking with exotic cargoes. Basim then revealed he had crossed paths with a scribe who claimed knowledge of the hidden library by the sea. This scribe, rumoured to be in the port town of Yanahal, might hold a key to the codex. Al Husayn's pulse quickened at the mention. He urged Mariam to consider diverting their route toward this potential lead. Weighing the advantage, she agreed, provided it did not threaten the caravan's prime objective of trade. Reorienting their compass, they set out with renewed purpose, heading south by southeast. The change in direction led them to an abandoned way station of mud brick walls caked with salt. Its courtyard lay choked with sand drifts, but a broken well hinted at what had once been a vital rest stop. Al Husayn wandered among the ruins, spotting faint inscriptions along the wall, names, dates, fragments of prayers. Each carving was a testament to fleeting presence. Here stood proof that even the harshest wilderness could not stifle the human urge to leave a trace. Yet the desert had really reclaimed so much. That evening they made camp under a sandstone ridge carved into rippling curves by ancient winds. The last rays of sunlight played across the layered patterns, revealing colour bands that ranged from ochre to rose. Al Husayn felt a distinct awe for the land's subtle artistry. He understood how easily travellers might spin legends from these austere shapes. Perhaps behind every myth there lay a kernel of truth about wonder. Perhaps the rumoured hidden city or the library derived from real glimpses of grandeur swallowed by time. As the night grew cool, Mariam permitted a small fire. Conversations ran softer now, with a thread of expectancy woven into each word. Basim spoke of trade centres bustling with sailors from distant empires, Zanj, Gujarat, even the far-flung kingdoms beyond the Indian Ocean. He also mentioned the region's swirl of local legends, a half-buried temple near the coast, the rumoured tomb of a prophet whose name had slipped from memory. Al Husayn took careful notes, determined to sift the improbable from the verifiable. Before sleep, Al Husayn pulled out Eunice's cryptic questions, scanning the faded script by firelight. They referred to instruments that measured the angles of stars from improbable vantage points, formulas that predated known treatises. Could the Red Sea Library truly hold such ancient feats of intellect? He felt the subtle pull of destiny, the sense that each conversation, each dusty ruin, brought him closer. The desert had not broken him. Instead, it was shaping him into something sharper. Morrow would carry them nearer to that beckoning shoreline. Dawn lifted the shadows from the ridge, exposing a horizon lined with jagged rock outcroppings. The caravan continued toward Yanahal, keen on reaching its port before supplies ran dangerously low. A subtle but steady breeze carried the faint smell of salt, confirming they were inching closer to coastal winds. Al Husayn noticed changes in the environment. Scattered gulls wheeling overhead, traces of sea-polished stones littering the path. These small signals revived the group's spirits, reminding them that a new chapter of their journey lay ahead. By midday, they encountered a caravan heading north. Mariam negotiated a swift exchange of information. The travellers warned of shifting alliances among local chieftains, each vying for influence in the lucrative maritime trade. Al Husayn listened carefully. Turbulent politics could affect access to the ports and libraries alike. One slip in protocol could transform an academic quest into a diplomatic tangle. Protecting the mission, and the precious knowledge it might uncover, required walking a delicate line between curiosity and caution, intellect and survival. The landscape soon began a gradual descent, winding through low hills where thorny scrub dotted the earth in pale clusters. At times, the caravan skirted salt marshes, each step producing a hushed crunch underfoot. Tiny crabs scuttled in shallow brine pools, and the occasional heron soared overhead, a pale sentinel against the shimmering sky. Each sign of life felt like a small revelation after miles of barren desert. Al Husayn found himself overwhelmed by the variety of forms the natural world assumed, even in the remote margins. Late that afternoon, they spotted Yanahal in the distance, a sprawl of mud-brick dwellings with roofs of thatch or tiled clay, punctuated by the taller silhouettes of warehouses near the docks. Thin pillars of smoke curled upward, and the distant clang of metal suggested blacksmiths plying their trade. Seabirds circled the bustling harbour, where dhows and small cargo vessels bobbed in the tide. For Al Husayn, the sights and sounds of a place so different from Baghdad were a vivid reminder of the region's fluid tapestry of cultures. Mariam led the caravan through the town's outskirts, seeking a trustworthy local factor who could arrange secure storage for their goods. Children peered out from doorways, intrigued by the unusual mix of travellers. The air smelled of fish, spice, and damp rope, all woven together into a briny perfume. Al Husayn scanned every detail, from the chipped walls covered with old maritime symbols to the lively banter between dock workers. He made mental notes of how commerce thrived here, bridging deserts and oceans in a single breath. With arrangements in place, the group settled at a modest inn near the wharf. Basim quietly vanished among the waterfront stalls, murmuring about errands to run. Al Husayn felt a twinge of concern, but was too eager about the library rumour to dwell on it. He quickly asked around for any mention of the scribe. Locals offered conflicting accounts. Some shrugged, while others claimed they had glimpsed a reclusive scholar searching for archaic port records. One old fisherman insisted the scribe left for the Coralstone Quarter. Determined, Al Husayn set off with Mariam and 2 guards, weaving through narrow alleys that snaked between sun-baked walls. The sound of the sea grew louder, waves rolling and crashing in a steady rhythm. They soon found the Coralstone Quarter, a cluster of buildings fashioned from blocks quarried along the shore. The walls sparkled with flecks of shells embedded in pale limestone. While the architecture entranced Al Husayn, it was the possibility of encountering the scribe that propelled him forward, heart-pounding with each echoing footstep. At last they arrived before a half-collapsed structure perched on the water's edge. Broken shutters and a leaning doorway bore witness to decades of neglect. Inside, scattered manuscripts lay in disarray atop a wooden table. Candle stubs had melted into curious shapes, dotting the floor like forlorn sculptures. Al Husayn called out, receiving only silence. Mariam gestured for the guards to remain alert. Then a voice, raspy but precise, emerged from behind a partition. "If you've come for idle gossip, there is none. If you seek knowledge, speak." An elderly man stepped forward, shoulders draped in a threadbare shawl. His gaze darted suspiciously among them. Al Husayn introduced himself and explained his search for a Red Sea library rumoured to house an ancient codex. At the mention of Yunus al-Kindi, the man's eyes sparked. He introduced himself as Fahim, once a royal archivist who had fallen out of favour. Fahim claimed to know the codex's general whereabouts, but warned of obstacles, political and supernatural. Despite his guarded manner, he pointed to a scroll. "There," he said, "the trail begins." Under the scribe's watchful glare, Al Husayn unrolled the scroll Fahim indicated. Faded script described a coastal stronghold called Makshaf, famed for its labyrinthine archives. Though the text offered scant details, it named a certain scholar, Ibrahim of Kulzum, who had once catalogued manuscripts within its walls. Fahim revealed that a naval blockade centuries earlier had forced the stronghold into obscurity. Few in Yanahal even recalled its name. The old archivist smirked. "If you wish to risk your neck, go." But be warned, those halls remain unforgiving. Mariam, standing nearby, studied the scribe's demeanour. She had dealt with enough merchants and officials to read a man's motives. Though Fahim's bitter tone implied grudges, he seemed sincere about the stronghold's existence. After a terse negotiation, she coaxed him to provide a rough chart of Makshaf's possible location. Al Husayn promised to mention Fahim's name favourably in scholarly circles if they succeeded. The archivist waved them off as though disclaiming any further responsibility for their fate. Mystery, it seemed, was his final currency. Reconvening at the inn, Al Husayn laid out the new findings. The stronghold of Makshaf appeared to lie southwest along a rugged coast where cliffside passes met tidal inlets. This was no typical trade route, and Mariam recognised the risk. Yet curiosity pulled them forward. Treasure for her, knowledge for Al Husayn. To minimise complications, she decided that only a smaller detachment would continue. The main caravan could remain in Yanahal, selling goods and provisioning for the journey back to Baghdad. Al Husayn and a handful of companions would venture on. Evening found Al Husayn pacing the inn's modest courtyard, poring over Fahim's chart. Tiny notes etched beside rough sketches of landforms hinted at old conflicts, ruined watchtowers, and rumoured pirate hideouts. He traced the shoreline with his fingertip, imagining the waves crashing against the walls of Makshaf. What secrets might that stronghold's archives hold? Remnants of civilizations unknown or advanced theories lost to time. The moonlight made the parchment glow, as if enticing him to see beyond its faded lines into uncharted territory. By dawn, Mariam had secured a light coastal vessel from a local captain named Tawfiq, whose family specialised in short-haul voyages along the Red Sea. With Basim's help, he had returned with unusual timeliness. They loaded supplies, water barrels, salted fish, a few goats for milk. Al Husayn brought his notebooks, Yunus's letter, and whatever references Fahim had been willing to share. A hush fell over them as they boarded the vessel, the humid sea breeze a welcome change from desert dryness. Ahead lay the open sea, half illuminated by the rising sun. The boat rocked gently as they navigated away from Yanahal's harbour, leaving behind the tangle of masts and dockside chatter. Overhead, seabirds wove intricate patterns, while the horizon stretched indigo and gold. Al Husayn inhaled the briny air, feeling a subtle exhilaration. This watery expanse was a far cry from the dusty roads he had known. Mariam stood at the prow, scanning for hazards. Despite the calm surface, she understood storms could blow in with devastating force. The Red Sea, like the desert, demanded vigilance. During the voyage, Tawfiq recounted local lore about hidden coves where pirates once stashed plunder or reefs that glowed with phosphorescence at night. Basim listened, occasionally offering a sly anecdote of his own. Al Husayn jotted down each tale, uncertain which threads might lead to truth. The swirl of rumour only deepened his conviction that knowledge often lurked in the unlikeliest corners. Meanwhile, the coastline revealed layers of cliffs, dotted with vegetation clinging to cracks in the rock. Small huts or fishing camps occasionally dotted the beaches. On the second day at sea, dark clouds brewed on the horizon. Tawfiq urged them to find shelter before the squall hit. They steered toward a narrow inlet sheltered by limestone bluffs. Waves churned with increasing ferocity, and the wind whipped spray across the deck. Mariam and Basim helped secure the sails while Al Husayn clung to the boat's railing, heart pounding. Thunder boomed overhead as they finally slipped into the inlet. There the water remained calmer, though the storm raged just beyond the protective cliffs. Huddled against the rain, they waited for the tempest to subside. Al Husayn's mind raced. If the codex contained advanced understanding of astronomy, it might also hint at meteorological patterns. Could ancient scholars have deciphered the desert's or the sea's hidden rhythms? The storm's fury felt like a primeval test, warning him of the forces that shaped this realm. Perhaps Makshaf's long-sealed archives held not just forgotten texts, but an entire worldview alien to their era. As lightning flared overhead, he vowed that neither fear nor storm would deter him. With the morning sun came a deceptive calm. Clouds still hovered, but the winds had eased. Tawfiq guided the boat cautiously out of the inlet, skirting churning waters. The storm had left debris afloat, broken branches, strips of torn sail from some unlucky craft. Mariam eyed the horizon. Though the worst seemed past, the sea remained unsettled, each wave a reminder of nature's caprices. Al Husayn, pages damp but intact, felt a renewed urgency. The storm's violence had sharpened his resolve to reach Makshaf and uncover its secrets. As they followed the coastline, steep cliffs rose, their bases gnawed by waves. Occasionally they glimpsed narrow ledges or goat paths zigzagging upward, suggesting that people once traversed these heights. Tawfiq pointed out a distant structure atop a cliff, a toppled watchtower, perhaps a remnant of Makshaf's old defences. The sight quickened everyone's pace. If that tower marked the outskirts of the stronghold, they were close. Still, the approach looked treacherous, with no easy landing place visible among the rocks and swirling currents. They eventually located a craggy beach where erosion had carved out a small pebbled cove. Unloading the vessel was a precarious dance of timing each wave's retreat. Mariam directed the transfer of provisions while Tawfiq secured the boat to a natural cleft in the rock. Overhead, seabirds screeched, and the wind whipped salt-laden spray against their faces. Al Husayn carefully shielded the charts and manuscripts, mindful that a single misstep could end his entire quest. This shoreline felt like a threshold between rumour and tangible discovery. A short climb inland revealed a rocky plateau dotted with tough grasses and scattered boulders. Amid the distant cliffs, fragments of a fortification jutted skyward, tumbled walls and half-collapsed arches. Basim let out a low whistle, marvelling that such ruins still lingered after centuries of neglect. Mariam maintained her measured composure, though Al Husayn guessed she shared the group's rising anticipation. Makshaf's silent outline beckoned. For all anyone knew, they were the first to set foot here in generations. Perhaps they stood at the edge of a dormant legacy. They advanced through a steep ravine, its sides etched with old chisel marks. Al Husayn paused to examine them, suspecting that earlier inhabitants had quarried stone for the stronghold's construction. The ravine opened into a hidden valley where an arched gateway lay partially buried by debris. Time and storms had battered its keystone, leaving a sizable gap. Carefully they picked their way through fallen stones, each footstep sending echoes through the still air. A faint tang of seaweed permeated the ruins, as if the ocean had invaded this bastion long ago. Beyond the gateway stretched a courtyard choked with rubble and invasive plants. Broken pillars hinted at what might once have been an open colonnade. A series of corridors branched off from the far side, one leading to a stone staircase descending underground. Al Husayn's pulse fluttered. Subterranean vaults often served as archives or storage facilities in older fortifications. He imagined shelves of manuscripts, layered with dust, awaiting rediscovery. Mariam tested a cracked step with her boot, finding it stable enough. They lit torches, bracing themselves for whatever lay below. The descending passage felt claustrophobic, each echo magnified by the damp walls. A battered iron gate at the bottom yielded to Basim's determined shove. Within lay a series of vaulted chambers. Water trickled from hairline cracks in the ceiling, pooling on the floor in irregular puddles. Their torchlight flickered over broken crates, corroded lanterns, and scraps of rotting cloth. Al Husayn's eyes darted around, desperate to find any sign of records. Then in a corner, he spotted what appeared to be a carved stone plaque emblazoned with geometric designs. Approaching it, he realized the plaque was part of a larger fixture. A sealed doorway. Intricate lines fanned outward from a central motif, echoing the patterns in Eunice's cryptic notes. Could this be a hidden archive within the stronghold? Eagerly, Al Husayn traced the grooves with a fingertip. Mariam hovered, scanning for potential threats. Basim ran his hand along the wall's perimeter, eventually finding the faint outline of a release mechanism. When he pressed it, the plaque shuddered, revealing a narrow gap. Stale air seeped out, carrying hints of mould and ancient parchment. Torchlight spilling through the gap illuminated a cramped chamber lined with stone shelves. Al Husayn's heart soared. Rolled manuscripts lay scattered, some disintegrating at the touch of the moist air. He gingerly lifted a small codex bound in faded leather, its cover emblazoned with unfamiliar symbols. Though the text was partially illegible, diagrams of star charts and geometric constructs were visible, aware that he was crossing into the realm of legends made real. With mounting excitement, Al Husayn and Mariam inspected the shelves, hoping for a more complete find. Many manuscripts had succumbed to rot or water damage, leaving illegible stains where words once lived. Still, glimpses of diagrams, star maps, and cryptic notations sparked Al Husayn's imagination. Each surviving scrap offered a puzzle, references to advanced mathematics, mentions of distant lands, and hints of medical treatises. The codex Yunus had mentioned might lie deeper within or be scattered among these fragile scrolls that teetered on the brink of disintegration. Basim, less enthralled by the written page, explored adjacent chambers in search of anything valuable, coins, jewellery, or historical artefacts that might fetch a price. He returned empty-handed, muttering about collapsed tunnels and corridors blocked by a rubble. From one corridor, a trickle of brackish water flowed, implying that parts of the stronghold might be submerged or entirely inaccessible. The group decided to work methodically, prioritising the drier sections first. Mariam posted a guard outside, aware that local pirates or treasure hunters could still pose a threat. Hour after hour, Al Husayn catalogued each fragment they could salvage. He recognised partial translations from Greek, Coptic, and even Sanskrit. Whoever had curated these archives clearly embraced the same zeal for knowledge that fueled the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Occasionally he stumbled upon a page detailing astronomical observations far more advanced than anything he'd encountered. He dreamed that if he could reconstruct these texts, they might reshape contemporary understanding of the cosmos, bridging centuries of lost scholarship. He remembered Yunus's cryptic list and felt a surge of vindication. Progress was slow, the air in the buried chambers remained thick, occasionally forcing them to retreat above ground for fresh air. In the process, they discovered an intact storeroom near the courtyard containing clay jars sealed with ancient wax. Basim pried one open, revealing well-preserved grains that, while impossible to eat, illustrated that this fortress once hosted a thriving community. Al Husayn marvelled at the notion that the inhabitants of Makshaf had walked these same corridors, their daily routines taking place above a trove of hidden knowledge, then vanishing into history. On the second evening, Mariam insisted they organise a secure campsite in the courtyard. Setting up canvas tarps where partial walls offered shelter from ocean winds, they established a routine, nights spent guarding the perimeter, days spent rummaging the archives. The only sounds were the distant roar of the sea and the shuffle of footsteps echoing in stone halls. At times, the place felt haunted by old aspirations and new ones colliding. Al Husayn often caught himself wishing they had more time, better resources, or just a few extra hands to preserve these fragile legacies. At last, amid a heap of decaying scrolls in a far corner of the sealed chamber, Al Husayn found it. A manuscript carefully wrapped in oiled cloth, protected from the worst dampness. Its cover bore a pattern, identical to the sketches in Yunus's instructions. Heart-hammering, he peeled back the cloth. Inside, pages of surprisingly durable parchment were covered in scripts that merged geometric diagrams with flowing text. Marginal notes in a secondary hand suggested commentary, possibly added by later scholars. This had to be the codex. A quick survey revealed passages on astronomical alignments, references to mathematical proofs that predated known treatises, and arcane symbols that defied immediate interpretation. One section even described medical herbs rumoured to thrive in remote regions. Al Husayn felt as though he were holding an entire lost epoch in his hands. Mariam, seeing his awe, asked if this was truly what they had risked so much to find. He nodded, tears brimming unbidden. The codex might reshape fields of learning, if only it could be safely transported and studied. Next came the dilemma of extraction. The codex was too precious to leave behind, but the path back was fraught with uncertainty. The sea journey, the threat of storms, and the watchful eyes of potential bandits all loomed large. Mariam proposed packing the codex in multiple layers of protective cloth and assigning it round-the-clock guards. Basim chimed in with a plan to mask their departure by spreading rumours of a fruitless search, hoping to deter opportunists. Al Husayn agreed, recognizing that knowledge could be as dangerous a treasure as gold. With their plans set, they gathered what manuscripts they could carry, focusing on the codex and a few other promising relics. Standing at the fortress threshold, Al Husayn took one last reverent look at the silent corridors. He imagined the generations who might have come here seeking truth, only to vanish beneath time's shifting sands. Now he held proof that their efforts had not faded entirely. As the group stepped out into the briny dusk, he realized his journey was far from complete. The desert had tested him, and the sea had threatened him, but this triumph opened countless new doors. History was not a fixed tapestry, it was ever unfolding, waiting for those willing to traverse the unknown in search of revelation. September the 7th, 1533, Elizabeth Tudor was born at Greenwich Palace, amidst a flurry of anticipation and unease. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken from the Catholic Church to marry her mother, Anne Boleyn, so Elizabeth's birth was charged with political tensions. The king, desperate for a male heir, found himself disappointed when the infant turned out to be a girl. Still, baby Elizabeth bore the weight of dynastic hopes. Her every coo or cry analysed for signs that the Tudor line might endure. The infant's earliest days unfolded in a court grappling with religious upheaval. Henry's new Church of England stood at odds with Rome. Courtiers whispered about the king's next move. The Queen, Anne, attempted to shield her daughter from the swirling environment, ensuring she received the best available wet nurses and comfort. However, the precariousness quickly became apparent. A few years later, Anne faced execution due to dubious charges of treason and adultery. Motherless at 2, Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by her father's decree, losing her title of princess. Raised in separate royal households, Elizabeth seldom saw Henry VIII. Various stepmothers came and went, with some offering brief maternal warmth. She formed a particularly close bond with Catherine Parr, Henry's 6th wife, who oversaw her education. Elizabeth's tutors recognised a remarkably bright mind. She excelled in languages by adolescence. She spoke fluent Latin, French and Italian, eventually picking up Spanish as well. She pored over classical texts, gleaning rhetorical finesse from Cicero and moral lessons from Greek philosophers. Even in childhood, she learned to keep her emotions cloaked, forging a calm exterior that masked inner tensions, an attribute that would prove crucial in her future reign. A fateful shift occurred when Henry died in 1547, leaving Elizabeth's half-brother Edward VI as king. Under the regency of Protestant reformers, the religious climate skewed more radical. Elizabeth, though outwardly cooperative, carefully navigated factional disputes. She relocated the household of Catherine Parr, who had remarried to Thomas Seymour. That arrangement sparked scandal. Seymour was rumoured to show Elizabeth overly familiar attention, fueling gossip that tarnished her reputation. The teenage princess soon departed, mindful that any whiff of impropriety could end her precarious position in the succession line. This brush with danger reinforced her instincts for self-preservation. Edward's short reign was followed by that of Elizabeth's half-sister, Mary I, a devout Catholic determined to restore papal authority. Mary viewed Elizabeth with suspicion, seeing in her a rallying figure for Protestant interests. As rebellions cropped up, Elizabeth found herself accused of complicity. She was taken to the Tower of London, where her mother had met her end, and then placed under house arrest at Woodstock. The gloom of potential execution hung over her, but lacking firm evidence, Mary couldn't condemn her. Over 2 years, Elizabeth trod a careful path, denying any involvement in plots while discreetly maintaining her network of Protestant allies. Eventually, Mary's failing health lifted Elizabeth from her shadow. In November 1558, Mary died, childless. Elizabeth, at 25, ascended the throne. The people welcomed her with cautious optimism, hoping for an end to religious strife. However, no one could foresee the firmness with which Elizabeth would steer the ship. She inherited a kingdom exhausted by years of persecution and entangled in European alliances. Furthermore, lingering doubts about her legitimacy and ability to produce an heir plagued the realm. Courtiers pressed for her to marry promptly, believing a queen regnant threatened stability unless a husband took the reins. Elizabeth, though aware of the political logic, also recognised that marriage might curb her autonomy. In her first weeks as Queen, Elizabeth took bold symbolic steps. She chose moderate Protestant advisers like William Cecil, striving to unify the country. She declared her intent for a religious settlement that neither persecuted Catholics harshly nor caved to papal demands. She navigated a delicate balance, cognizant that either extreme could undermine her rule. She moved her court to Whitehall, re-establishing routine ceremonial events that signalled the monarchy's continuity. Observers described her as poised, with sharp eyes that hinted at an agile, strategic mind. The once exiled princess stood now at the centre of power, forging a monarchy that would come to define an era. Thus, the stage was set for a pivotal chapter in English history. Elizabeth's early experiences, maternal execution, paternal neglect, complex family ties, had shaped a cautious, perceptive approach. She had learned to conceal personal feelings behind a stately demeanour, armed with intellectual acumen gleaned from classical texts. The realm now looked to her for stability, religious compromise, and a reassertion of national identity. For Elizabeth, it was time to prove that a female sovereign, even one with a contested legitimacy, could guide England through its labyrinth of political storms. From the outset of her reign, Elizabeth I confronted a land torn by religious factionalism. Under Mary I, staunch Catholic policies reigned, with Protestant heretics burnt at the stake. Though those violent measures ended, many Catholics remained loyal to Rome. Meanwhile, radical Protestants clamoured for more extreme reforms. Elizabeth recognised that a middle path was essential for national peace. The Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 aimed for a broad church approach. The Act of Supremacy declared her supreme governor of the Church of England, and the Act of Uniformity prescribed a moderate Protestant liturgy. While it alienated hardliners on both sides, it established a stable framework that endured. This religious compromise had consequences. Catholics abroad questioned her legitimacy, urging Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's Catholic cousin, to claim England's throne. Mary, exiled from Scotland in 1568, ended up in England, effectively under house arrest. Elizabeth, wary of dethroning a fellow anointed queen, faced a quandary. Mary's presence fueled conspiracies, yet executing her set a dangerous precedent. This predicament lingered for decades, turning Mary into an epicentre of Catholic plots that threatened Elizabeth's life and reign. Beyond religion, Elizabeth's foreign policy shaped her early years on the throne. England was militarily weak, overshadowed by Spanish might. The Queen needed alliances, but hated entangling treaties that might compromise her independence. She courted suitors from across Europe, France's Duke of Anjou, Austria's Archduke Charles, using marriage negotiations as diplomatic chess moves. Each negotiation offered short-term benefits, but she consistently evaded an actual wedding. By keeping her hand in marriage available, Elizabeth dissuaded certain powers from aggression, hoping for eventual union. The saga of the Virgin Queen was as much political strategy as personal inclination. Economically, Elizabeth inherited a treasury battered by wars. Her ministers, notably William Cecil, Lord Burghley, instituted reforms, curbing inflation and streamlining revenue collection. They supported maritime ventures, encouraging sea captains like Francis Drake to harass Spanish shipping and seize treasure. Such semi-official privateering enriched royal coffers and stoked Spanish hostility, culminating in deeper rivalries. Meanwhile, domestic industry, woolen cloth, for instance, expanded, aided by the stable environment Elizabeth's government fostered. As for the Queen herself, the court recognised her keen intellect and formidable will. She cherished erudition, employing multiple secretaries to handle a constant influx of diplomatic dispatches. Fluent in French and adept in Latin, she occasionally scribbled notes in Italian or Spanish. She revelled in masques and pageants, endorsing the arts to glorify her monarchy. She made a point of progresses, travelling with her retinue through the countryside, letting her subjects glimpse the royal presence. This practice built loyalty, for seeing their queen in person, resplendent with pearls and embroidered gowns, stirred patriotic pride. A lesser-known aspect was her reliance on intelligence networks. Elizabeth, aware that conspiracies loomed, authorised spy masters like Sir Francis Walsingham to intercept letters, employ informants, and uncover plots. This clandestine apparatus uncovered multiple assassins or traitors financed by Spain or papal agents. By revealing such threats, the Queen justified harsher policies against recalcitrant Catholics. Some criticised these tactics as oppressive, but to Elizabeth, survival mandated vigilance. Another challenge: cultural expectations for queens. She faced jabs about her gender, with some male courtiers urging a kingly partner. She responded by forging a regal persona, insisting subjects see her as both king and queen, a line reflecting her dual role. She skillfully navigated male-dominated councils, awarding title carefully to ensure no single noble overshadowed her. She also used fashion as a political tool. Her elaborate gowns, iconic ruffs, and jewel-laden wardrobes signalled the monarchy's majesty. This cultivated image buttressed her authority in an era still grappling with a female sovereign. In parallel, Elizabeth's personal circle remained small. She could be witty and charming, dancing or joking with favourites like Robert Dudley. But letting affection overshadow prudence risks scandal. Rumours flew about her closeness to Dudley, fueling suspicion that she might marry him. The potential controversy was immense, given Dudley's questionable reputation. In the end, Elizabeth never wed. She cherished her autonomy, well aware that a consort could overshadow or manipulate her. The choice drew bafflement from foreign courts, but domestically, it enhanced her mystique. The Virgin Queen identity solidified, spurring propaganda that cast her as wedded to the realm itself. Elizabeth's early reign involved balancing various tasks such as forging a delicate religious settlement, spurring economic growth, outmanoeuvring suitor entanglements, and stamping out plots. She skillfully used image and ceremony to unify the realm, though critics lurked. Her government's stability rested on an ongoing dance with foreign powers and internal factions. Despite the swirling tensions, Elizabeth projected calm confidence, forging a national identity that recognised the Queen's central role. Her mid-reign would bring graver trials, culminating in decisive conflicts that tested the mettle of both monarch and kingdom. By the mid-1580s, Elizabeth's realm faced a new wave of external threats. The ascendant Spanish Empire under King Philip II brimmed with zeal to reassert Catholic supremacy and avenge the raids on Spanish commerce by English privateers. Religious tension spiked further after the Pope excommunicated Elizabeth, effectively urging Catholic monarchs to depose her. In response, the Queen's advisors realised that war with Spain was no longer a distant possibility but a near inevitability. They bolstered the navy, encouraging shipbuilders to refine vessels for speed and manoeuvrability. Commanders like Drake refined hit-and-run tactics designed to hamper Spain's massive, slower galleons. Additionally, the Mary, Queen of Scots dilemma reached a climactic stage. She had been implicated in multiple plots, culminating in the infamous Babington plot of 1586, which aimed to assassinate Elizabeth and seat Mary on the throne. Caught with incriminating letters, Mary was tried for treason. Elizabeth agonised over signing Mary's death warrant. The thought of executing an anointed queen offended her sense of divine order, but counsel pressed her that Mary's continued survival endangered national security. Reluctantly, Elizabeth signed. Mary was beheaded in 1587, an act that scandalised Catholic Europe. Elizabeth feigned dismay at the news of Mary's actual execution, chastising ministers for carrying out the sentence too hastily. The sincerity of her regret remains debated. This event further incensed Spain, and soon word came that Philip II was assembling an invincible armada. In 1588, that formidable fleet sailed for the English Channel, intending to rendezvous with forces in the Low Countries and deliver an invasion. England braced for catastrophe. Elizabeth visited her troops at Tilbury, clad in armour, delivering a rousing speech about having the heart and stomach of a king. That rallying cry, though perhaps embroidered in subsequent retellings, captured the national mood. The English Navy engaged the Armada in a series of skirmishes, employing fireships to sow chaos. Stormy weather and miscalculation forced the Spanish to scatter around the northern coasts, suffering devastating losses. The triumph at sea became a cornerstone of Elizabeth's legend. Though historians note the fortune of unseasonable gales played as large a role as strategic brilliance, buoyed by victory, Elizabeth's popularity soared. Poets extolled her as a goddess presiding over a fortuitous age. London's population boomed, commerce thrived in relative security, courtiers staged elaborate masques celebrating Gloriana, a moniker borrowed from Edmund Spenser's allegorical poem the Fairy Queen. This cult of Elizabeth, with pageantry and stylized iconography, shaped a golden aura around her monarchy. She bestowed knighthoods on naval heroes like Drake, though she never turned them into unstoppable political rivals. Indeed, part of her genius lay in praising men just enough to secure their loyalty, but not so extravagantly as to overshadow her own regal glow. Yet cracks surfaced. The war with Spain dragged on sporadically. English expeditions to support Protestant rebels in the Netherlands or to raid Spanish ports often ended in fiascos, draining resources. The Queen's earlier frugality turned to reluctance about fully funding new campaigns, prompting friction with bold but cash-strapped commanders. Some younger courtiers, like the Earl of Essex, grew impatient with Elizabeth's measured approach. Essex attempted to replicate despite Drake's glories. He led half-baked military forays and returned with meagre spoils. Tensions between the old Queen and these ambitious youths escalated, culminating in the Essex Rebellion of 1601, where he tried a coup. She crushed it swiftly, and Essex was executed. As Elizabeth aged, her once intimate circle diminished. Longtime advisers such as William Cecil passed away, and favoured courtiers either died or fell out of favour. The Queen, famous for her fine dresses and elaborate wigs, now faced a more solitary existence. Gossip about her vanity circulated. She insisted on controlling her image, refusing to appear as a frail matron. She demanded loyalty from ladies-in-waiting, scolding them if they dared overshadow her attire or conversation. Although the realm viewed her as Gloriana, she struggled to maintain a mythic aura behind closed doors. Diplomatically, the final years of her reign saw a cooling of tension with Spain, not via a formal peace but through mutual exhaustion. The impetus for large armadas had waned, with Spain focusing on European entanglements. England, for its part, lacked the finances to continue heavy engagements. Meanwhile, the seeds of colonial expansion were sown. English seafarers eyed North America, establishing fledgling outposts. The concept of an overseas empire was embryonic but emerging. Thus, approaching the turn of the century, Elizabeth presided over a stable yet evolving monarchy. She had defied invasion, faced down conspiracies, and reigned as an iconic figure admired across Europe. But the question of succession remained, unmarried and childless. She had never named an heir. The matter loomed, spurring subtle negotiations as different claimants circled. This final stretch of her reign tested whether the Tudor line's magic could endure beyond her mortal presence, or if it would seamlessly transition to a new dynasty. By the twilight of her reign, Elizabeth I found herself contending with the question that had dogged her for decades. Who would follow her upon the throne? No official heir had been named, though many whispered that James VI of Scotland, a Protestant and son of the executed Mary, Queen of Scots, was the likely candidate. Elizabeth, ever cautious about naming a successor, understood that the moment she sanctioned an heir, her authority might wane. Yet the gentry and the powerful were anxious, fearing a resurgence of civil strife if the crown's transition lacked clarity. As the 1590s waned, the Queen's court saw fewer robust festivities. Elizabeth's health was not the best, and her mood darkened by the loss of cherished confidants. Once a favoured explorer, Sir Walter Raleigh fell from Elizabeth's favour. The Earl of Essex, her erstwhile golden boy, died a traitor. Meanwhile, the luminous circle that had celebrated her youth, Bess of Hardwicke, Countess of Leicester, and others, had scattered. England's population soared beyond 4 million, many living precariously in squalid conditions. Bread riots flickered in adverse harvest years, and the cost of warfare remained burdensome. Some critics murmured that the Queen's refusal to adapt to a new generation's demands indicated the monarchy was adrift. Yet Elizabeth never lost her political savvy. She carefully managed sessions of Parliament, deftly deflecting demands for certain policy changes. She employed subtle flattery, reminding them that as a mother to her people, she prized their well-being above all. This rhetorical style, combining maternal sentiments with regal authority, continued to woo the common folk. Indeed, from the countryside to London's teeming streets, loyalty to the Queen remained high, an outgrowth of national pride partly forged by that earlier victory over the Spanish Armada. In the realm of arts, the Elizabethan theatre blossomed, spearheaded by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and others. Though Elizabeth seldom attended public performances at the Globe, she invited theatrical troupes to court. She found enjoyment in comedic interludes, even if she publicly maintained a formal veneer. This cultural renaissance, ignited under her watch, was a point of national distinction, with travelling players bringing both dramatic flair and moral allegories to distant corners. The synergy of crowns and creativity underscored an epoch known as the Elizabethan Golden Age. Throughout, the religious settlement endured, though Puritan elements pressed for stricter reforms. Criticising the hierarchical structure of bishops, the Queen tolerated moderate Puritan pleas but cracked down on radical preachers who undermined her supreme governorship. Catholic recusants faced fines or pressure to conform, though large-scale persecution was less aggressive than during Mary's reign. Despite friction, Elizabeth's stance staved off religious civil war. This equilibrium, though not perfect, enabled commerce and exploration to flourish. Merchants ventured to the Levant, the Baltic, and the Americas, sowing early seeds of a global maritime trade. In the final few months of her life, Elizabeth retreated to Richmond Palace. She was increasingly frail, refusing medical interventions that seemed invasive. Court rumours multiplied. The Queen's mind was drifting. She was losing appetite, or she stood for hours too proud to rest. Modern historians debate the exact cause of her decline. Some speculate pneumonia or depression. She dreaded naming James publicly, but subtle negotiations with his envoys paved the way for a smooth succession. Advisors like Robert Cecil quietly prepared the details. According to tradition, Elizabeth, too weak to speak in her last hours, made a vague gesture endorsing James as successor. She died on March 24, 1603, aged 69, after 44 years on the throne, a record at the time for an English monarch. Her coffin was carried from Whitehall to Westminster Abbey, the silent crowds reflecting on an era shaped by her image. That day closed the Tudor line, with James VI of Scotland becoming James I of England, inaugurating the Stuart dynasty. Yet the Tudor brand had not ended in chaos. Elizabeth's measured approach, for all her reluctances, ensured a relatively peaceful handover. In the wake of her passing, tributes soared. Pamphlets hailed her as the wisest princess, the mother of her people, and a near-legendary figure who steered the nation from the shadows of religious tyranny. The wave of national mourning overshadowed her shortcomings, which included excessive favouritism, suspicion of rivals, and stifling certain freedoms. Over the next centuries, historians would reinterpret her story, dissecting the illusions of the Virgin Queen narrative, acknowledging her harsh treatment of dissenters, yet marvelling at her capacity to wield authority in a fiercely patriarchal world. The stage was set for the transition from Tudor to Stuart, and though overshadowed by the next monarchy's own tensions, Elizabeth's reign retained a special glow in England's collective memory, an epoch where a single woman's will shaped destiny. Immediately after Elizabeth's death, a swirl of legacies confronted the English. James I, newly ascendant, inherited a stable realm, but also the burden of living up to the fabled Gloriana. Over the ensuing decades, the myth of Elizabeth would be embellished by dramatists, historians, and genealogists, forging a romantic image of a queen unblemished by error. Yet parallel undercurrents recognised her complexities. Among the common folk, stories abounded of her witty repartee, her skill in navigating suitors, and the spectacle of her court. In the Catholic diaspora, she was demonised as a heretic who had executed Mary, Queen of Scots. This ideological tug-of-war shaped how Europe at large recalled her reign. During the 17th century, English authors occasionally staged plays referencing Elizabethan glories to critique or praise current rulers. The Elizabethan Age label took hold, conjuring a golden past full of maritime exploits and cultural refinement. Meanwhile, Puritan writers viewed the Queen more critically, noting that her religious compromise left them yearning for a more thorough reformation. Some pamphleteers portrayed her as a cunning politician, adept at double-dealing among Europe's Catholic powers. Over time, these multiple vantage points consolidated into a layered portrait. In the 18th and 19th centuries, national pride soared, fueling revivalist interest in the Tudors. Elizabeth's image was moulded by Victorian taste, emphasising her unmarried status as a demonstration of moral fortitude. Painters depicted her in elaborate ruffs, overshadowing any mention of the day-to-day hardships endured by her subjects. She became an icon of English independence, especially when the British Empire sought parallels between the forging of a national identity under Elizabeth and contemporary empire building. The Armada triumph narrative overshadowed the fact that storms aided English success. Her issues with Mary, Queen of Scots, became fodder for tragic romanticism, focusing on courtly betrayals and heartbreak. This romanticisation sometimes neglected the Queen's shrewd, often ruthless governance. Scholars of the 20th century took a more critical lens. They delved into archival documents to unearth how Elizabeth's intelligence network operated, how her finances were managed, and how propaganda shaped public perception. They passed the famed Golden Speech of 1601, analysing the rhetorical strategies she used to quell a restless parliament. The more historians explored, the clearer it became that her success hinged on forging an image that balanced motherly affection with regal severity, ensuring subjects revered rather than resented her. Scholars recognised the notion of the cult of Elizabeth, with its orchestrated pageantry, as an early form of state PR. From the perspective of women's history, Elizabeth's significance soared. She defied the misogynistic assumptions of her era, refusing to cede authority to a husband or to male advisors. That independence, though hard-won, showcased the potency a female ruler could wield in a male-dominated society. Yet the same narrative acknowledges she was no radical feminist. She often leveraged stereotypes of female frailty or used her womanly nature strategically in negotiations. Thus, her complex relationship with gender roles remains a topic of ongoing debate. Archaeological digs at palaces and old estates uncovered physical traces of her travels, like ephemeral scaffolds for pageants or remains of feasting halls. These glimpses illustrate the vast logistical machine behind each royal progress. The Queen might arrive with hundreds of courtiers and servants, imposing a heavy burden on local nobility hosting the entourage. Yet, from a political standpoint, these visits effectively reaffirmed the monarchy's presence across the realm. Over and over, Elizabeth used personal displays to connect with communities. In cultural memory, items such as the Tudor Rose, elaborate state portraits by painters like Nicholas Hilliard, or references to the Virgin Queen remain in the public imagination. Filmmakers in the 20th and 21st centuries capitalised on this allure, producing adaptations that frame Elizabeth's story with romance and triumph. Some films portray her as near saintly, others highlight her paranoia or the brutality of her crackdown on perceived threats. The continuing fascination underscores how she embodies a transitional moment in Europe, where medieval structures gave way to early modern states, with new forms of diplomacy, espionage, and ideology all converging. Thus, centuries removed from her actual reign, Elizabeth I stands as both a symbol of national identity and a figure whose complexities resonate with present debates. The interplay of female leadership, religious diversity, personal freedom, and the power of constructed image. Re-evaluating her life reveals how skillful governance can stabilise a fractious kingdom, even if it requires navigating a delicate balance between tolerance and coercion. The conversation around Elizabeth remains dynamic, shaped by each generation's vantage on monarchy, gender, and the cost of maintaining a carefully wrought facade of unity. Elizabeth's story resonates with the notion that midlife can be a time of both reflection and strategic boldness. She ascended the throne at 25, but arguably her most defining decisions, the forging of a moderate religious settlement, the careful dance of marriage negotiations, unfolded as she matured. In the face of personal regrets, lack of a direct heir, and external crises, Spanish hostility, internal plots, she repeatedly displayed resilience under the lens of older wisdom. Yet that sagacity was not innate. It sprang from a youth marked by precariousness, shaping a thorough calculation in adult life. One lesser discussed aspect is her intellectual curiosity. She was no passive figurehead. She read widely, from classical philosophers to contemporary political treatises, and engaged in theological debates with ambassadors. She wrote translations of texts, including Plutarch, honing linguistic precision. In an era when many noblewomen possessed only basic literacy, Elizabeth's depth of scholarship commanded respect. She used this knowledge to steer councils, referencing classical examples of leadership or mercy, grounding her decisions in a broader worldview than simple realpolitik. Another dimension concerns her approach to management and delegation. Faced with a swirl of court factions, some aligned with Cecil, others with Dudley, and various earls vying for influence, she balanced them by a rotating favour, ensuring no single man overshadowed the rest. This delicate manoeuvre allowed her to maintain her position as the ultimate arbiter, thereby preventing entrenched monopolies of power. While modern management gurus highlight transparency or direct leadership, Elizabeth's method was subtler. She nurtured multiple power centres, pitting them gently against each other to sustain a stable equilibrium. This method reveals a strategic cunning that, while occasionally breeding resentment, retained her supremacy in a fractious environment. The swirl of secrecy surrounding Mary, Queen of Scots, also underscores Elizabeth's careful manipulation of intelligence. She personally reviewed coded letters, weighed evidence, and authorised infiltration of Catholic circles. These actions might unnerve contemporary moral standards, yet in the cutthroat reality of 16th century politics, such espionage was standard. The difference is Elizabeth's relative subtlety. She rarely boasted of her spymaster's successes. She recognised the value of illusions, letting conspirators believe they had infiltrated her circle while, in fact, her watchers tracked every step. Age imbued her with a distinct sense of gravity. In speeches to Parliament, she framed herself as a guardian of the realm's welfare, addressing them as my lords and my good people, tapping into paternal or maternal imagery. She rarely showed overt temper in public, though courtiers recalled her sharp tongue in private, laced with scathing wit. She might banish a courtier from her presence for a trifling offence, then recall him soon after, sending the message that loyalty was paramount while partial forgiveness might be extended. This capacity to pivot from severity to magnanimity cemented her as unpredictable yet revered, a trait modern leaders might emulate in more tempered forms. Beyond the realm of politics, her personal attire and courtly fashion set trends across Europe. She championed fresh tailors to experiment with embroidered silks, extensive ruffs, and striking colour palettes. But behind the magnificence was a strategic layering of fabric. It signified her rank while concealing normal ageing or times of ill health. The resulting mystique helped define the monarchy's brand. Similarly, she championed structured ceremonies, like elaborate coronation anniversaries or public feast days. These events reaffirmed the bond between sovereign and subject, forging an emotional tie that buttressed the monarchy's intangible authority. Her approach to the arts had lasting effects. She never personally funded epic building projects like some European royals given her limited treasury, but her patronage of music, portraiture, and drama triggered a cultural efflorescence. Key composers thrived, producing refined polyphonic works performed at chapel. Her endorsement of secular drama laid the groundwork for Shakespeare's rise. She recognised that cultural prestige elevated national pride, thus investing in intangible capital that would outlast her. This fosters an analogy to modern soft power, a concept in global relations. In sum, Elizabeth's mid to late reign exemplifies how a leader can orchestrate multi-layered strategies, leaning on intellectual depth, balancing internal factions, leveraging espionage, and forging cultural identity. Her longevity on the throne was no accident. It was an evolving mastery of monarchy in an era thick with risk. For those in midlife, her model suggests that the lessons gleaned from earlier turmoil, exile, precarious legitimacy, can blossom into confident leadership when harnessed with discipline. Even so, her story underscores that behind the regal facade lay real heartbreak and regrets, particularly on questions of family and moral contradictions. That humanness only deepens the fascination with this queen who navigated a world not designed for women in power, forging a golden age from the crucible of adversity. When Elizabeth I died on March 24, 1603, at Richmond Palace, she left a kingdom dramatically changed from the one she inherited. Elizabeth averted religious civil wars, asserted an English navy against Spanish dominance, and planted the seeds of a maritime empire. Yet the Queen's final moments offered a poignant contrast to the ceremonial grandeur that had marked her public life. Accounts say she refused to rest, standing or sitting in pensive silence for hours, as if grappling with the knowledge that her story was nearly done. The question of her successor, James VI of Scotland, was all but settled. Elizabeth's last gesture, whether a whispered name or silent acceptance, cleared the way for the Stuarts, bridging the Tudors to a new era. The immediate aftermath saw an outpouring of tributes. Noble houses and commoners alike mourned the Virgin Queen, the stalwart figurehead who had reigned 44 years. Her body was transported by barge along the Thames, a spectacle of black drapes and heraldic flags. Observers lining the shores recalled how, decades earlier, a young queen had ascended to quell the chaos left by her half-siblings. Now, the realm faced another transition. But Elizabeth's half-century of leadership gave many confidence in the monarchy's stability. James's succession was mostly peaceful, a testament to the processes Elizabeth had overseen. Over the centuries, historians dissected her image with fresh angles. Some championed her as a golden archetype, praising her unwavering sense of duty. Others uncovered her manipulative use of virginity as political currency, or pointed out the authoritarian edge in how she stamped out dissent. 20th century scholarship introduced psychoanalytic readings, linking her mother's beheading to her reluctance to marry. Meanwhile, feminist analyses recognised her capacity to subvert patriarchal norms by forging a distinctly female monarchy that demanded masculine respect. Archaeological research, too, contributed. Excavations at palatial sites uncovered courtyards used for lavish tilts or dancing events, fragments of decorative tile bearing Tudor roses. Art restorations revealed how state portraits were retouched to remove wrinkles or human imperfections, reinforcing her iconic aura. The evolution of her visual propaganda parallels modern brand management, illustrating how monarchy leveraged illusions to maintain public fascination. Elizabeth's era, characterised by Drake's circumnavigation, Shakespeare's stage, and an assertive national identity, evoked a deep sense of nostalgia among everyday English folk. Actual living conditions for peasants remained harsh, but the sense of belonging to an up-and-coming realm soared. Elizabeth harnessed that pride to unify a land threatened by continental powers. She left behind no direct heir, but her intangible bequest was a monarchy reinvigorated by a sense of national destiny, though future conflicts like the English Civil War would test that unity severely. In the present, Elizabeth's story continues to enthrall. Tourists flock to the Tower of London or Hampton Court, longing for glimpses of her era's grandeur. Historians piece together details from diaries, ambassadors' dispatches, and state papers. The creative arts produce films reimagining her as everything from an iron-willed warrior to a lonely figure overshadowed by politics. Such portrayals reflect changing cultural values. We admire her resilience, critique her harshness, empathise with her personal constraints. Each generation reads new lessons into her life, whether celebrating female power or lamenting the cost of absolute monarchy. Her tomb rests in Westminster Abbey, overshadowed by the more elaborate memorial of her half-sister Mary I. Erected during James I's time, it depicts Elizabeth recumbent, ironically sharing a memorial with Mary in a symbolic burying of old rivalries. While the effigy is fairly simple, visitors often linger, mindful that the occupant reshaped Europe's power balance. The inscriptions hail her as a paragon of wisdom, praising her as, of her sex the pride, of all time the wonder. The rhetoric might be thick, but it echoes how she was revered by her contemporaries. In the end, Elizabeth I stands as a testament to the synergy of personal cunning, cultural stewardship, and circumstance. The child overshadowed by a father's quest for a male heir grew into a queen who refused to be overshadowed by any spouse or continental monarch. That improbable arc, from uncertain princess to undisputed sovereign, still captivates. Her life underscores that leadership is rarely straightforward, forging alliances, stifling conspiracies, and projecting authority demand constant recalibration. Indeed, her success lay not in an unyielding set of principles, but in agile responses to crises. Through this fluid style, she carved a stable realm from a swirl of dangers. Centuries later, that story endures, bridging history and myth, echoing that a lone determined figure, armed with intellect, cunning, and stagecraft, can shift an entire kingdom's course. Thomas Whitmore's lungs had forgotten what clean air tasted like. Each morning brought the same ritual, a violent coughing fit that painted crimson droplets across his wash basin, followed by the bitter knowledge that another day of breathing fire awaited him. The year was 1852, and Manchester's sky wore a permanent shroud of industrial smoke that transformed dawn into a sickly amber twilight. He dressed by candlelight in the cramped quarters above Morrison's Fire Brigade station, pulling on wool stockings that never quite dried, and boots whose leather had been scorched so many times they resembled charcoal more than hide. The primitive fire station housed 12 men in conditions that would shame a prison warden, but Thomas had learned not to complain. Complaints were about luxury items, and luxury belonged to the mill owners whose factories they risked their lives to protect. The bell's harsh clang shattered the pre-dawn silence, sending ice through Thomas's veins despite the cold-warmed air. Another mill fire erupted. There was always another mill fire. The textile factories of industrial England burned with the regularity of sunrise, their wooden frames and cotton-stuffed interiors creating funeral pyres that could be seen from neighbouring counties. Thomas grabbed his leather helmet, cracked along the crown from falling timber, and joined the thunderous stampede down the station's narrow stairs. Outside, the grimy glory of Manchester was revealed. The streets gleamed with a perpetual slick of industrial waste, horse manure, and human filth that made every step treacherous. Gas lamps flickered weakly through the perpetual haze, casting ghostly circles of yellow light that barely penetrated the smoke-thick air. The city had grown too fast, its medieval street plan completely inadequate for the massive horse-drawn fire engines that now careened through its narrow arteries. Thomas hauled himself onto the side of the engine as it lurched into motion, the horse's hooves striking sparks from cobblestones worn smooth by endless industrial traffic. The leather fire hose coiled beside him like a sleeping serpent, its canvas skin stiff with accumulated soot and chemical residue. These hoses leaked profusely, often burst under pressure, and delivered water with all the force of a garden sprinkler, but they represented the cutting edge of firefighting technology in an age when most blazes were fought with bucket brigades and prayer. The mill district loomed ahead, a landscape from Dante's imagination, where towering brick chimneys pierced the sky like accusatory fingers. Steam engines coughed and wheezed behind the rhythmic pounding vibrated through the grimy windows, creating a constant industrial heartbeat. Between the factories, ramshackle tenements housed the workers in conditions that would make medieval peasants weep. Entire families crowded into single rooms, sharing their space with rats, disease, and the ever-present threat of fire. As they rounded the corner onto Bridgewater Street, Thomas saw their destination. Pemberton's cotton mill, its upper floors already crowned with flames that danced against the smoke-dark sky like a demonic ballet. The fire had started in the picking room. They always started in the picking room, where cotton fibres floated through the air like combustible snow, waiting for a single spark from the gas lighting, or an overheated steam pipe to transform the workspace into an inferno. Workers streamed from the building in panic, their faces blackened with soot, many clutching burned hands or nursing singed hair. Among them stumbled children, some barely 10 years old, who had been operating the spinning machinery when the fire erupted. The sight of these young faces, aged beyond their years by industrial labour, and now marked by terror, reminded Thomas why he had chosen this profession, despite its countless horrors. The mill owner, Mr. Pemberton himself, stood across the street in his fine wool coat and polished boots, calculating his losses with the same dispassionate precision he used to calculate his profits. Insurance would cover the building, but not the disruption to production. Tomorrow, he would simply relocate his operations to another mill and resume grinding human lives into cotton thread and shareholder dividends. Thomas checked his equipment one final time, a crude leather speaking trumpet for coordinating with his fellow firefighters, a hand axe for breaking down doors and clearing debris, and a length of rope that served as both lifeline and last resort. No breathing apparatus existed. Firefighters simply held their breath or breathed through wet cloth when the smoke became unbearable. The firefighters wore no protective clothing apart from their thick wool coats and leather helmets. They lacked radio communication, hydraulic ladders, and foam suppressants. There were only 12 men equipped with hand-pumped engines who were determined to stop the fire from engulfing the entire district. The heat hit Thomas like a physical blow as they approached the burning mill, the flames creating their own weather system of updrafts and downdrafts that sent burning debris spiralling through the air like deadly confetti. The temperature difference between the fire and the frigid Manchester air created sudden wind shears that could knock a man off his feet or redirect flames in unexpected directions. The Pemberton Mill fire revealed its true character as Thomas and his crew established their position. What appeared from a distance to be a manageable blaze transformed into a multi-headed monster that defied every principle of 19th century firefighting. The flames had found the mill's ventilation system, utilising the carefully designed airflow that prevented workers from suffocating on cotton dust and allowed the fire to spread throughout the building with terrifying efficiency. Thomas's crew chief, Captain Morrison, shouted orders through the chaos, his voice barely audible above the roar of flames and the screaming of steam engines. With 20 years of firefighting experience under his belt, the captain's face was marked with scars from flying sparks, and his left hand was missing 2 fingers due to a rope burn that had gone septic. In an era before workers' compensation or medical benefits, Morrison's wound served as both a badge of honour and a painful reminder of the profession's costs. The hand-pumped engines positioned themselves along the street, their crews settling into a brutal rhythm that would persist until the fire was extinguished or the men succumbed to exhaustion. 2 men operated each pump handle, working in shifts of 30 seconds before switching off, while a third man aimed the leather hose and prayed it wouldn't burst from the modest pressure that they could generate. The pumps delivered perhaps 50 gallons per minute at their peak, a pathetic trickle compared to modern standards, but revolutionary technology in 1852. Thomas found himself assigned to search and rescue, the deadliest job in a profession where death was a frequent visitor. Mill fires were particularly treacherous because the building's wooden floors and supports could collapse without warning, transformed by heat into elaborate death traps. The textile machinery itself became another hazard. Massive spinning wheels and looms turned into twisted metal sculptures that could impale or crush anyone unfortunate enough to encounter them in the smoke-filled darkness. He wrapped a wet cloth around his face and plunged into the mill's ground floor where the air hung thick enough to cut with a knife. The temperature climbed steadily as he ascended the building's rickety stairs, each step taking him deeper into an environment hostile to human life. Gas lamps had exploded throughout the building, their broken fixtures creating additional fire sources while leaving the interior in near total darkness. The mill's layout followed the industrial efficiency principles that maximise production while minimising worker comfort or safety. Narrow aisles between massive machines left little room for evacuation, while the building's few exits concentrated workers into bottlenecks during emergencies. Windows were small and high, designed to prevent workers from being distracted by the outside world rather than to facilitate escape. Thomas navigated by feel and instinct, calling out for survivors while trying to maintain his sense of direction in the maze-like interior. On the second floor he found her, Mary O'Brien, a spinner whose skirts had caught fire from a fallen gas fixture. She lay unconscious beneath an overturned loom, her breathing shallow and laboured. The flames had spread to her hair before she managed to smother them, leaving patches of scalp visible through the burned strands. Thomas lifted her carefully, knowing that burns covered much of her body beneath the charred fabric of her work dress. The journey back to the stairs became a nightmare of disorientation and mounting heat. The fire had spread across the ceiling above them, creating a canopy of flame that dropped burning debris like rain. Thomas's wool coat began to solder, the heavy fabric protecting his skin while slowly cooking him from the outside in. His leather helmet grew hot enough to brand flesh, but removing it would expose his head to the falling embers that filled the air. Halfway down the stairs, the building shuddered. Thomas felt the floor beneath his feet sag ominously as the fire consumed the structural supports. Somewhere above them, a steam engine's boiler exploded, creating a tremor throughout the building that cracked walls and shattered the few remaining windows. The mill was dying, its industrial skeleton collapsing under the assault of flames and superheated air. Thomas emerged from the building just as the roof began its final collapse. Mary O'Brien's unconscious form draped across his shoulders. His fellow firefighters rushed to help, but their faces told him what he already knew: she would likely die from her injuries. Burns covering more than 30% of the body were almost invariably fatal in an era before antibiotics, IV fluids, or skin grafts. The best they could offer was laudanum for the pain and perhaps a priest for the end. Behind them, the Pemberton Mill continued its spectacular destruction. The fire had found the building's main steam engine, a massive beast that powered the entire facility's machinery. As the flames heated its boiler beyond safe limits, the engine began to scream, literally scream, as steam escaped through safety valves that had never been designed for such extreme conditions. The sound pierced the air like the death cry of some industrial dragon, audible for miles across Manchester's smoke-shrouded landscape. Thomas set Mary O'Brien gently on a stretcher improvised from mill workers' coats, then turned back toward the building. Captain Morrison grabbed his arm, shaking his head grimly. "She's gone, lad! The whole upper floor's coming down." But Thomas had heard something else. A child's cry from the building's far end, where the mill's newest workers operated the smallest spinning machines. 10-year-old fingers were perfect for threading the delicate machinery, and mill owners had learned to exploit this anatomical advantage with ruthless efficiency. Now those same small hands were trapped somewhere in the collapsing structure, and every second of delay meant another young life would be consumed by industrial progress. The mill's east wing housed what the workers grimly called the children's floor, a cramped, poorly ventilated space where boys and girls as young as 8 operated the piecing machines that connected broken cotton threads. Their small stature allowed them to crawl beneath the spinning machinery to collect waste cotton, while their nimble fingers could perform repairs that would take adult workers twice as long. Mill owners justified this exploitation as industrial training, preparing the next generation for lives of productive labour, while conveniently ignoring the stunted growth, respiratory diseases, and frequent accidents that marked these young workers like brands. Thomas could hear them before he saw them. High-pitched cries of terror echoing from the building's southeast corner, where the children's workstation occupied a space barely larger than a residential parlour. The fire had not yet reached this section, but smoke was pouring through the floorboards from the conflagration below, creating a toxic fog that would kill as efficiently as flames. These children had nowhere to run. The mill's design trapped them behind rows of machinery, accessible only through narrow passages that adult rescuers could barely navigate. He dropped to his hands and knees, crawling beneath the spinning frames toward the sound of crying. The air near the floor was slightly cleaner, but it was still thick enough to burn his throat with every breath. His leather helmet scraped against the machinery above him, dislodging years of accumulated cotton dust that fell like industrial snow. This dust, he knew, would ignite at the slightest spark, transforming the confined space into a powder keg. The first child he found was Billy Henderson, 11 years old and barely 4 feet tall, his growth stunted by years of malnutrition and industrial labour. Billy operated a scavenging machine that collected waste cotton from beneath the spinning frames, a job that required him to spend 10 hours daily in a space designed for someone half his size. Now he crouched, frozen with terror, his work clothes soaked with the machine oil that could ignite at any moment. "Come on, lad," Thomas whispered, extending his hand through the maze of mechanical components. "We're going out together, you and me." Billy's eyes were wide with shock, but he managed to grasp Thomas's outstretched fingers. The boy weighed perhaps 60 pounds, his body wasted by the combination of factory work and poverty that characterised a working-class childhood in industrial England. Behind Billy, Thomas could see other small forms huddled in the smoke, perhaps half a dozen children trapped by the collapsing mill's deadly geometry. The machinery that had employed them now imprisoned them, its iron arms and wooden frames creating a lattice of obstacles between the children and any possible escape route. Moving them one by one would take too long. The floor beneath them was already beginning to sag as the fire consumed the building's structural supports. Thomas made a decision that violated every principle of safe rescue work. Instead of retreating with Billy, he pushed deeper into the machinery maze, gathering children like a shepherd collecting his flock. Sarah Mitchell, 9 years old, her hands permanently stained with machine dyes. Peter Shaw, 10, who had lost the tip of his index finger to a spinning wheel the previous month. Jenny Coleman, barely 8, who earned 6pence a day threading bobbins for her family's survival. The heat was becoming unbearable, the smoke so thick that Thomas could barely see his hands. His wool coat had begun to smoulder in earnest, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning wool. The children clung to him with desperate strength, their small faces blackened with soot and streaked with tears. He could feel their terror through their trembling bodies, these young victims of industrial progress who had never known childhood as anything but labour. "Hold on to each other," he commanded, his voice hoarse from smoke inhalation. "We're going out together, all of us." He formed them into a human chain, the oldest children supporting the youngest, while he led them through the maze of machinery toward what he hoped was still a navigable exit. The building groaned around them, its death throes accompanied by the sound of splintering wood and collapsing masonry. The stairs had become a furnace. Thomas could see flames licking up through the gaps between steps, while the banister glowed red-hot from the heat below. The children behind him began to whimper as the temperature climbed beyond endurance, but retreat was no longer possible. The mill's upper floors were collapsing section by section, creating a domino effect that would soon reach their position. Thomas wrapped his coat around as many children as possible, using his body as a shield against the radiant heat that filled the stairwell. His exposed skin began to blister, the leather of his helmet so hot it burned his scalp through his hair. Step by step, they descended through an environment that seemed more like biblical hell than an English textile mill. Jenny Coleman stumbled, her small legs finally giving way to exhaustion and terror. Thomas swept her up without breaking stride, her tiny body weighing almost nothing against his smoke-filled chest. Behind them, the children's workroom erupted in flames as the fire finally found the accumulated cotton dust and machine oil. The explosion sent a pillar of flame shooting up through the building's core, illuminating their escape route with hellish brilliance. They emerged from the building just as the mill's main chimney began to crack. The massive brick structure, weakened by the intense heat and thermal expansion, developed a visible fissure that ran from its base to its crown. Thomas hurried the children away from the building as chunks of masonry began to rain down around them, each impact sending tremors through the already unstable street. Captain Morrison met them with a mixture of relief and amazement. 6 of them, he said, counting the soot-covered children who clustered around Thomas like chicks around a hen. How in God's name did you get 6 of them out? Thomas didn't answer immediately. He was too busy checking each child for injuries, his trained eye cataloguing burns, cuts, and the signs of smoke inhalation that could prove fatal in the hours to come. As they watched from across the street, the mill began to collapse in earnest. 5 stories of industrial architecture pancaked into rubble, sending up a cloud of dust and debris that obscured the surrounding buildings. The sound was indescribable, not just the crash of falling masonry, but the death scream of an entire industrial ecosystem. Steam engines, textile machinery, raw cotton, and human dreams were all compressed into a smoking pile of debris that would continue to burn for 3 more days. Manchester's atmosphere had been transformed by industrial progress into something barely recognisable as air. The city's hundreds of mill chimneys released a constant stream of coal smoke, chemical vapours, and cotton dust that created a permanent atmospheric soup thick enough to taste. For firefighters, this toxic environment posed a daily challenge to their respiratory systems, threatening their lives decades before the onset of old age. Thomas stood outside the collapsed Pemberton Mill, drawing what power passed for fresh air into lungs that felt lined with sandpaper. Each breath brought a cocktail of sulfur dioxide from coal combustion, chlorine gas from textile bleaching operations, and microscopic particles of cotton, wool, and coal dust that would embed themselves permanently in his lung tissue. The children he had rescued coughed beside him, their small lungs struggling to process air that contained more industrial waste than oxygen. The fire brigade's primitive medical knowledge offered no protection against these airborne toxins. Firefighters occasionally held wet cloths over their faces during particularly smoky fires, but their methods provided minimal filtration against the complex chemical mixture that constituted Manchester's atmosphere. No one understood the long-term health consequences of chronic exposure to industrial pollutants, though the city's mortality statistics told a grim story that civic leaders preferred to ignore. Dr. Henry Ashworth, one of Manchester's few physicians willing to treat working-class patients, arrived at the fire scene to examine the rescued mill workers. His presence was unusual. Most doctors refused to venture into the industrial districts, claiming their practices required them to focus on patients who could afford their fees. Ashworth was different, a Quaker whose religious beliefs compelled him to treat all patients regardless of their ability to pay. "Bring the children here," Ashworth called to Thomas, setting up a makeshift examination area using crates from a nearby warehouse. His medical bag contained the era's limited arsenal against burns and smoke inhalation, laudanum for pain, sal volatile for fainting, and clean bandages that would be as precious as gold in the days to come. He began with Jenny Coleman, the youngest victim, whose small body showed the telltale signs of severe smoke inhalation. "Her breathing is compromised," the doctor told Thomas quietly, using medical terminology to spare the child additional fear. "The superheated air has damaged her throat and lungs, without proper treatment." He left the sentence unfinished, but Thomas understood. Jenny would likely die within days, her small body unable to recover from injuries that would challenge a healthy adult. The other children fared slightly better, but all exhibited signs of respiratory damage that would affect them for the rest of their lives. Peter Shaw's hands were severely burned from grabbing hot machinery during his escape, while Sarah Mitchell had inhaled enough toxic smoke to leave her with a chronic cough that would never fully heal. These children, if they survived, would join Manchester's growing population of industrial invalids, workers whose bodies had been broken by the machinery of progress. Dr. Ashworth moved among the adult mill workers with growing alarm. The fire had released chemicals from the textile manufacturing process that created a toxic atmosphere even more dangerous than usual. Bleaching agents had mixed with cotton dust and coal smoke to produce compounds that attacked the respiratory system with particular viciousness. Several workers showed signs of chemical pneumonia, their lungs filling with fluid as their bodies tried to protect themselves from the poisonous air. "This is worse than anything I've seen," Ashworth confided to Thomas as they watched the mill's ruins continue to smoulder. "The fire has created chemical compounds that don't exist in nature. We're watching the birth of the industrial disease, and we have no idea how to treat it." His words proved prophetic. Within a generation, Manchester would become synonymous with respiratory illness, its residents suffering from conditions that doctors struggle to understand, much less cure. Thomas felt the toxins working on his body as he helped organise the rescue efforts. His throat burned with each breath while his eyes streamed continuously from the chemical irritation. His chest felt tight, as though invisible bands were constricting his lungs, making each inhalation a conscious effort. Around him, his fellow firefighters showed similar symptoms, their faces flushed and their breathing laboured, despite their years of experience with smoke-filled environments. The city's response to the toxic air crisis revealed the industrial age's priorities with brutal clarity. Mill owners demanded that their workers return to the neighbouring factories immediately, claiming that production delays would harm Manchester's economic competitiveness. Local authorities focused on clearing the rubble to restore traffic flow, showing little concern for the health consequences of disturbing the contaminated debris. Only Dr. Ashworth and a handful of religious leaders seemed to recognise the human catastrophe unfolding in the smoke-filled streets. Captain Morrison gathered his men for the journey back to the fire station, his face grim with the knowledge that their work was far from over. The industrial district of Manchester housed dozens of mills similar to Pemberton's, each posing a potential hazard due to their combustible materials and insufficient safety precautions. The fire they had just fought would be followed by others, an endless cycle of destruction and rescue that consumed firefighters' lives as efficiently as it consumed buildings. As they loaded their equipment onto the horse-drawn engines, Thomas noticed that several of his colleagues were coughing up blood, a sure sign that the toxic smoke had damaged their lungs beyond the body's ability to repair. These men would continue working because they had no choice. Firefighters who couldn't perform their duties simply starved, as no disability benefits or medical pensions existed for public servants injured in the line of duty. The journey back through Manchester's streets revealed the industrial apocalypse in its full horror. The permanent haze that hung over the city had thickened from the mill fire, reducing visibility to a few yards and turning the afternoon into perpetual twilight. Gas lamps burned continuously, their flames struggling to penetrate the toxic fog that enveloped the city like a burial shroud. The Morrison Fire Brigade station stood as a monument to society's half-hearted commitment to public safety, its cramped quarters and primitive equipment reflecting the industrial era's priorities with depressing accuracy. Built in 1845 as Manchester's textile wealth reached its peak, the station housed state-of-the-art firefighting technology that would have been considered inadequate 50 years earlier. The building's designer had clearly never witnessed an actual fire, creating a facility that prioritised architectural appearance over practical function. Thomas climbed wearily from the fire engine, his body aching from the physical demands of rescue work and the toxic assault of Manchester's poisoned air. The station's equipment bay revealed the pathetic arsenal available to firefighters in the industrial age. Leather hoses that leaked more water than they delivered, hand-pumped engines that required 8 men to operate effectively, and wooden ladders whose rungs had been charred and weakened by repeated exposure to flames. The fire engine itself represented the pinnacle of 1852 technology, a steam-powered pump mounted on a horse-drawn chassis that could, under ideal conditions, deliver water at pressures approaching those of a modern garden hose. The boiler required 20 minutes to build steam from a cold start, assuming someone had remembered to keep it supplied with coal and water. During fires, this delay often meant the difference between saving a building and watching it collapse into rubble. Captain Morrison initiated the post-fire equipment inspection with a weary resignation reminiscent of a man who had carried out this ritual countless times. The leather hoses showed new splits and tears from the superheated environment, their canvas reinforcement charred beyond reliable use. The brass nozzles had warped from exposure to extreme temperatures, creating irregular spray patterns that reduced their effectiveness even further. Most of the hand tools, axes, pry bars and rope, showed signs of heat damage that would make them unreliable in future emergencies. Henderson, Morrison called to the station's senior firefighter, a grizzled veteran whose left arm hung useless from an injury sustained during the Great Warehouse Fire of 1849. Take inventory of the hose sections. Please identify the sections that require patching and those that need complete replacement. Henderson nodded grimly, knowing that replacing entirely meant submitting requests to the City Council that would be debated for months, while fires continued to consume Manchester's industrial districts. The station's primitive communication system consisted of a single bell that could be heard perhaps 6 blocks away on a quiet day, but was often lost in the industrial cacophony that filled Manchester's streets. Fire reporting relied on runners or mounted messengers who often arrived at the station long after flames had established themselves beyond any hope of control. Thomas had responded to fires that had been burning for hours before anyone thought to summon professional firefighters, arriving to find only smouldering ruins and charred corpses. A corner of the equipment bay held medical supplies, a testament to society's high expectations for firefighter survival. A few rolls of bandages, a bottle of laudanum, and some sal volatile represented the brigade's entire medical arsenal. No provisions existed for treating burns, smoke inhalation, or the countless injuries that firefighters sustained during rescue operations. Fires simply claimed the lives of men seriously injured, adding their bodies to the growing casualty list of the Industrial Revolution. The sleeping quarters above the equipment bay housed 12 men in conditions that would shame a medieval monastery. Narrow cots arranged in military formation left barely enough room to walk between them, while a single window provided the only ventilation for the entire space. During summer months, the combination of body heat and smoke-saturated clothing created an atmosphere that rivaled the fires they fought for sheer unpleasantness. Thomas meticulously inspected his personal equipment as if his life relied on its dependability. His leather helmet bore new scorch marks from the mill fire, the protective coating blistered and peeling from exposure to extreme heat. The speaking trumpet he used to coordinate rescue efforts had developed a crack along its length that would reduce its effectiveness in noisy environments. His rope showed signs of heat damage that could cause it to fail under stress, leaving him stranded in a burning building. The brigade's horses occupied stalls adjacent to the main building, their care consuming a significant portion of the department's modest budget. These animals were essential to firefighting operations, but they required constant maintenance and were vulnerable to the same toxic atmosphere that plagued human residents. Several horses had died from respiratory ailments caused by chronic exposure to industrial smoke, their replacement representing a financial burden that stretched the brigade's resources beyond their limits. Water supply presented another insurmountable challenge in Manchester's industrial environment. The city's water mains, designed for domestic use rather than firefighting, could not provide adequate pressure or volume for serious blazes. Firefighters often found themselves competing with industrial users for access to water, while mill owners who controlled private water sources frequently refused to make them available during emergencies. The economic realities of firefighting in industrial England created a system where property owners' ability to pay determined the level of protection they received. Wealthy mill owners could purchase private fire insurance that included dedicated firefighting services, while working-class neighbourhoods relied on municipal brigades that were chronically underfunded and understaffed. Thomas had witnessed the destruction of buildings as firefighters, lacking the necessary equipment or authority to intervene in fires affecting uninsured properties, stood helplessly nearby. Captain Morrison called the brigade together for their daily briefing, his weathered face showing the cumulative effects of decades spent breathing smoke and toxic fumes. The Pemberton Mill fire consumed 6 lives, he announced, his voice heavy with the weight of repeated tragedy. 3 children and 3 adults died from smoke inhalation, while 14 others remain in the hospital with injuries that may prove fatal. The mill itself is a total loss, representing £40,000 in damage to the building and machinery. The human cost of the fire would extend far beyond the immediate casualties. Families who had lost their primary wage earners would face destitution in an era before social safety nets or workers' compensation. Children orphaned by industrial accidents became burdens on an overwhelmed charity system that could provide only the most basic subsistence. The mill workers who survived would face unemployment until new facilities could be constructed, assuming they could find employers willing to hire workers with visible burn scars or respiratory damage. Manchester's industrial districts never truly slept. their machinery clattering through the night hours while skeleton crews maintained production schedules that recognised no distinction between day and darkness. For firefighters, this meant that emergencies could strike at any hour, pulling exhausted men from their meagre rest to face blazes that seemed even more terrifying when illuminated only by their flames and the feeble glow of gas street lamps. Thomas had been asleep for perhaps 2 hours when the alarm bell shattered the station's relative quiet, its urgent clanging echoing off the brick walls of the sleeping quarters. Around him, 11 other men rolled from their cots with the practiced efficiency of soldiers responding to battle stations, pulling on boots and coats that never had time to fully dry between calls. The station's single oil lamp cast dancing shadows that transformed familiar equipment into menacing shapes, while outside the building, Manchester's perpetual industrial fog muffled all sound except the insistent demand of the alarm. Captain Morrison appeared in the doorway, his face grim in the lamplight. "Whitworth Mill on Deansgate," he announced tersely. "Multiple floors are involved, and there are reports of workers trapped inside." The men needed no further explanation. Whitworth Mill represented one of Manchester's largest textile operations, a 6-storey monument to industrial efficiency that employed nearly 300 workers across its various departments. A fire in such a facility could easily become a catastrophe that would dwarf the previous day's Pemberton Mill disaster. The night journey through Manchester's streets revealed the industrial city's nocturnal character, a landscape of glowing furnaces and smoking chimneys that painted the fog with hellish colours. Gas lamps flickered weakly through the permanent haze, their light barely penetrating the toxic atmosphere that filled the narrow streets. The horse-drawn fire engine clattered over cobblestones slick with industrial waste and condensed chemical vapours, its iron wheels striking sparks that briefly illuminated the grim faces of night shift workers heading home from 12-hour shifts in the mills. Whitworth Mill announced itself from several blocks away, its upper floors crowned with flames that rose higher than the surrounding buildings and cast an orange glow that penetrated even Manchester's industrial fog. Before anyone thought to summon the brigade, the fire had been burning for some time, spreading throughout the building's upper levels, while workers on the lower floors continued their tasks blissfully unaware of the disaster unfolding above them. Thomas immediately realised that this fire would challenge the limits of their outdated equipment and methods. The building's height made it impossible to reach the upper floors with their ladders, while the intensity of the flames suggested that the fire had found the mill's stored cotton and was feeding on thousands of pounds of combustible material. Workers streamed from the building's ground floor exits, many carrying their few possessions, while others supported injured colleagues whose burns would likely prove fatal. The mill's night supervisor, a thin man whose permanently stained clothes testified to years spent among the textile machinery, approached Captain Morrison with visible panic. "There are a dozen workers on the 5th floor," he reported, his voice cracking with stress. "The main staircase collapsed 20 minutes ago, and we can't reach them through the smoke." Morrison nodded grimly, knowing that a dozen workers trapped on the 5th floor of a burning building represented a death sentence that 1852 technology could not commute. Thomas found himself assigned to interior reconnaissance, a polite term for entering a burning building to determine how many people would die before the night ended. He wrapped a wet cloth around his face and plunged into the mill's ground floor, where the air hung thick with smoke and the temperature climbed steadily as he moved deeper into the building. The textile machinery created a maze of obstacles that seemed designed to trap anyone attempting to navigate in near-zero visibility. The layout of the building, designed to maximise productive space while minimising everything else, resulted in narrow aisles, low ceilings and bottleneck exits that became deadly traps during emergencies. Gas lighting fixtures had exploded throughout the facility, their shattered remains creating additional fire sources while leaving the interior in dangerous darkness. Thomas navigated the smoke-filled maze by feeling and instinct, calling out for survivors. On the 2nd floor he encountered the mill's steam engine, a massive mechanical heart that continued to pound rhythmically, even as flames consumed the building around it. The engine's automatic stoking system fed coal into its firebox without regard for the surrounding emergency, maintaining steam pressure that powered machinery on floors where no workers remained to operate it. The combination of superheated steam and surrounding flames created an environment so hostile to human life that Thomas could barely approach within 20 feet of the engine room. The staircase to the upper floors had indeed collapsed, its wooden construction no match for the intense heat generated by tons of burning cotton. Through the gap where the stairs once stood, Thomas could hear the voices of the trapped workers on the 5th floor, their cries becoming weaker due to the effects of smoke inhalation. He attempted to throw them a rope, but the distance was too great and the angle too steep for any practical rescue attempt. Outside the building, the fire's spectacular growth had attracted a crowd of spectators who gathered at what they considered a safe distance to watch the industrial catastrophe unfold. Mill fires provided free entertainment for Manchester's working class, a dramatic break from the monotonous routine of factory labour. These observers showed little concern for the human tragedy playing out inside the burning building, their attention focused instead on the impressive display of flames and the building's eventual collapse. Here, Dr. Ashworth arrived at the scene despite the late hour, his medical bag and portable surgical kit marking him as one of the few professionals willing to treat industrial accident victims. He began triaging the workers who had escaped the building, quickly identifying those whose injuries required immediate attention and those who were beyond medical help. The night air filled with the moans of burn victims and the sobbing of workers who had watched colleagues disappear into the flames. Thomas emerged from the building as its internal structure began to fail, the massive timbers that supported its 6 floors finally succumbing to the intense heat and the weight of collapsing masonry. The trapped workers on the 5th floor fell silent, their voices lost in the thunderous crash of falling machinery and structural beams. He had failed to save them, another dozen names to add to the growing list of industrial casualties that haunted his dreams. Dawn broke over Manchester like a revelation of hell. The rising sun filtered through layers of industrial smoke and chemical fog until it resembled a sickly orange eye surveying the destruction below. The Whitworth Mill had burned through the night, its 6 stories collapsing section by section, until nothing remained but a smoking pile of rubble that would continue to smoulder for days. Thomas stood among the debris, his face blackened with soot and his lungs raw from breathing the toxic air that passed for atmosphere in England's industrial heartland. 12 workers had died in the Whitworth fire, their bodies crushed beneath falling machinery or consumed by flames that reached temperatures exceeding anything natural. Their names would be recorded in the city's death registers as industrial accidents, statistical abstractions that failed to capture the human cost of Manchester's textile prosperity. Behind each name stood a family thrust into destitution, children left orphaned, in a society that viewed their survival as a private matter rather than a public responsibility. The mill owner, Mr. Whitworth himself, surveyed the ruins from his carriage, calculating insurance settlements and replacement costs with the same methodical precision he applied to production quotas. The building had been insured for its full value, while the machinery could be replaced within months if orders were placed immediately with the foundries of Sheffield and Birmingham. The human losses barely registered in his accounting. Workers were abundant and easily replaced, their families suffering invisible to men who measured success in pounds sterling and production efficiency. Thomas walked among the survivors, offering what comfort he could to people whose worlds had been destroyed in a single night. Mrs. Hartwell clutched the burned remains of her husband's work clothes, the fabric still warm from the flames that had claimed his life. Her 3 children huddled around her skirts, their faces already showing the hollow expression of poverty that would mark them for the remainder of their shortened lives. Industrial England provided no compensation for workplace deaths, no pensions for widows, and no support for orphaned children whose crime was being born into the working class. Dr. Ashworth moved among the injured, with growing despair, his medical knowledge inadequate against the scale of suffering that surrounded him. Burns covering more than 20% of the body were invariably fatal in an era before fluid replacement therapy or antibiotic treatment. He could offer laudanum for pain and perhaps preserve life for a few additional days, but the fundamental reality remained unchanged. Industrial progress consumed human lives as fuel for its advancement, and society accepted this sacrifice as the natural order of things. The city's response to the fire revealed the true priorities of industrial civilization with brutal clarity. Within hours of the building's collapse, municipal authorities had dispatched crews to clear the rubble and restore traffic flow through the district. The dead would be buried quickly and quietly, their families' grief subordinated to the economic imperative of maintaining industrial production. New workers would be recruited from the countryside, drawn by promises of steady wages that failed to mention the probability of industrial accident or early death from respiratory disease. Captain Morrison gathered his exhausted firefighters for the journey back to their station, his weathered face showing the cumulative toll of decades spent fighting fires with inadequate equipment and insufficient support. 3 of his men showed signs of serious injury from the night's work. Henderson had suffered severe burns on his hands and arms, while Collins coughed blood that indicated potentially fatal lung damage. These men would continue working because they had no alternative. Firefighters who could not perform their duties simply disappeared into Manchester's growing population of industrial invalids. The economic mathematics of firefighting in 1852 Manchester demonstrated society's perverted priorities with mathematical precision. The city allocated more money to street cleaning than to fire prevention, and more resources to maintaining public gardens than to protecting working-class neighbourhoods from industrial blazes. Fire insurance companies employed private brigades to protect wealthy districts while public firefighters struggled with primitive equipment and skeleton crews. The message was clear: property mattered more than people, profit more than human life. Thomas reflected on his chosen profession as the fire engine clattered through Manchester's smoke-filled streets. He had become a firefighter, believing he could save lives and protect his community from the ravages of industrial progress. Instead, he found himself serving as witness to a systematic destruction of human life that masqueraded as economic advancement. Every fire revealed the same pattern: preventable accidents caused by cost-cutting measures, inadequate safety equipment, and building designs that prioritize production efficiency over worker survival. The Industrial Revolution had transformed firefighting from a community responsibility into a professional necessity, but society had failed to provide the resources necessary for success. Firefighters operated with equipment that belonged in the previous century, received training that consisted mainly of learning from the mistakes of dead colleagues, and worked for wages that barely sustained life in the expensive industrial cities. Men who viewed worker safety as an unnecessary expense that reduced shareholder profits expected firefighters to risk their lives to protect their investments. As they approached the fire station, Thomas could see the next generation of Manchester's industrial workforce streaming toward the mills for the morning shift. Children as young as 8 walked alongside their parents, heading for jobs that would consume their childhoods and probably end their lives before they reached 40. These young faces reminded him why he continued fighting fires despite the profession's countless horrors. Someone had to stand between Manchester's working population and the industrial forces that treated human beings as disposable components in a vast economic machine. Before they had finished unloading their equipment, the station bell rang again, its urgent clanging announcing another fire, in another mill, another group of workers whose lives were in the balance. Thomas checked his scorched equipment one more time, pulled on his battered leather helmet, and prepared to enter hell once again. This was the reality of being an Industrial Revolution firefighter, an endless cycle of tragedy and loss, fought with primitive weapons against an enemy that grew stronger with each passing day. Manchester's smoke-stained sky offered no promise of better days ahead, only the certainty that more fires would follow, more lives would be lost, and more families would be thrust into poverty by the inexorable demands of industrial progress. Thomas climbed aboard the fire engine as it lurched into motion, carrying him toward another confrontation with the forces that were reshaping England into something barely recognisable as human civilization. The towering chimneys of the mill districts, stretching endlessly in all directions, released clouds of toxic smoke, turning the very air into poison. This was the world that Industrial Revolution firefighters inhabited. A landscape where human life was measured in production units, where worker safety was subordinated to profit margins, and where the brave men who risked everything to save others were themselves considered expendable components in the great industrial machine. As the fire engine vanished into the ever-present haze of Manchester, Thomas grasped the profound frustration of being an Industrial Revolution firefighter. They were fighting a war they could never win, using weapons that guaranteed their destruction, in service of a society that viewed their sacrifice as both necessary and invisible. The flames they battled were merely symptoms of a larger conflagration that was consuming the soul of industrial England, leaving behind a wasteland where human dignity had been traded for economic efficiency and where the price of progress was measured in unmarked graves. Imagine yourself standing on the Palatine Hill just as September slides into October. The brutal Mediterranean summer has finally loosened its grip on the city, and you can breathe without feeling like you're inhaling warm honey. The air carries a different quality now, sharper, cleaner, with that peculiar clarity that makes distant objects seem closer than they really are. This is autumn in ancient Rome, though the Romans themselves never used that word. They called this season autumnus, which originally meant the time of increase, referring to the harvest rather than the falling leaves. But whatever you called it, this time of year felt different from the others. The city seemed to exhale after months of heat, and with that exhalation came a subtle shift in the Roman psyche. The light changes first. You'd notice it in the way sunbeams slant through the columns of temples, catching dust motes in golden shafts that seem almost solid enough to touch. Shadows grow longer, stretching across the forum like dark fingers reaching toward evening. By mid-afternoon, the sun sits lower in the sky, painting the marble buildings in shades of amber and honey that make the entire city look like it's been dipped in some divine preserve jar. The vegetation transforms too, though not with the dramatic colour changes you might see in New England or the European North. Rome's climate is gentler than that, more subtle in its transitions. The laurel trees keep their glossy green leaves, but the grapevines in the surrounding countryside turn shades of rust and burgundy. Fig trees drop their last fruits, which split open on sun-warmed stones, filling the air with their peculiar musky sweetness that attracts clouds of wasps drunk on fermented sugar. In the markets, the produce changes with the season. Summer's peaches and cherries give way to pomegranates, those strange fruits that Romans associated with the underworld, thanks to the Greek story of Persephone. Vendors stack them in pyramids, their leathery red skins promising the jewelled seeds within. Quinces appear too, hard and astringent when raw, but transformed into something magical when cooked with honey. The smell of roasting chestnuts begins to drift through the streets, a scent that will become ubiquitous as the weather cools further. The wind shifts direction as autumn deepens. Summer's breezes come from the south, carrying the smell of the sea and the promise of rain that rarely arrives. Autumn winds blow from the north, down from the mountains, bringing with them the first real chill that Romans have felt in months. These winds have names, the Aquilo and the Chorus, each associated with different qualities and omens. Old women claim they can predict the winter by studying which wind blows strongest in October. With the cooler weather comes a change in daily rhythms. During summer, Romans wake before dawn to accomplish their work before the heat becomes unbearable, then retreat indoors for long afternoon siestas. Autumn allows for more flexibility. You can walk through the city at midday without feeling like you're being slowly baked in an oven. The baths become less about cooling off and more about social connection. Their heated rooms now appealing rather than stifling. The smell of the city changes too. Summer's Rome has a particular perfume, a mixture of sun-baked stone, human sweat, cooking oil, and occasionally, depending on which neighbourhood you're in, the less pleasant aromas of inadequate sanitation. Autumn brings relief from some of these scents while adding new ones. Smoke from cooking fires carries differently in the cooler, denser air. The first wood fires for heating begin to appear, adding a pleasant tang to the atmosphere. Rain, when it finally comes, releases the smell of wet stone and earth, a petrichor that seems to rise from the ancient cobblestones themselves. For Romans, autumn marked the end of the military campaigning season. Armies returned from distant provinces, and the city swelled with soldiers bringing strange stories and stranger spoils. Ships arrived from Egypt and beyond, their holds full of grain for the winter, along with exotic spices, textiles, and occasionally wild animals destined for the arena. The city's population fluctuated with these arrivals, creating a sense of gathering and preparation. But beyond these practical changes, autumn brought something else, a shift in the spiritual atmosphere that every Roman could feel, even if they couldn't quite articulate it. This was the season when the boundary between the living and the dead grew permeable, when certain rituals had to be performed to maintain the delicate balance between worlds. The Romans might not have had Halloween, but they had something older, stranger, and in some ways more unsettling. The nights grow longer now, and darkness comes earlier. In a world without electric lights, this meant something more profound than it does today. Nightfall transformed the city into a place of shadows and uncertain shapes, where the flicker of oil lamps created dancing illusions and every alleyway held potential mysteries. This was the time when Romans told stories about the dead, about spirits who walked, and about the importance of proper rituals to keep the restless at peace. To understand how Romans approached their festivals of the dead, you need to understand their relationship with time itself. The Roman calendar wasn't just a tool for organising daily life, it was a sacred text, a contract with the divine, and a roadmap for maintaining cosmic order. Every month, every day, had its own character, its own requirements, and its own dangers. Picture the calendar as Romans saw it, not as a simple grid of dates, but as a complex tapestry woven from divine birthdays, historical anniversaries, favourable days and dangerous ones. The calendar was maintained by the pontiffs, Rome's religious officials, who had the responsibility of determining when festivals should occur and which days were safe for public business. The Roman year was divided into 12 months, though it hadn't always been that way. Originally, Romans only counted 10 months, with winter being considered a vague period that didn't count as real time. This created all sorts of problems, as you might imagine. And by the time our story takes place, they'd added January and February to bring things into better alignment with the solar year. Though honestly, Roman timekeeping remained something of a creative exercise throughout the Republic. Each month began with the calends, from which we get our word calendar. The calends was followed by the nones and the ides, and Romans counted days, not forward from these markers but backward toward them, which made announcing dates sound like a mathematical riddle. You wouldn't say October 10th, you'd say 6 days before the Ides of October, counting inclusively because Romans included both the start and end points. It was the kind of system that made perfect sense if you grew up with it, and absolutely no sense if you didn't. But the real complexity came from the calendar's religious designations. Days were marked as either fastus or nefastus, lawful or unlawful. On fastus days you could conduct legal business, hold assemblies and generally go about your public affairs. Nefastus days were different. They belonged to the gods, and mortals were supposed to tread carefully. Some days were divided, with the morning being nefastus and the afternoon fastus, or vice versa. Imagine planning a wedding or a business meeting when half the days on the calendar are essentially religious no-go zones. The calendar was packed with festivals. Romans celebrated about 60 major religious festivals throughout the year, plus countless minor ones, anniversaries, and special observances. Some were public spectacles involving the entire city, while others were intimate family affairs. Some required animal sacrifice, while others called for simple offerings of cakes and wine. The calendar was so crowded with divine obligations that it's remarkable Romans found time for anything else. Each festival had its own rituals, its own requirements, and its own story. The Lupercalia in February involved priests running nearly naked through the streets, striking women with strips of goatskin to promote fertility, which sounds bizarre until you remember that most ancient religious practices sound bizarre when removed from their original context. The Saturnalia in December was a wild carnival, when social norms inverted and slaves dined with masters. The Vestalia in June honoured the goddess of the hearth with ceremonies that only women could attend. But our focus is on the autumn festivals, the ones concerned with death, the underworld, and the harvest. These festivals formed a loose network of observances that acknowledged something important: the approach of winter, the dormancy of the earth, and humanity's need to maintain good relations with the dead. Romans didn't have a single festival for the dead like modern Halloween or Dia de los Muertos. Instead, they had several scattered throughout the year, each with its own focus and flavour. This reflected Roman pragmatism. Why have one festival when multiple festivals mean more opportunities to address the problem? The dead were not a once-a-year concern, but an ongoing presence that required regular attention and appeasement. The religious calendar also reflected agricultural realities. Romans were fundamentally an agricultural people, even as their city grew into a metropolitan colossus. The harvest determined survival, and the gods who controlled the harvest needed to be honoured, thanked, and implored for future blessing. Autumn festivals therefore combined two concerns: honouring the dead and celebrating the harvest, acknowledging that both involve transition, transformation, and the mysterious processes by which life emerged from apparent death. Understanding this calendar means understanding how Romans experienced time differently than we do. Time wasn't a neutral medium through which events flowed. It was thick with meaning, dangerous in some moments and propitious in others. You couldn't just do anything on any day. You had to consult the calendar, determine whether the gods approved, and proceed accordingly. This created a life structured around ritual observance, where religious duty wove through daily existence like threads in cloth. You couldn't separate sacred from secular because the sacred permeated everything. When autumn arrived, it arrived not just as a meteorological event, but as a series of religious obligations that had to be fulfilled if you wanted the gods to remain favourably disposed toward you, your family and your city. In late February, just as winter begins loosening its grip and the first flowers start appearing in the Roman countryside, the city observed a festival that modern Halloween enthusiasts would find hauntingly familiar. This was the Feralia, the culmination of the Parentalia, a 9-day period dedicated to honouring dead ancestors. Picture the atmosphere in Rome during these 9 days. The usual bustle of city life didn't exactly stop, but it muted itself, like someone had turned down the volume on the entire metropolis. Temples closed their doors. Magistrates didn't conduct public business. Weddings were forbidden. Who would want to celebrate new beginnings during a time dedicated to endings? Even the Vestal virgins, who normally kept their sacred flame burning bright, let it dim. The entire city oriented itself toward the dead. The Parentalia began on February 13th, and for the first 8 days families made private observances at the tombs of their ancestors. But it was the 9th day, the Feralia, that marked the festival's climax. This was when the entire city participated in public rituals meant to ensure that the dead remained peaceful and well-disposed toward the living. You need to understand something about Roman attitudes toward death. They didn't sentimentalize it the way modern culture sometimes does. Death wasn't a peaceful sleep or a joyful reunion in heaven. It was a transition into the underworld, a shadowy existence as a shade that was neither fully alive nor completely extinguished. These shades could become restless, even dangerous, if the living failed in their obligations. Romans believed that the dead needed sustenance from the living. Not physical food exactly, but something. Offerings, remembrance, proper ritual observance. Without these things, the dead might become what Romans called lemures, angry, wandering spirits who caused trouble for the living. The Feralia was insurance against this possibility, a collective effort to keep the boundaries between life and death properly maintained. During the Feralia, families would visit the tombs of their ancestors, which in Rome were always located outside the city walls. The dead were not allowed within the sacred boundary of the city itself. It would pollute the living spaces. So Romans built their tombs along the roads leading out of the city, creating these strange avenues lined with monuments to mortality. The Via Appia, Rome's most famous road, was essentially a highway through a city of the dead. The offerings brought to these tombs were specific and symbolic. Families carried wreaths of flowers. Violets were particularly favoured for their association with death. They brought wine, which they would pour directly onto the grave, letting it seep into the earth to reach the dead below. They brought bread, salt, and sometimes wine-soaked bread, which they would scatter around the tomb. Some families brought rose petals, believing that their beauty and fragrance pleased the dead. But the key offering was something simpler: remembrance. Family members would speak the names of the dead aloud, recounting their accomplishments and expressing continued devotion. This act of naming was crucial. To be forgotten was the worst fate a Roman could imagine, worse than death itself, because it meant a kind of second death, a final extinguishing of existence. The Feralia ensured that the dead remained remembered, their names spoken, their lives acknowledged. The rituals had a practical component too. Families would clean and maintain the tombs, making repairs to damaged monuments, pulling weeds, and generally ensuring that the resting places of their ancestors remained dignified. This was partly piety and partly practicality. A well-maintained tomb reflected well on the living family, demonstrating that they honoured their obligations. As darkness fell on the Feralia, the atmosphere grew more intense. Romans believed that the dead were most active at night, when the sun's protective power waned and shadows gained substance. Families would light lamps around the tombs, creating islands of flickering light in the darkness. These lights served multiple purposes. They honoured the dead, they guided living family members safely through the dangerous nighttime streets, and they helped maintain the boundary between the living and dead worlds. The poet Ovid, in his calendar of Roman festivals, described the Feralia as a time when ghosts demand their due. He wrote about simple offerings being most effective, not elaborate sacrifices, but genuine devotion expressed through modest means. An old woman, he said, could perform effective rites with just a few grains of salt and bread soaked in wine, as long as her intentions were pure. There was something both solemn and comforting about these rituals. Yes, they acknowledged death's reality and the dead's continued presence. But they also provided a structured way to process grief and maintain connection with lost loved ones. The Feralia wasn't morbid. It was practical, a necessary maintenance of the relationship between generations. During the festival, Romans also told stories about what happened when these rituals were neglected. There were tales of houses haunted by unquiet spirits, of families plagued by misfortune because they'd failed to honour their dead properly, of entire cities suffering because some crucial observance had been overlooked. These stories served as reminders that religious duty wasn't optional. It was the glue that held reality together. The Feralia concluded with a sense of relief and accomplishment. The dead had been honoured, the boundaries had been maintained, and another year of proper relationship between the living and dead had been secured. Temples could reopen, weddings could be scheduled, and life could return to its normal rhythms, at least until the next time the dead required attention. If the Feralia was Rome's collective, orderly approach to honouring the dead, then Lemuria was its dark twin, a festival born from fear, superstition, and the practical acknowledgement that sometimes the dead didn't stay peacefully in their graves no matter how well you honoured them. Lemuria occurred in May on 3 separate nights, the 9th, 11th, and 13th. Romans scheduled it for odd-numbered days because they associated even numbers with bad luck and supernatural danger. This was a festival specifically concerned with the Lemures, those angry, restless ghosts who had not been properly buried or who had died violently or prematurely and therefore couldn't find peace in the underworld. The atmosphere during Lemuria was completely different from the solemn piety of Feralia. This wasn't about maintaining family connections with beloved ancestors. This was about protection, about keeping malevolent spirits at bay, and about performing the right rituals to ensure that the dangerous dead stayed away from your household. Picture a Roman house on a Lemurian night. All temples are closed. This is purely domestic magic, performed by individual families without priestly intervention. The household slaves have been sent to bed early. The master of the house, the paterfamilias, waits until midnight, then rises alone to perform a ritual that has been passed down through generations. First, he makes a protective gesture with his hand, thumb tucked between fingers in the fig sign, that Romans believed warded off evil. Then he washes his hands in pure spring water, ensuring ritual cleanliness. He walks barefoot through his house, and here's where the ritual gets specific and strange. He places 9 black beans in his mouth without chewing them. Why black beans? Romans associated them with death and the underworld. The colour black itself had funeral connotations, and beans were believed to contain the souls of the dead. A belief so strong that Pythagoras reportedly forbade his followers from eating them. 9 was a sacred number associated with the underworld and with completion. So, 9 black beans, the colour of death, held in the mouth to prevent speech that might anger the spirits. Walking through his darkened house, the paterfamilias would spit out these beans one by one, saying each time, "With these beans I redeem me, and mine." The beans were offerings, ransoms paid to the hungry ghost to leave his household alone. He wouldn't look back as he dropped the beans. To look back might invite the spirits to follow him, to notice him, to take an interest in his family. After dispensing all 9 beans, he would wash his hands again, then clash brass pots together. The noise was meant to frighten away any lingering spirits. Finally, he would repeat 9 times, "Ghosts of my fathers, depart!" Only then, with the ritual complete, could he look back and consider his household safe for another year. This ritual reveals something important about Roman religious psychology. They understood that not all the dead were beneficent ancestors waiting to bless their descendants. Some were angry, confused, or malevolent. Some had been denied proper burial and therefore couldn't enter the underworld. Some had died in ways that left them frustrated or vengeful. These spirits needed to be dealt with, but carefully, with the right words and gestures that acknowledged their power while keeping them at arm's length. The Lemuria rituals varied by household. Some families would make additional offerings, milk, honey or wine poured onto the floor as libations to the restless dead. Some would hang protective amulets over doorways or place iron objects, which spirits reportedly couldn't cross, at strategic points around the house. Some would burn special incense believed to purify the air and drive away supernatural contamination. Children found Lemuria simultaneously terrifying and fascinating, the way modern children feel about Halloween. Parents would tell them stories about the Lemures, how they looked like twisted shadows, how they could slip through the smallest cracks, and how they hungered for the warmth and life they had lost. These stories served to keep children well-behaved and respectful of religious observances, but they also tapped into something deeper, the universal human fear of death and what might come after. The odd timing of Lemuria, 3 separate nights rather, than one continuous festival reflects Roman belief about supernatural power. Evil had to be addressed multiple times, from multiple angles to ensure complete protection. One night of ritual might not be enough. 3 nights, separated by days of normal life, created a pattern of observance that was more likely to be effective. Interestingly, during Lemuria days, all public business ceased. It wasn't just about individual household protection. The entire community acknowledged that these were dangerous times when normal activity should be curtailed. Marriages were forbidden during Lemuria, just as during Feralia. Who would want to begin a new life when the air itself was thick with death? The festival also reveals Roman attitudes toward poverty and proper burial. Many of the Lemures were believed to be spirits of people who couldn't afford elaborate funerals, or who had been buried improperly due to poverty, war, or accident. In a sense, Lemuria was society's acknowledgement that not everyone received the death rites they deserved, and that this created ongoing problems for the living. It was a kind of collective guilt and collective protection rolled into one observance. After the 3rd night of Lemuria, Romans would feel a collective relief. The dangerous period had passed, the proper rituals had been performed, and life could return to normal. The Lemures had been fed their beans and sent away, at least for another year. The boundaries between living and dead had been reinforced, and people could sleep soundly again without fear of ghostly visitors in the night. As autumn deepened and November approached, Roman attention shifted from the dead to the harvest, though, as we'll see, these concerns were more intertwined than you might initially think. This was the season of Pomona, goddess of fruit trees and orchards, whose festival represented a very different aspect of Rome's relationship with the natural and supernatural worlds. Pomona was an unusual deity in the Roman pantheon. Unlike many gods who were borrowed from the Greeks or other cultures, she was distinctly Roman, her worship rooted in the Italian countryside and the practical concerns of people who depended on fruit harvests for their survival. Her name comes from pomum, the Latin word for fruit, particularly tree fruit like apples, pears and plums. The Romans imagined Pomona as a nymph who cared for nothing except her orchards. She carried a pruning knife rather than a spear or scepter, and she spent her days tending fruit trees with the focused devotion of someone who understood that proper care meant the difference between abundance and starvation. She was practical, this goddess, less interested in grand mythological dramas than in the simple miracle of flowers becoming fruit. Her festival didn't have a fixed date in the way Feralia or Lemuria did. Instead, it roughly coincided with the final fruit harvest, usually in November. The exact timing varied by region and by which fruits were being gathered. Apples in some areas, late-season pears in others, and quinces that needed cold weather to become properly sweet. The festival followed the harvest rather than dictating it, a refreshingly pragmatic approach for a Roman religious observance. Imagine visiting a Roman orchard during Pomona's festival. The trees, mostly bare now, stand in ordered rows, their branches dark against the autumn sky. The ground underneath is carpeted with fallen leaves, and the air carries that peculiar scent of decomposition mixed with the clean smell of cold weather. Here and there, late fruit still clings to branches, apples so ripe they've begun to wrinkle, their skins deep red or mottled yellow. The orchard's owner would make offerings to Pomona at the base of the oldest, most productive tree. These offerings were simpler than those made to other gods. No animal sacrifice was required, just the first fruits of the harvest, some wine, and perhaps some honey. The point wasn't to impress the goddess with elaborate ceremonies, but to show gratitude and ensure her continued favour. Farmers understood that Pomona valued results over pageantry. Romans approached fruit cultivation with the seriousness they brought to all agricultural matters. They had detailed knowledge about pruning, grafting, and orchard management that wouldn't look out of place in a modern horticultural textbook. They understood that fruit trees needed specific care at specific times, that proper pruning increased yields, and that grafting could combine the best qualities of different varieties. This practical knowledge was inseparable from their religious observances. Honouring Pomona meant maintaining your orchard properly, which in turn required understanding her preferences and requirements. The harvest itself was a communal affair. Family members would gather to pick fruit, sorting it into categories: the best specimens for immediate eating or sale, slightly damaged fruit for making preserved foods, and fallen fruit for animal feed or cider. Nothing was wasted. Romans had an almost modern awareness of food security and the need to maximise every resource. During the harvest, workers would sing traditional songs, many of which invoked Pomona's blessing, or thanked her for the year's bounty. These songs weren't recorded in the way hymns to greater gods were, but fragments suggest they combined practical advice about fruit cultivation with religious devotion. Instructions for pruning techniques nestled alongside prayers for protection from frost and blight. The connection between Pomona and the dead becomes clearer when you understand Roman beliefs about agricultural cycles. Growth, fruiting, harvest, and dormancy mirrored the human life cycle. Birth, maturity, death, and potential rebirth. Fruit itself was a kind of miracle. Sweetness and nourishment emerging from flowers, which emerged from apparently dead wood. The whole process suggested that death and life were not opposites but phases in a continuous cycle. Romans also associated certain fruits with the underworld. Pomegranates, as mentioned earlier, had connections to the story of Persephone and her forced marriage to Hades. Apples appeared in various myths involving death and transformation. Even the sweetness of ripe fruit suggested a kind of necessary decay. Fruit becomes sweetest just before it begins to rot, as if approaching its own death makes it more valuable to the living. During Pomona's festival, Romans would preserve fruits for winter using techniques that involved both practical knowledge and ritual significance. Fruits would be dried in the autumn sun, stored in honey, made into preserves, or carefully packed in straw for cool storage. Each preservation method had its own traditions and prayers, acknowledging that keeping fruit through winter was a kind of suspension of natural decay, a small victory over death itself. The festival also included offerings at household shrines. Urban Romans who didn't own orchards would still honour Pomona by placing fruit on their family altars. Even poor families would try to acquire at least one perfect apple or pear to offer, understanding that neglecting any god, even a relatively minor agricultural deity, was risky business. There was something particularly Roman about Pomona's worship. Practical, focused on results, integrating religious observance with technical knowledge. The goddess didn't demand elaborate temples or priesthoods. She wanted properly maintained orchards, careful harvesting, and gratitude for her gifts. This was religion as partnership rather than supplication, a working relationship between humans and the divine powers that governed natural processes. As November progressed, and the last fruits were gathered, Romans could look at their stored provisions with satisfaction. The harvest was complete, winter could be faced with full storerooms, and Pomona had been properly honoured. The orchard could rest now, its bare branches dormant until spring's return, and in that dormancy, in that apparent death, lay the promise of future blossoms and future harvests, the eternal cycle that connected all living things. As autumn deepened into the time we'd recognise as late October and early November, Romans engaged in customs that might look surprisingly familiar to anyone who's ever attended a Halloween party or a Thanksgiving dinner. These weren't single festivals, but rather a complex of practices centered around gathering, feasting, and fire, the three anchors that helped Romans navigate the transition from autumn's abundance to winter's scarcity. Fire held special significance. During this season, in a world without electric heating or lighting, fire was life itself during the cold months. Romans marked the transition to winter by rekindling household fires with deliberate ceremony, acknowledging that the flame that would warm their homes and cook their food for months to come deserved proper respect and ritual attention. The hearth, the central fireplace in a Roman home, was sacred to Vesta, goddess of the hearth, and by extension to the lares, the household spirits who protected the family. As the weather turned cold, families would gather at their hearth for a small ceremony that marked the beginning of the fire-scented season. The paterfamilias would make offerings of salt and grain to the fire, speaking traditional words that thanked the gods for past protection and requested continued favour. These hearth fires were not supposed to go out during winter. Letting your hearth fire die was considered unlucky at best and potentially disastrous at worst. It suggested negligence in honouring the household gods and could leave the family vulnerable to supernatural and natural dangers alike. So Romans tended their fires carefully, banking them at night to preserve embers that could be blown back to life in the morning. The smoke from these fires, rising from thousands of homes across Rome, changed the city's atmosphere. In autumn and winter, Rome wore a perpetual haze of wood smoke, which at least had the benefit of masking some of the less pleasant urban smells. The smoke carried with it the scent of burning oak and olive wood, occasionally mixed with aromatic herbs that families would throw into the flames as offerings, or simply to improve the household air. Around these fires, families gathered for meals that increased in importance as the days shortened. Dinner in a Roman household was never just about nutrition. It was a social and religious event that reinforced family bonds and acknowledged divine presence. But autumn dinners had particular significance because they marked the transition from outdoor to indoor life, from agricultural labour to the more sedentary occupations of winter. The autumn feast, not a single event but rather a type of meal that occurred repeatedly during the season, centred on harvest foods. Roasted chestnuts, mentioned earlier, were ubiquitous. They'd be cracked open to reveal their creamy interiors, eaten hot from the pan, their slightly sweet flavour a perfect accompaniment to conversation. Grapes, both fresh and in the form of new wine, appeared at every level of society. Even poor families could afford must, the freshly pressed grape juice that hadn't yet fully fermented into wine. More prosperous families would feast on roasted pork, which Romans considered the perfect autumn meat. Pigs were usually slaughtered in late autumn, their meat preserved for winter consumption, but the slaughter itself was an occasion for feasting, with fresh pork prepared in various ways, roasted with herbs, stewed with autumn vegetables, or made into sausages that would be smoked and stored. The Romans were masters of charcuterie, and autumn was when their skills particularly shone. Vegetables from the last harvest appeared in abundance: leeks, cabbages, beets, and various legumes. Romans had sophisticated ways of preparing vegetables that modern cooks might envy. Stewing them with herbs and spices, mixing them with eggs and cheese, or serving them dressed with garum, that ubiquitous fermented fish sauce that added umami depth to nearly every dish. Mushrooms, foraged from autumn woods, brought their earthy flavours to tables wealthy and humble alike. Bread took on special importance at these autumn meals. The summer's wheat had been harvested and milled, and the resulting flour made bread that tasted subtly different from bread made later in winter. Fresh bread, broken and shared around the table, symbolised the earth's generosity and the family's participation in the harvest bounty. To waste bread was considered almost sacrilegious. It represented too much labour, both human and divine, to be treated carelessly. These family meals incorporated ritual elements that acknowledged the presence of the divine and the dead. Before eating, the paterfamilias would place a portion of food into the hearth fire as an offering to the household gods. Sometimes he would also place food on the family altar, or even leave offerings at the door for passing spirits. The meal itself was thus a communion that included not just the living family members, but also their gods and their ancestors. The atmosphere at these autumn dinners combined coziness with awareness of the world outside. Inside, the fire crackled and conversation flowed. Outside, darkness came earlier each evening, and the night held uncertain dangers. The contrast made indoor spaces feel especially warm and protected, creating the same psychological comfort that modern people feel when they're safely home during a winter storm. As dinner progressed, stories would be told. Romans loved storytelling, and autumn evenings provided perfect opportunities for narratives that range from family history to mythology to ghost stories. Older family members would recount tales of ancestors, keeping their memory alive. Someone might tell a traditional story about the gods, perhaps explaining why certain rituals had to be performed or certain days avoided. And inevitably, especially if children were present, someone would tell a ghost story. These ghost stories served multiple purposes. They entertained, certainly, but they also educated children about proper religious observances and social behaviour. A story about a man haunted by angry spirits because he neglected his family's tomb was simultaneously frightening and instructive. It taught that actions had consequences, that religious duties mattered, and that the boundaries between living and dead required careful maintenance. Music sometimes accompanied these autumn gatherings. Not elaborate performances, but simple songs, work songs from the harvest, lullabies, and traditional melodies that everyone knew and could join. The human voice, lifted in song around a fire while darkness pressed against the windows, created a sense of community and continuity that connected the present moment to countless similar moments stretching back through generations. As the evening wound down and family members prepared for sleep, there was often a moment of collective gratitude. Not formally expressed, perhaps, but felt nonetheless. The harvest was complete, the storerooms were full, the fire burned bright, and the family was gathered safe and warm. Winter was coming, with all its challenges, but for this moment, surrounded by abundance and familial love, the future could wait. To truly understand Roman attitudes toward death and the dead, you need to step outside the city walls and walk among the tombs. Roman law, as mentioned earlier, forbade burial within the sacred boundary of the city itself, so the dead gathered along the roads leading into Rome, creating these extraordinary neighbourhoods where the living passed constantly among monuments to mortality. The Via Appia, the Appian Way, offers the most famous example. Walking along this ancient road even today, you're surrounded by tombs in various states of preservation, some intact enough to read their inscriptions, others reduced to romantic ruins overgrown with wild herbs. In ancient times, this road would have been even more crowded with monuments, a constant reminder to travellers that death was not something to be hidden away, but rather integrated into daily life. Roman tombs varied wildly depending on the wealth and status of their occupants. The very wealthy constructed massive mausoleums, small buildings with chambers inside where family members could be interred over generations. These structures were architectural statements, declaring the family's importance through marble columns, elaborate sculptures, and inscriptions that catalogued achievements and virtues. The tomb of Cecilia Metella, still standing on the Appian Way, gives a sense of the grandeur these monuments could achieve. Middle-class Romans couldn't afford such elaborate structures, but they still wanted permanent memorials. Many joined burial societies, essentially ancient versions of funeral insurance, where members contributed regular payments in exchange for guaranteed proper burial and a place in a communal tomb. These societies had their own rituals and traditions, creating communities bound by the shared understanding of mortality. Poorer Romans faced greater challenges. Burial costs money, and those without resources might be unceremoniously dumped in common pits outside the city. This was considered a terrible fate, not just undignified, but spiritually dangerous. Without proper burial and memorial, these dead risked becoming the very lemures that Romans feared during their May festivals. Poverty and death, as in life, created ongoing problems, but even modest tombs shared certain features. Almost all included inscriptions that spoke directly to passers-by. These weren't the solemn, formal epitaphs you might find in modern cemeteries. Roman tomb inscriptions often addressed travellers in surprisingly conversational tones. One famous example reads, I was not. I was. I am not. I care not. A philosophical statement about death's finality. Others were more personal. Stranger, I have few words to say. Stop and read. This is the unwelcome tomb of an unwelcome woman. She was named Claudia. These inscriptions reveal something touching about Roman attitudes toward mortality. The dead wanted to be remembered, to have their lives acknowledged by strangers as well as family. The act of reading an inscription, of speaking a dead person's name aloud, even silently in your mind, was a form of continued life. The tomb thus became a kind of bridge between past and present, between the dead who once walked these roads and the living who walk them now. Many tombs included portrait sculptures or busts. The tradition of creating death masks taken from the faces of the deceased ensured remarkable likeness. Walking past these tombs, you wouldn't see idealized or generic faces, but actual people. A merchant with a crooked nose, a matron with a stern expression, a soldier with a scar across his cheek. These faces demanded recognition and insisted on their continued presence in the world they'd left. The tombs were designed to be interactive spaces. Many included benches where family members could sit during their visits. Some had small kitchens or dining areas for funeral banquets, meals eaten at the tomb site where the dead were in effect guests of honour. The idea was that death didn't end family relationships but merely changed them. You still visited your relatives, you still shared meals with them, you still updated them on family news, and you still sought their intercession with the gods. During the parentalia and feralia, these tomb-lined roads would transform into something like an ancient version of a festival ground, families moving from tomb to tomb, making their offerings, reciting their prayers, and cleaning and maintaining the monuments. The roads would be crowded with people carrying flowers, wine, food, and lamps. Children would run between the tombs, simultaneously awed and fascinated by this city of the dead. The sensory experience of these tomb visits was rich and complex. The smell of flowers mixed with incense and wine poured onto stone, the sound of prayers and conversations, sometimes laughter as families shared stories about the deceased. The visual spectacle of hundreds of tombs, each different, each demanding attention. The tactile experience of touching cold marble inscribed with names and dates, feeling the connection to people who had touched these same stones decades or centuries earlier. Some tombs included small altars where families could burn offerings. The smoke from these fires would rise and dissipate, carrying prayers and messages to the underworld. On festival days, the roads outside Rome would be hazy with this smoke, the air thick with the smell of burning incense, rendered fat and various aromatics. It created an atmosphere that was simultaneously solemn and celebratory, mournful and life-affirming. The wealthier tombs often included gardens, enclosed spaces with plants, fountains and shade trees where visitors could rest. These gardens served practical purposes, providing pleasant spots for funeral meals and family gatherings. But they also had symbolic significance. A garden represented life continuing, growth emerging from death, and beauty arising from decay. The Romans understood that gardens required dead matter, composted leaves, aged manure to flourish. Death literally nurtured life. At night, the tomb roads took on a different character entirely. Oil lamps placed around monuments created pools of light in the darkness, making the sculptured faces seem to move and shift with the flickering flames. Shadows grew deeper, and the spaces between tombs became uncertain voids where imagination could populate all sorts of supernatural entities. This was when the dead were believed to be most active, when the boundary between worlds grew thin enough to permit passage. Walking these roads at night required courage. Most Romans avoided it when possible, but sometimes necessity demanded travel after dark. Those who ventured out would speak prayers of protection, make defensive gestures, and move quickly past the tombs without looking too closely at the shadows. Stories circulated about people who had seen spirits among the tombs, encountered restless dead, or heard voices calling from empty monuments. Yet there was also something oddly comforting about the tomb's presence. They represented continuity, the unbroken chain of generations that stretched back through time. Every family had ancestors, Every living person would eventually join the dead, and the tombs were physical proof of this continuity. In a world that could be brutally harsh and unpredictable, the tombs offered a kind of permanence. The stones would endure even when flesh failed. The Romans' practice of locating tombs along roads was more than a practical necessity or religious requirement. It was a philosophical statement about the relationship between life and death. The living passed constantly among the dead, reminded with every journey that mortality was not an abstraction but a certainty. Death was not hidden in remote cemeteries but integrated into the landscape of daily life. Neither feared nor forgotten but simply acknowledged as part of existence. As Rome's empire expanded northward and westward, Roman legions encountered Celtic, peoples whose own autumn festivals bore strange similarities to and fascinating differences from Roman practices. This cultural encounter would eventually influence how all of Europe thought about the season of the dead, creating traditions that echo down to our own Halloween celebrations. The Celts, those tribal peoples who inhabited much of Gaul, Britain, and Ireland, celebrated Samhain at the end of October, a festival that marked the transition from the light half of the year to the dark half. Like Romans, the Celts believed this was a time when the boundary between the living and the dead became permeable, but their response to this belief differed in significant ways from Roman practices. Roman soldiers stationed in Celtic territories would have observed Samhain celebrations with a mixture of recognition and bewilderment. They'd recognise the offerings to the dead, the ritual fires, and the sense of communal observance. But the scale and intensity of Celtic practices exceeded anything they'd experienced in Rome. The Celts didn't just honour the dead. They seemed to believe that the dead actively returned to walk among the living during Samhain. Celtic communities would extinguish all fires in their homes as Samhain approached, creating a moment of complete darkness that symbolised the death of the old year. Then Druid priests would kindle a new sacred fire, and from this flame, all the community's fires would be relit. This practice of ritual death and rebirth had no precise Roman equivalent, and it suggested a view of time as cyclical rather than linear, each year dying and being reborn, each harvest containing the seeds of the next. The Celts built enormous bonfires for Samhain, far larger than anything Romans used in their more modest household observances. These fires served multiple purposes. They honoured the gods, they provided protection against harmful spirits, and they created gathering places for the entire community. Animals were driven between two fires as a purification ritual. Young people would perform feats of bravery by leaping over flames. The fires transformed the landscape, turning ordinary hillsides into stages for human drama played out against darkness. Around these fires, the Celts practiced divination, attempting to glimpse the future during this liminal time when normal rules were suspended. They would read omens in the flames, interpret the behaviour of animals, and perform rituals designed to reveal whom they would marry, whether they would survive the coming winter, and what luck the next year would bring. Romans practiced divination too, of course, but not with the same intensity or the same belief that this particular season offered special access to hidden knowledge. The Celts also left offerings of food outside their homes for the returning dead, but with a different spirit than Roman offerings. Where Romans made offerings with a sense of duty and respect, Celtic offerings often contained an element of appeasement or even fear. The dead were not just honoured ancestors, but potentially dangerous beings whose favour had to be secured through generous gifts. Tables would be set with the best food available, and portions of the feast would be placed outside for spirits who might otherwise cause mischief or worse. When Rome conquered Celtic lands, both cultures influenced each other. Roman soldiers adopted some Celtic practices, the bonfires, some of the divination techniques, and certain protective rituals. Celts, in turn, incorporated Roman religious concepts, creating hybrid festivals that combined elements from both traditions. This cultural mixing was most intense in the border regions, places like Roman Britain, where Celtic and Roman populations lived side by side for centuries. The Roman writer Lucan, describing Celtic religious practices, was both horrified and fascinated by their intensity. He wrote about sacred groves where the Celts made offerings, places so permeated with supernatural presence that even birds wouldn't land in the trees. His descriptions, though probably exaggerated, capture the sense that Roman observers felt they were encountering something older and wilder than their own relatively organised religious practices. But Romans also brought their own influences to Celtic lands. They constructed tombs along Roman roads in Celtic territories, establishing the same kind of relationship between the living and the dead that existed around Rome itself. They brought their calendar, their festivals, and their organised approach to religious observance. Over generations, Celtic and Roman practices blended into something new. Not quite either one, but containing elements of both. This blending accelerated with the spread of Christianity through the Roman Empire. Early Christians, seeking to replace pagan festivals with Christian observances, chose dates that coincided with existing celebrations. All Saints' Day was deliberately placed on November 1st, the day after Samhain, in an attempt to Christianise the existing festival. All Souls' Day followed on November the 2nd, incorporating elements of both Roman and Celtic practices around honouring the dead. These Christian festivals retained many pre-Christian elements. The practice of visiting graves and leaving offerings continued, just with Christian prayers instead of pagan ones. The bonfires continued, now blessed by priests rather than druids. The sense that late autumn was a special time for thinking about death, and the dead persisted, even as the theological framework changed. What emerged from these centuries of cultural mixing was a set of traditions that combined Roman practicality with Celtic mysticism, Mediterranean order with northern intensity, and civic religion with ecstatic practice. When these traditions eventually crossed the Atlantic to North America, they evolved further, incorporating yet more cultural influences to become the Halloween we know today. But the Roman contribution to this evolution shouldn't be underestimated. The idea that the dead need to be remembered and honoured, that offerings should be made to maintain good relationships with the deceased, and that autumn is a time for thinking about mortality. All of these have Roman roots that reach back to the Feralia, Lemuria, and the countless household rituals that punctuated Roman life. As you nestle deeper into your blanket, perhaps wondering what all this ancient history has to do with the world you inhabit, let's trace the threads that connect Roman autumn festivals to the customs you might practice today without even realising their origins. Every time you visit a cemetery on Memorial Day or All Souls' Day, placing flowers on a grave and speaking memories of the deceased, you're participating in a tradition that leads directly back to Roman practices during the Feralia. The specific forms have changed. You probably don't pour wine on the grave or scatter grain, but the essential gesture remains identical. You're maintaining the connection between the living and the dead, ensuring that the deceased are remembered, and affirming that death doesn't end relationships but transforms them. When you attend a funeral and participate in a memorial meal afterward, sharing food and stories about the person who died, you're echoing Roman funeral banquets. The Romans understood something that modern grief counsellors have rediscovered, that communal eating in the presence of death serves important psychological and social functions. It reaffirms life in the face of mortality, it strengthens community bonds, and it provides a structured way to process grief. The Halloween tradition of leaving out food for spirits has direct parallels to both Roman and Celtic practices. When children place cookies and milk for Santa Claus, they're participating in a secularized version of offerings to supernatural beings, a practice that Romans performed throughout the year, but especially during autumn festivals. The form has changed, the theological justification has vanished, but the basic gesture persists. We leave food for beings we cannot see, acknowledging powers beyond our control. Jack-o'-lanterns, those carved pumpkins with candles inside, descend from Celtic turnip lanterns but serve a function that Romans would have understood perfectly. They're boundary markers, protective devices that create safe spaces surrounded by darkness. Roman lamps placed around tombs during the Feralia serve the same purpose, light pushing back against shadow, human craft creating zones of safety in a dangerous world. The modern practice of costume wearing on Halloween has multiple origins, but one thread leads back to Roman festivals where social norms were temporarily suspended. During Saturnalia, Romans wore different clothes and adopted different roles. Masters served slaves, serious people acted foolish, and normal hierarchies were inverted. Halloween costumes serve a similar function. They're permission to become someone else, to transgress normal boundaries, to play with identity in ways that ordinary life doesn't permit. Even our modern harvest festivals, Thanksgiving in America, harvest, home celebrations in Britain, echo the Roman practice of communal feasting to mark agricultural cycles. The specific foods have changed according to what different regions produce, but the underlying pattern remains. Gather the community, share abundant food, give thanks for survival, and prepare mentally and physically for winter's scarcity. The Roman calendar reform that gave us the Julian calendar, later modified into the Gregorian calendar we use today, means that our entire temporal framework has Roman origins. When October gives way to November, when you note that the days are growing shorter and winter approaches, you're experiencing time in a way that was deliberately structured by Roman innovations. Our months have Roman names, and our concept of when the year begins and ends reflects Roman decisions. The persistence of these traditions reveals something important about human culture. We're not as modern as we sometimes think. Beneath the technology and the secular worldview and the scientific understanding of death, we're still performing rituals that our ancestors would recognize. We still need to mark transitions, to honor our dead, to gather in the face of darkness, to eat together and tell stories, and to light fires against the cold. Rome's lasting contribution to autumn traditions wasn't primarily in specific rituals, though many of those persist, but in the framework for thinking about death, community, and the relationship between living and dead. The Roman approach was practical, structured, communal, and integrated into daily life rather than segregated into special spiritual moments. This framework proved remarkably durable, capable of absorbing influences from other cultures while maintaining its essential character. When Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, it didn't entirely replace these traditions, but rather incorporated and transformed them. Church calendars included saints' days that mirrored the Roman festival calendar. Christian funerals adopted Roman practices around memorial meals and tomb visiting. The veneration of saints' relics reflected Roman practices around honouring the dead and maintaining connections with the departed. The Renaissance and Enlightenment challenged some traditional practices around death and the dead, but even modern, secular societies maintain versions of ancient customs. Memorial Day, Veterans Day, Holocaust Memorial Day, all of these are essentially secularized versions of festivals for the dead, maintaining the principle that communities have obligations to remember and honor those who have died. The way we design cemeteries today, with permanent markers and maintained grounds, reflects Roman influence. Before Roman practices spread through Europe, many cultures buried their dead in temporary or unmarked graves. The Roman insistence on permanent memorials, on tombs that would endure, and on inscriptions that would preserve names and achievements changed how Europeans thought about death and remembrance. Even our ghost stories, a modern Halloween staple, echo Roman concerns about restless spirits and proper burial. The archetype of the vengeful ghost who cannot rest until some wrong is righted appears in Roman literature and persists in modern horror fiction. The tools for dealing with ghosts, protective gestures, specific rituals, and offerings of appeasement all have Roman precedents. The agricultural calendar that structured Roman autumn festivals has become less relevant, as most people no longer farm or depend directly on harvests. But the psychological patterns those festivals addressed remain. We still need markers for seasonal transitions, we still respond emotionally to shorter days and colder weather, and we still feel the need to gather and feast before winter's isolation. Halloween and Thanksgiving serve these functions for modern Americans much as autumn festivals served them for ancient Romans. What's perhaps most remarkable is how these traditions persist, even when their original meanings have been forgotten. Most people who carve jack-o'-lanterns or visit graves on Memorial Day have no idea they're participating in traditions with roots 2,000 years deep. The practices continue because they fulfill human needs that transcend specific cultural or historical contexts. As our journey through Roman autumn festivals comes to its gentle close, and as you prepare to drift into sleep, let's take a final moment to reflect on what these ancient practices reveal about human nature and our relationship with mortality. The Romans were not a particularly mystical people. They were practical, legalistic, concrete thinkers who approached religion as a contractual arrangement. Do the right rituals, and the gods will fulfill their obligations. Yet even these pragmatic people recognized that autumn was special, that the boundary between living and dead required careful maintenance, and that death was not something to be ignored but rather integrated into the rhythm of life. Their autumn. Festivals, Feralia, Lemuria, Pomona's celebrations, and the countless household rituals represented a sophisticated understanding of what we might now call death acceptance. Romans didn't try to deny mortality or pretend that death was an easily overcome obstacle. They faced it squarely, acknowledged its power, and developed elaborate social mechanisms for processing grief and maintaining connections with the deceased. This approach has much to teach our own death-denying culture. Modern Western society often treats death as a failure rather than an inevitability, something to be hidden away in hospitals and funeral homes rather than integrated into daily life. We've lost the Roman comfort with mortality, their acceptance that death is part of existence rather than a violation of it. The Roman practice of locating tombs along roads, ensuring that the living passed constantly among the dead, embodied a philosophy that modern people might benefit from recovering. Death is not separate from life, but woven through it. Every generation joins the dead eventually. Remembering this doesn't have to be morbid. It can be grounding, perspective-giving, and even comforting. The autumn festivals also reveal Roman sophistication about ritual and its psychological functions. They understood that grief needs structure, that transitions require marking, and that abstract concepts become manageable when given concrete form. The bean-spitting ritual of Lemuria might seem silly to modern sensibilities, but it provided a specific action that addressed generalized anxiety about malevolent spirits. The offerings during Feralia gave mourning families something productive to do with their grief. We've lost much of this ritual sophistication, and you can see the consequences in how modern people struggle with grief and mortality. Without structured rituals, people often feel lost when facing death, unsure how to express sorrow or honour the deceased. The Roman calendar of festivals provided a framework that made death manageable without making it trivial. The agricultural dimension of Roman autumn festivals reminds us that for most of human history, survival was precarious and seasonal. Harvest wasn't a quaint rural activity, but a matter of life and death. The abundance or scarcity of the harvest determined whether families would survive the winter. Modern people, insulated from these realities by grocery stores and global food systems, have lost touch with the anxiety and gratitude that harvest generated. Yet we still respond to autumn on some deep level. We still feel the urge to gather provisions, to feast, and to prepare for winter's darkness. These responses are written into our psychology by thousands of years of seasonal living. Halloween and Thanksgiving tap into these ancient patterns, giving us culturally sanctioned ways to express impulses that no longer have practical survival value, but remain emotionally significant. The Roman emphasis on community during autumn festivals also deserves attention. Their festivals were not private affairs, but communal observances that strengthened social bonds. Families gathered, neighbours helped each other with harvest and preservation, and the entire city participated in festivals for the dead. This communal dimension provided support systems that helped people cope with death, scarcity, and the challenges of seasonal change. Modern life's increasing individualism has eroded many of these communal supports. People often face grief alone, process mortality in isolation, and lack the structured community gatherings that helped Romans navigate difficult transitions. Rebuilding some form of communal ritual around death and seasonal change might address some of modern society's epidemic loneliness. As you drift towards sleep, consider the Romans who once performed these autumn rituals. They're all dead now, of course, dead for 2,000 years. The specific people who poured wine on family tombs, who scattered beans to appease lemurs, who offered first fruits to Pomona, all gone, their names mostly forgotten, their lives reduced to archaeological traces and fragmentary texts. Yet in a sense, they're not entirely gone. Their practices persist, transformed but recognizable. Their understanding of death and seasonal change continues to influence how we think about these matters. When you carve a pumpkin or visit a cemetery or gather for a harvest feast, you're performing variations on rituals they would understand. You're part of a human story that stretches back through countless generations, all of them facing the same basic realities. The changing seasons, the certainty of death, the need for community, and the search for meaning in the face of mortality. The autumn festivals of ancient Rome remind us that we're not the first people to grapple with these eternal questions. We're not alone in our mortality or our struggles to make sense of death. We're part of a long human tradition of facing darkness with light, meeting death with ritual, and gathering together when the nights grow cold and long. Sleep well, then, knowing that the rhythms that structured Roman autumn, the harvest, the honouring of the dead, the preparation for winter, continue to structure our own lives whether we recognise them or not. The seasons still turn, the dead still require our remembrance, and autumn remains the time when the boundary between worlds grows thin. Tomorrow, when you wake to another autumn day, you'll be participating in that same eternal cycle. The specific forms may have changed. You'll check your thermostat instead of tending a hearth fire, and you'll buy bread instead of baking it from your own wheat. But the underlying patterns persist. Autumn is still a time of transition, still a season that calls us to remember our dead and prepare for darkness, still a moment when the veil between worlds seems permeable. And that's perhaps the most comforting legacy of Roman autumn festivals. They remind us that we're not alone in our experience of mortality, seasonal change, and the mysteries that lie beyond ordinary life. We're part of an unbroken human chain reaching back through time, all of us trying to make sense of the same eternal questions, all of us lighting our small fires against the gathering dark. The Romans had a phrase, memento mori. Remember that you will die. It sounds grim to modern ears, but they didn't mean it as a morbid obsession. They meant it as a reminder to live fully, to not waste the time you have, and to honour your relationships and obligations while you can. Their autumn festivals embodied this philosophy, acknowledging death's reality while celebrating life's abundance, preparing for winter while giving thanks for harvest, and honouring the dead while affirming connection with the living. As your eyes grow heavy and consciousness begins to slip away, let yourself feel connected to those ancient Romans performing their autumn rituals. Let yourself feel the continuity that links you to them across 2,000 years of history. You're part of the same human story, facing the same seasonal transitions, grappling with the same fundamental mysteries. The fire on the hearth burns low now. Outside, autumn night has fully fallen, and the stars wheel overhead in their eternal patterns. The same stars that shone on ancient Rome, the same sky that covered the tombs along the Via Appia when families made their offerings during the Feralia. Time moves forward, but some things remain constant. The seasons, the stars, and the human need to mark transitions and honour the dead. Rest now, in the knowledge that you're held in patterns older than Rome, part of cycles that will continue long after all of us have joined the ancestors. Tomorrow will bring another autumn day, another opportunity to participate in the eternal dance between light and darkness, life and death, and remembrance and forgetting. But for now, sleep. Let the ancient rhythms carry you into dreams. Let the wisdom of Roman autumn festivals inform your rest. The dead are quiet tonight, properly honoured and peacefully sleeping. The harvest is gathered, the fires are lit, and all is as it should be in this eternal autumn that connects past to present, living to dead, and each of us to the long human story that began long ago and continues still.